Chapter 503, Demon Race Expert, 1, A. Huh! Li Lingtian exclaimed in surprise as a look of confusion appeared on his face. Big brother Lingtian, what's wrong? Tang Zimeng asked seriously when she saw Li Lingtian's face. Her little hand stopped moving. Something's wrong. It's too quiet. Updated on B0X0VL.com. Li Lingtian looked at the boundless sea. The clouds in the sky remained unchanged, but there was no movement at all. There were no waves on the sea. Even if there was no wind, it would not be so quiet. Could it be that we've been schemed against? Shun Mai was a smart girl. She naturally thought of the possibility of being targeted by a powerful enemy. You guys be careful. I'll take a look. Li Lingtian did not answer if they were being targeted, but he did remind them to be careful. He did not dare to let his guard down because the spaceship was filled with his family. If they were to encounter any danger, it would be too late for him to regret it. He was wondering if he should let Tang Zimeng and the others enter the Divine Dragon Ring. However, at this moment, a destructive blood-red light slashed towards the spaceship. His speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of the flying ship in an instant. Li Lingtian was not prepared for such a sudden change in speed. His eyes were filled with horror. If he was hit by the blood-red light, the spaceship would vanish into thin air and everyone would perish. Earth Dao Intent, Heaven Flipping Seal. Li Lingtian did not have the time to unleash any other attacks. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he activated his entire body's defense and casually struck out with his palm to meet the blood-red radiance. At the same time, the true dragon body barrier was also used. He moved forward to meet the attack. The flying ship took advantage of its flying speed to fly far away. As long as he blocked this attack slightly, he would be able to get the flying ship out of the attack range. Boom! The blood-red light stopped in front of Li Lingtian's Earth Dao Intense sky-turning palm. The air trembled and the spaceship swayed as the space trembled. Fortunately, Li Lingtian managed to block it and escape the attack of the blood-red light. Crash! The sky-turning palm disappeared from the space. Li Lingtian's body flashed strangely as the blood-red radiance struck the surface of the sea. Instantly, a shocking water column burst out from the sea. With one strike, the sea seemed to be cut into two halves. From the moment Li Lingtian noticed the attack, to the moment the attack was blocked, to the moment the blood-red light struck the sea, the entire process took only a split second. Long Da had arrived beside Li Lingtian at the same time, but he was still a step too late. After all, Long Da was no match for Li Lingtian in terms of speed. In a moment of desperation, Li Lingtian shot forward, and Long Da was naturally a step too late. Guard the ship. Li Lingtian dodged the attack of the blood-red light and came to the other side. Without any hesitation, he activated his divine consciousness and summoned the 100 Martial Emperor Guards. The 80 Martial Emperor powerhouses surrounded the flying ship and protected it in layers. The other 20 came to Li Lingtian's side and looked into the distance. When Li Lingtian was done, a red, demonic man was suspended in the air. The man's body was filled with a terrifying destructive aura. The man was dressed in red and had a bloodthirsty smile on his face. In a flash, he appeared 10 miles away from Li Lingtian and stood firmly in the air, completely ignoring the guards around Li Lingtian. Demons. Li Lingtian said coldly. Although the man did not reveal any demonic chi, he was able to easily identify the man in red with the Holy Demon Ring and the Holy Demon's quintessence. You're quite knowledgeable. However, you will have to stay here today. Remember, my name is Moha. When you go to hell, don't forget that I was the one who killed you. Moha was stunned. He did not expect that his sneak attack would be so easily blocked by this young man. He even saw through his identity. However, as a 9th-level Martial Emperor, he did not take a small fry seriously at all. What happened? On the spaceship, everyone felt the spaceship shake and came out. However, when they saw the super experts on both sides of the spaceship, they were puzzled and revealed a terrified expression. Enemies. Tang Zimeng said softly as she looked at Li Lingtian in the distance. She was not worried at all because she believed that nothing could stump Li Lingtian. Li Suifeng and his wife, as well as the others, were all looking at the middle-aged man in red above the sea with worry. Ignorant. Li Lingtian said coldly. Countless people had acted arrogantly in front of him, but none of them survived. The red-robed man in front of him had a demonic aura and a terrifying cultivation, but he was not afraid. He circulated all the vital essence in his body and looked at Moha carefully. He was at a disadvantage now because the other party was a super expert who could attack casually. However, the people on his side were all low-level martial artists. Any casual fluctuation of force would kill them. Die. Moha did not expect a First Heaven Martial Emperor to be so arrogant in front of him. He was instantly furious. He unleashed all the demonic chi in his body and did not hide it at all. Moha, who did not hide his cultivation base, surged with vigor. The calm sea became even calmer. This was the first time Li Lingtian had encountered something like this. The stronger the cultivation of other experts, the greater the commotion. He did not expect that when this demon displayed his cultivation, it was so calm that it made people feel uneasy. So it's a purgatory demon. Li Lingtian's mind kept flashing as he tried to recall some of the knowledge he had about the demons. He immediately thought of a powerful demon called the Purgatory Demon. The cultivation technique they cultivated was also extremely vicious. It could cause space to become confined. When a battle broke out, they could confine the other party without any resistance. With that thought in mind, Li Lingtian unleashed all the metal Dao intent in his body. With a wave of his hand, the cosmic sword appeared in his hand. The sky was filled with sword intent and Li Lingtian was surrounded by destructive sword intent. He stood proudly in the air like a sharp sword. The sky sword was a peerless saint weapon. No one in the Azure continent or the Serenity Plains had ever used such a powerful saint weapon. Even if someone used a saint weapon, it would be a martial emperor expert. Moreover, the level of the saint weapon was not high and its power was not strong. Compared to Li Lingtian's cosmic sword, it was on a completely different level, let alone on the same level. Boom! A blood-red beam of light shot toward Li Lingtian. Time in the space slowed down. Li Lingtian could feel the change in space. While his opponent's attack speed was unusually fast, the cosmic sword that he had unleashed had become very slow. The gap between the two immediately appeared. If this continued, he would be killed by the other party. Sword howl, heaven and earth. With a light shout, he swung the long sword in his hand, and a sword light with sword momentum met the blood-red pillar of light. In the air, a subtle sword light and a destructive blood-red pillar of light formed a strange contrast, making people feel uncomfortable. However, amidst this uncomfortable feeling, the two disproportionate attacks collided together. Countless blood-red rays of sword light were directed at Li Lingtian. The sword light also floated towards the other party. The two attacks were extremely fast. Spatial imprisonment. Let's go. Li Lingtian shouted softly. As the blood-red pillar of light approached, a banner appeared in front of him. The banner exuded a mysterious aura. Li Lingtian grabbed the banner and waved it, causing a strange change to appear in the space. At the same time, Li Lingtian's body vanished. The moment his figure vanished, the dull space was restored and the blood-red beam of light missed its target. However, the sword aura carried with it a sword force that exceeded Moha's expectations. It did not seem to be higher than this seemingly inconspicuous sword aura. It actually ignored the blood-red pillar of light and went straight for him. Demon shield. A red shield went up to meet it. Even if he was a demon with a strong physique, he did not dare to underestimate this sword light. He wanted to use the demonic shield to block the sword light and at the same time unleash the powerful demonic chi again. He completely ignored the demonic shield and did not doubt its power at all. Catcher! A discordant sound rang out, and the space was completely restored. The sword ray strangely cut through the demonic shield, and the demonic shield was directly split into two by the sword ray. The sword ray fell on Moha's body with an indomitable force. Silk. A soft sound appeared again, but this time, the sword light only appeared when it came into contact with Moha's body. Damn it! Damn it! When Moha heard the sound in the air, he was shocked. He never thought that his most powerful demon shield would be completely vulnerable in front of this sword light. The destructive sword light struck his body, and his body trembled. At least he was not injured. Fortunately, He had been arrogant just now. Otherwise, he would not have used an attack. The attack he used just happened to block the sword light and save his life. The powerful Moha had never thought that such a small sword ray would actually carry the power of destruction. Naturally, he was unaware of the power of Li Lingshan's sword howl of heaven and earth with sword force. Moreover, the current sword howl of heaven and earth was no longer as simple as it used to be. This was because the sword howl of heaven and earth now contained the will of the Tao of metal. In Li Lingshan's mind, he believed that he could easily kill his opponent if he was not careful. You're not the first or the last person to be arrogant in front of me. However, none of them survived. 9th level Martial Emperor Realm. You're a piece of F***eking trash. You're just a piece of **eking trash. Do you think that a 9th heaven Martial Emperor is powerful? Ignorant. I really don't think highly of you. Do you think that a 9th heaven Martial Emperor can overturn the heavens? F***ck off. Trash, trash. I don't think highly of you. Li Lingshan's body flashed with a faint smile on his face as he stared at Moha with a wry smile in his heart. His every move was locked down by the other party. If he was not careful, he would be killed. It was impossible for him to retrieve Tang Ziming and the others into the Divine Dragon Ring now. The other party was from the demon race. If he angered the other party, he might be able to take advantage of the situation. As expected, a 9th heaven martial monarch realm expert was not that simple. He had used the will of the way of gold and sword force in his attack just now. In addition to the supreme saint weapon and the heaven tier divine power, the combination of the 4 heaven-defying existences had not killed the other party. He was really afraid of Moha. The book review only takes a few seconds. The more reviews he received, the more he added. Chapter 504, The Tyranny of the Empyrean Demon Flame, 1, Good, very good. Today, I'll let you witness the power of the Purgatory Demon. Moha's face was filled with anger. The demonic chi in his body soared into the sky, and the sea area instantly turned into a sea of blood. The warriors on the spaceship were shocked by the sight. However, they were no longer so afraid when they thought of the hundreds of guards around Li Lingtian. If Li Lingtian was truly defeated, the guards would have stepped forward to attack him. Updated on B0X0VL.com. Naturally, they were unaware of Li Lingshan's predicament. Li Lingtian was worried that Moha would attack them, so he did not let the guards do it. A shocking demonic aura pressure immediately revealed the might of a 9th heaven martial emperor. Moha's face revealed a violent expression. Demon fury. With a loud roar, a blood-red ball of light with a powerful life force blasted toward Li Lingtian. The space began to tremble as if it could not withstand the force and was about to tear apart. Fire will, 9 suns sacred flame. Li Lingshan's body flashed as his clothes fluttered. With a wave of his hand, a destructive flame appeared in front of him. The flame formed a shield of light that was completely made of fire. The shield spun continuously. The temperature of the entire space rose sharply, and the entire sea area seemed to be boiling. All the guards deployed their defenses to block the aura of this flame. Otherwise, the temperature of this flame alone could turn all the warriors into air. Li Lingtian hovered in the air like a flaming war god. He faced Moha fearlessly. The 9 suns sacred flame was the 9 suns Saint Lord's trump card. Li Lingtian was the reincarnation of the 9 suns Saint Lord, and with the fire will, the 9 suns sacred flame had unleashed a lot of its power. The flaming shield charged forward. CC Russell Kai Kai. 2 destructive attacks collided in the air. The blood-red demonic rage formed by demonic chi carried a strange power of life as it collided with the flame shield. However, there was no clear winner for a moment. The will of the Tao of water, ice for 10,000 miles. Li Lingtian had no intention of stopping. He did not take the lower quintessential essence seriously as he used it. The quintessential essence in his entire body underwent a strange transformation and formed an endless amount of water-type quintessential essence. Instantly, the sea area began to churn. Endless water spirit chi surged toward Li Lingtian as he unleashed his water will of the way to the extreme. With a flip of his hand, the sea seemed to flip over and surged toward the 9 suns sacred flame. Everyone was stunned, including Moha. Although he did not cultivate a human martial soul, he understood that water and fire were mutually exclusive. Could it be that Li Lingtian was so foolish as to extinguish the 9 suns' sacred flame he had unleashed? However, what happened next made many people understand. The destructive 9 suns' sacred flame suddenly changed the moment it met the will of the great path of water. Rumble. When the two extreme attributes came together, the will of the great path of water and the will of the great path of fire, the extreme of the two extremes met, and a shocking change immediately occurred. The 9 suns' sacred flame became even more violent in the two extreme attacks. The demon's anger was immediately suppressed. That was not all. The water will had already sealed the entire space. The sea was a world of glacier. In the glacier, Mo Enyu lost contact with Moha. Without the support of Moha's demonic chi, the 9 young sacred fire erupted and swallowed Mo Enyu completely. While at this time, when the demon's anger disappeared, the glacier was finally broken by Moha. By the time he came out, the demonic rage had already disappeared, but the 9 suns' sacred flame surged towards him with the power to burn everything. True devil flames. The 9th Heaven Martial Emperor's cultivation reaction was indeed powerful. Although he was shocked to see his attack being nullified by his opponent, he did not panic in the face of Li Lingtian's 9 suns' sacred flame. Instead, he unleashed a demonic flame. The true demon fire drew a strange trail in the air. The space trembled as it shot toward Li Lingtian's 9 suns' sacred flame like a shooting star. You're courting death. Empyrean demon flame. Li Lingtian looked at the other party using blazing flame in front of him with a look of disdain. He didn't underestimate his opponent, but using flames and ice in front of him was really courting death. This was also provoking him. With a thought of his divine sense, his entire body flashed and he quickly flew towards the other side, getting closer to the other party. Floating in the air, Li Lingtian reached out with one hand and the air changed strangely. A strange demonic flame appeared in his hand. The evil aura in the demonic flames kept jumping, as if it was excited. Demonic sacred flame. Why do you have the Empyrean demon flame? Moha was shocked when he saw the supreme demonic sacred flame in Li Lingtian's hand. His expression was extremely ugly, as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't believe that the most powerful and mysterious demonic flame would appear on a human warrior. However, it was already too late. Li Lingtian's Empyrean demon flame pressed down on the sky and the 9 suns' sacred flame circled around to avoid the erosion of the true demon flame, leaving the space to the Empyrean demon flame. Boom! There was an explosion as the true demon flame and the Empyrean demon flame collided. There was no resistance or suspense. The true demon flame was ignored and devoured. The Empyrean demon flame enveloped Moha within. The Empyrean demon flame was the most mysterious and powerful flame of the demons, and it was also the existence they feared the most. If a powerful demon made a mistake, the Asmodean Lord would use the Empyrean demon flame to punish the other demons. The Empyrean demon flame was a form of destructive punishment. Ah, ah! Moha let out a series of miserable cries as he tumbled in the air. Nothing is impossible in this world. You're just too arrogant and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Remember, realm isn't everything. The one who laughs in the end is the winner. Li Lingtian said calmly. With a single grab, the 9 suns' sacred flame returned to his hand and disappeared in an instant. Looking coldly at Moha in the distance, he used his divine sense and unleashed the heavenly extreme tyrant Emperor Saber. As long as Moha could break the Empyrean demon sacred flame, he would suffer the destructive attack of the tyrant Saber art. Moha screamed in the air. He never expected to be defeated by a first heaven martial emperor in such a short time. He did not expect Li Lingtian to use his fire and water Dao wills to dispel his demon fury. He had lost the initiative in an instant. What was even more unexpected was that Li Lingtian, a human, had mastered the infernal tribe's demonic sacred flame. The demons were nothing in front of the strongest flames of the demons. If Li Lingtian were to use other flames, even the 9 suns' sacred flame and the ice flame, which were more powerful than the heavenly demonic sacred flame, would not pose a threat to Moha. Brine water point tofu, one thing to one thing. Silk Moha was turned into a flame by the Empyrean demon flame and disappeared after being refined by the Empyrean demon flame. Moha, a 9th-level martial emperor, had fallen. Yes. Li Lingtian reached out with one hand and the Empyrean demon flame returned to his hand. It then disappeared into his palm and returned to his body. Although he had cultivated the Ice-Fire 9 heavens and fused ice and fire, he could still use them separately. Young Lord is mighty. Everyone was shocked when they saw Li Lingtian kill a 9th heaven martial emperor from the Asmodeans in a few moves. The martial monarch realm guards were filled with admiration. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be so domineering as to kill a 9th heaven martial monarch realm demon with just a few simple moves. Naturally, they knew that although it seemed simple, Li Lingtian was the only one who knew about the dangers involved. Every step he took required precise calculations. He had to calculate what kind of attack his opponent would use and whether the power of his attack could match his opponent's attack. The slightest mistake would result in a great recovery. In a great battle, at the martial supreme realm, not only did one's cultivation base and strength depend on, but one also had to rely on one's wisdom. Let's go. Li Lingtian returned to the spaceship, followed by all the guards. Now that they had encountered demons, they might encounter more. All the guards on the spaceship could also protect them. Husband, are you all right? Shun Mai and the other two came to Li Lingtian's side and asked with concern. Even if Li Lingtian was not injured, they would still show their concern out of habit. I'm fine. Li Lingtian said with a smile as he pinched Shun Mai-er's beautiful and tender cheeks. At his level of cultivation, it was all about scheming. It was extremely dangerous between them. It was either you die or I die. Shenyuan Yingying and Tang Zimeng were only relieved after checking Li Lingtian up and down to make sure that he was fine. They then started chattering away with Li Lingtian again. Qin Susu and the others who were standing in the distance were about to step forward to show their concern. However, they were relieved when they saw that Li Lingtian had 3 girls showing concern for him. Their faces lit up with joy. She no longer needed to worry about her son. Someone had already replaced her. Nangong Mingyu frowned when she saw Li Lingtian's group of 4. She then returned to her residence. Although a 9th heaven martial emperor from the infernal tribe was powerful, he was not worried when he saw Li Lingtian's strength. He merely treated it as a small interlude. Everyone returned to their own rooms. All the guards were on the spaceship and did not return to the Divine Dragon Ring. The flying ship sped up and shuttled through the sea. What a terrifying Empyrean demon flame. Not far from Moha's death, an old man appeared in the space. The old man's body emitted dense demonic qi. They were shocked when they saw Li Lingtian and the rest spaceship leaving. He looked at the air. An expert of the same level had fallen in front of him so easily. When he thought of the death of the Empyrean demon flame and Moha, he looked lucky. We have to report this matter to Lord Demon Venerable. The old man pondered for a moment before his body disappeared into the air like a phantom. The sky and sea quieted down. The hurricane in the sea area quickly dispersed the aura here. No one would have thought that a powerful 9th-level martial emperor from the Devil tribe had fallen here. They also did not know that this 9th-level martial emperor was killed by a 1st-level martial emperor. He was killed so easily. P.S. I've added the 7th update. Please review it. The more reviews there are, the more I'll add. This is something I've finally begged boss to let me add. Everyone, do your best. Chapter 505, So Be It. 1. In the next few days, they did not encounter any danger and returned to Tianhe Sacred City safely. Seeing the rich spiritual energy and scenery of Tianhe Sacred City, everyone was extremely happy. They would cultivate here in the future. Although this place was very large, an island that was nearly 10 million miles in size, this place only belonged to Tianhe Sacred City. The powerful island was a paradise for cultivation. No one dared to fight on it. Even if it was other forces, they would have to pass through the endless sea area if they wanted to come here. Moreover, if the cultivators of the Heavenly River Sacred City in the sea area came, they would have long killed them in the sea area. Updated on B0X. 0VL Embark. Shenyuan Yingying landed and shouted happily. Although she had only left Tianhe Sacred City for a month, she missed this place very much. After all, this was the hometown where she had lived for nearly 20 years. The other warriors landed and looked around excitedly. Although a warrior wanted to go out and wander, he still wanted a safe place to cultivate when faced with danger. Green Island was gone and he was being hunted by the demon race. Now that he had a safe place to cultivate, he was naturally extremely happy. Li Lingshan's face lit up when he saw Shenyuan Yingying's expression. This girl missed this place so much. He hoped that Shenyuan Yingying would not follow him the next time he left. Big brother Ling Tian, I know what you're thinking. Do you think I won't go with you the next time you leave because I'm so happy? Don't worry, next time you come out, I'll go with you, hey. When Shenyuan Yingying saw Li Lingshan's expression, she quickly walked over and hugged his arm. A sly smile appeared on her face as she spoke in a sweet voice. Li Lingtian was indeed delighted when he heard the first half of the sentence. He thought that Shenyuan Yingying would make him feel less worried. However, he did not expect her to be toying with him at the end. He was immediately speechless. All right, stop fooling around. Let's go back first. Seeing that everyone was waiting, Li Lingtian led everyone into the city. However, these guards were kept in the Divine Dragon Ring. Under normal circumstances, his guards would not be discovered. This was a trump card. With the token, Li Lingtian successfully entered the city. After passing through the endless paths, pavilions, and palaces, they finally returned to the front of the palace in Tianhe Sacred City. Li Lingtian also asked Yi Feng and the others to settle them down in Tianhe Sacred City. It was safe here and they would have their own lives in the future. Naturally, he would not plan for them all the time. Only Tang Zicheng and his wife, Li Suifeng and his wife followed Li Lingtian and the others into the Divine Moon Hall behind the Heavenly River Temple. Tang Qingyu and the others were overjoyed when they returned to the Divine Moon Palace. Father, mother. Tang Qingyu happily came to Tang Zicheng and his wife and bowed to them. Li Suifeng and his wife were naturally her parents. Huangfu Yuyan also greeted Qin Susu respectfully. For a moment, the Divine Moon Palace was filled with laughter and laughter. Initially, Li Lingtian wanted Tang Zicheng and Li Suifeng to stay in the Divine Moon Palace, but the four of them did not agree. The Divine Moon Hall was one of the holiest places in the Heavenly River Temple. It was already good enough for Li Lingtian and the others to stay here. Naturally, they would not stay here so as not to disturb the world of the young. Li Lingtian did not say much. They wanted to live outside so that they could spend more time with other acquaintances. That way, they would not be lonely. Even so, Li Lingtian had bought a huge mansion not far from Tianhe Square. Such a mansion could only be owned by people with a certain level of influence in Tianhe Sacred City. However, to Li Lingtian, these were trivial matters. After making the necessary arrangements, Li Lingtian began cultivating in the Divine Moon Hall. Although he was cultivating, he spent most of his time with Tang Qingyu, Huangfu Yuyan, and the rest because he would be leaving Tianhe Sacred City soon. During this period of time, Li Lingtian brought a few beautiful girls to play in Tianhe Sacred City. They left their footprints in all the fun places. After a month, Li Lingtian had to leave. This time, he brought Tang Ziming and Shun Mai with him. Most of the 100 guards stayed in Tianhe Sacred City to protect Li Suifeng and the others. He had only taken 25th level martial emperors and 10 6th level martial emperors with him. Naturally, Shenyuan Tianming would not say anything if Li Lingtian wanted him. After all, Li Lingtian was going out to train. However, he wanted Li Lingtian to bring along 3 Shenyuan family guards, 3 9th level martial emperor powerhouses. Li Lingtian did not say anything. If he were to encounter a super powerhouse, he could ask 3 9th level martial emperors to protect Tang Ziming and Shun Mai. Naturally, he would not reject such a request. Once everything was ready, Li Lingtian left Tianhe Sacred City with Tang Ziming and the other 2. He did not try to avoid her, but Shenyuan Yingying still insisted on going out to play. Li Lingtian could not be bothered to scold her. It did not matter if she went out with him or not. Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face as he left Tianhe Holy City. The spaceship quickly flew toward the ocean. If he wanted to leave Tianhe sacred city, he would have to cross this endless sea. Big brother Ling Tian, where are we going? Tang Zimeng exclaimed excitedly on the spaceship as she looked up at Li Lingtian. Yeah, big brother Ling Tian, where are you taking Yingying? Shenyuan Yingying was also looking at Li Lingtian curiously. Her words left him speechless. What did she mean by taking her somewhere? She was the one who wanted to follow him out. However, with a peerless little beauty accompanying him, he was not lonely anymore. Moreover, this girl was very mischievous and cute, similar to Tang Zimeng's personality. Let's go to Yuju first. They won't let me go. Is it because they want to get the blueprint of the demon sealing god array? I'll destroy the demon sealing god array blueprint in front of them. Let's see what they can do to me. Li Lingshan's face cracked into a smile as he took out half of the blueprints. His eyes shone brightly. Following that, he took out another identical blueprint. The two blueprints were identical. In this way, they would not know that Li Lingtian had faked it even if they destroyed the fake blueprint. Moreover, Li Lingtian was in control of the divine array diagram. He was definitely a grandmaster in the field of arrays. If he were to falsify the diagram, who would be able to tell? I see. Shunmaya said happily. Although she did not know why Li Lingtian wanted to keep a real blueprint, he always had his own plans. This God-sealing demon array blueprint is similar to the God-sealing passage of our Shenyuan family. I'll leave it behind. Perhaps it can be used when the time comes. Even if we encounter any threats, we can take out this God-sealing demon array blueprint and use it to threaten the demons. Li Lingtian did not hide anything. Among the three people beside him, two were his wives while the other was the Shenyuan family's princess. She could be considered his younger sister and they had a good relationship. Naturally, he wouldn't worry about them. He felt lucky and happy because none of the girls around him betrayed him. Even his relatives did not give him any problems. Ho, it seems that we're going to have fun this time. We're going to Yuju province. It's not demons' territory. If we were to have a brainstorm in their territory, they would definitely be driven mad. Shenyuan Yingying was happy when she heard that it was fun. In the past 19 years, she was alone and didn't have many friends. Ever since she met Li Lingtian, she had been extremely happy. She did not have the slightest scruples in front of Li Lingtian because he did not treat her as a beauty in front of him. He did not harbor any ill intentions toward her like the others and did not restrain himself at all. As a result, the two of them became friends. Now, they were even more like siblings. Although they were not blood-related, they were still very fond of Li Lingtian. Otherwise, a girl would not be so open in front of Li Lingtian. You only know how to play. This time, you have to raise your cultivation. Li Lingtian tapped Shenyuan Yingying's forehead with his finger as he snapped. There was nothing he could do about this little girl. He was curious as to why Shenyuan Yingying could not see her cultivation level clearly. She did not have a trace of true qi on her body, but she could fly. However, Shenyuan Yingying was not a martial arts grandmaster. He couldn't tell if she was a martial arts grandmaster or a martial artist. Besides, he had never seen Shenyuan Yingying fight before. She looked like an ordinary person. Alright, I know. Yesterday, I updated 10 chapters to seek book reviews, but there was still no movement. A portion of my brothers have given me monthly votes and recommendation votes. The same goes for the book reviews. I hope that every brother will comment one every day. In this way, I will add more updates based on the number of book reviews and monthly votes. Today's data will determine tomorrow's updates. Shenyuan Yingying pouted her little mouth and said coquettishly. However, she quickly wrapped her arms around Li Lingshan's arms. Li Lingtian was shocked. A girl usually did not have many clothes and only had 2 light shirts. Now that she was hugging his arm, Shenyuan Yingying's proud chest was about to land on his arm. Most women only wore 2 pieces of clothing. Their snow-white legs were faintly discernible, and their snow-white feet were wearing a pair of exquisite brocade shoes. It was a graceful sight. However, you have to be careful when you go to Yuju. Although the powerful demons rarely come out, they will flock to the place where we appear. If any of them appear, you should hurry into the divine dragon ring. Li Lingtian shifted his attention away from the sensation on Shenyuan Yingying's chest. This little girl was really torturing. However, when she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Shenyuan Yingying. Her snow-white breasts were slightly exposed. So be it. Why are you pretending? It's not like you haven't seen Sister Mai and Sister Meng Meng before. What's there to see? They're all the same. Oh right, between Sister Meng Meng and Sister Mai who is older? Naturally, Shenyuan Yingying noticed Li Lingshan's gaze and her face turned red. She could not do anything about it since her clothes were like that. However, she puffed out her chest and left Li Lingtian speechless. She even said something that made Li Lingtian, Tang Ziming, and Shun Maya feel awkward. The three of them were stunned for a moment. They were truly at a disadvantage against this little girl. I recommend the new book, Ancient Sage Myriad Ancient King. I welcome everyone to read and save it. I also want to vote for it. The new book needs everyone's support. Only with everyone's support can the new book go further. Chapter 506, Entering Yuju Province, 1, Really? Then I'll take another look. Li Lingtian smiled when he saw Shenyuan Yingying's triumphant expression. There was a hint of evilness in his smile which startled Shenyuan Yingying. She quickly covered her chest with her hands. Although she was chattering away with Li Lingtian without any defense, a girl would be afraid of being seen no matter how open she was. Even if she was Li Lingshan's wife, she would not allow herself to be so open before they got together. Naturally, a man should not be allowed to see a girl's forbidden area. Updated on B0X0VL.com. Big Brother Lingtian, you're bullying Yingying. Sister Meng Meng, Sister Mai are you going to ignore your husband? He's bullying me. Aren't you guys jealous? Shenyuan Yingying clutched her chest. She saw the sly smiles on Shun Mai and Tang Ziming's faces and immediately became angry. She shouted in a delicate voice. If he wanted the two girls to teach Li Lingtian a lesson, he would at least have to restrain himself. Otherwise, he would be bullied for nothing. It was hard to imagine. Yingying, our husband didn't bully you. You were the one who let husband see it. Besides, if husband could have such a good wife like you, we wouldn't care about having another sister. On the contrary, we're happy for husband because this shows that our husband's ability is not bad. Shun Maya smiled sweetly, not giving Shenyuan Yingying a chance to speak. Shenyuan Yingying felt embarrassed and wished she could find a hole to hide in. She also knew that there was something wrong with her words. She was the one who told Big Brother Lingtian to look at her whenever he wanted to, but she wasn't shy when others looked at her. Sister Mai is right. You were the one who let Big Brother Lingtian see it. If you were with Big Brother Lingtian, we definitely wouldn't be jealous. We're good sisters, so why would we be jealous? Tang Ziming giggled as well. It was not easy for her to see Shenyuan Yingying's shy look. Naturally, she could not let it go. With that, she hugged Li Lingshan's arm and rubbed her proud chest against his arm. Shenyuan Yingying was stunned and her face turned red. You're all bullying me. I'm not playing anymore. Shenyuan Yingying had no choice but to let go of Li Lingshan's arm and sat on a chair at the side. She ignored Li Lingtian and the others. When she thought about the situation she was in earlier, she was really embarrassed. Big Brother Lingtian had only secretly looked at her, and she didn't even know how to let Big Brother Lingtian see her. This was his sacred ground, and he could not let any man see it. However, Big Brother Lingtian could look at it, but he would have to wait until she married Big Brother Lingtian. Shenyuan Yingying's thoughts ran wild and her face turned even redder. Li Lingtian and the other two watched the scenery between the sky and the sea without paying any attention to Shenyuan Yingying. It was rare for this little girl to behave herself. Naturally, he would not provoke her or he would be looking for trouble. The group of 4 flew at high speed. Long Da and the 3 level 5 guards were piloting the spaceship at the front while Li Lingtian and the rest were resting at the back. Lying on the chair, he looked extremely carefree. The spaceship didn't encounter any danger along the way and safely entered the territory of East River City. However, they didn't enter East River City and went around the other side. When they passed by Nanha City, they rested for a day in Nanha City. After asking around for some information, they quickly left Nanha City. The Milky Way region was vast and boundless. It was the center of the Serenity Plains, the Mystic Plains, and the Azure Plains. If they wanted to go to the Black Continent, they had to pass through the Tianhe region. After flying on the spaceship for a month, they finally left the Tianhe region and entered the Serenity Plains. The power of the Serenity Plains was tens of thousands of times stronger than that of the Azure continent. Even the mysterious Black Continent couldn't compare to it. Moreover, most of the people in Yuju were demons or demonic cultivators. However, although Yuju was the world of the fiendish cultivators and fiends, there were still countless martial artists here. Some warriors cultivated here, while others hunted here. Li Lingtian and the others did not cause much commotion when they entered Serenity Plains. However, Shenyuan Yingying and the other two ladies were too beautiful and attracted the greed of countless powerhouses. Li Lingtian did not mind at all. Everyone loved beauty and the girls around him were all peerless beauties. It would be strange if no one was looking at them. There was nothing wrong with looking at them, but they couldn't be obscene. If they dared to look at them with obscene eyes, they would be courting death. Li Lingshan's aura did not change. After all, his arrival should have been known by others. If he were to unleash his demonic energy, it would definitely attract the attention of the internals. After all, he was a true human warrior. He didn't want to use his demonic chi either. This demonic chi was a trump card against the demons. It could only be used when he had no other choice. 3 days after he entered Serenity Plains, Li Lingtian sensed someone following him. Moreover, it was a super powerhouse. The real powerhouse should be a martial supreme at the 8th or 9th heaven. There was more than one of them. Let's find a place to rest first. Li Lingtian instructed Long Da, who was aware that someone was following them. Although his cultivation was not enough to discover those super experts, he was a true dragon and had a unique advantage in sensing the world. Long Da knew that Li Lingtian was about to make a move. With a flash, he disappeared and quickly found a place to rest. When he first arrived at Yuju, it was desolate everywhere, but the spiritual energy was very dense. In places with rich spiritual chi, very few demons would appear. Otherwise, it would not be spiritual chi, but dense and terrifying demonic chi. Soon, Long Da found a hidden canyon. The canyon wasn't big, but they could rest there. As long as the entrance of the canyon was guarded, no one could enter. Once he entered the canyon, Li Lingtian cast a few restriction spells. With the restriction spell's protection, the Asmodeans outside would not know or see what he was doing inside. There are a total of 3 9th firmament martial emperor powerhouses. Long Da, bring some men to pin down this 9th firmament devil race. Shenyuan Qing will pin down 1 9th firmament while I'll deal with the other. Li Lingtian called out a 9th level martial emperor Shenyuan family guard and 7 other martial emperor guards from the canyon. In this way, the 10 martial emperor's guards could use the combined attack formation and Long Da to tie down a 9th heaven expert. Shenyuan Qing was in charge of restraining one of them, and he would deal with the other one. This subordinate understands. This subordinate understands. Long Da and Shenyuan Qing agreed respectfully. Although Shenyuan Qing was a member of the Shenyuan family, he was the Shenyuan family's guard. Li Lingtian was the young master of the Shenyuan family. Naturally, their statuses were different. After saying that, the few of them began to separate and make their own arrangements. Li Lingtian recalled Shenyuan Yingying and the other 2 back into the divine dragon ring. He could not afford to be distracted during the battle. He would not be at ease bringing a girl like Shenyuan Yingying along in the internal's territory. Crash. After making the necessary arrangements, Li Lingtian tore apart the restriction and dashed out. The moment he came out, he saw 3 powerful demons. Among the 3 demons, one was an old man, and the other 2 were like demonic beasts. Naturally, Li Lingtian understood that these 2 demonic beasts were indeed a demon, not a demonic beast. Li Lingtian, a 9th heaven martial emperor from the devil tribe, smiled faintly. He flashed and flew toward the elder. At the same time, Long Da, Shenyuan Qing, and the others also attacked. They quickly attacked the other 2 demons who looked like magical beasts. You're courting death. You're courting death. The old man was furious when he saw Li Lingtian making the first move and completely disregarding him. However, when he noticed the powerhouses around Li Lingtian, he was shocked. He then understood that he had powerful helpers. No wonder he dared to make the first move. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not dare to be careless when he encountered such a powerful demon. They were both martial emperors, but one was a 9th heaven martial emperor while the other was only a 1st heaven martial emperor. The difference between the two was too great. Rumble. Rumble. Before the two of them collided, two destructive auras had already collided. Li Lingtian's body swayed as the destructive aura collided. He retreated several meters backward. Similarly, the old man retreated several meters backward. The two of them collided and were evenly matched. Bang! Catcher! Long Da and the 10 guards were fighting a demon, and Shenyuan Qing was also fighting a demon. On the other hand, Li Lingtian and the old man hovered in the air without any movement as if they were waiting for the battle below to end. Li Lingtian glared at the old man coldly while a portion of his divine perception was locked onto Long Da and Shenyuan Qing. He wanted to know the situation between the two parties. If things went south, he would have to make the first move. The old man did the same thing. He unleashed a shocking amount of demonic qi and stared at Li Lingtian's divine perception to lock onto the Asmodeans below. Do it. After I finish you off, I will finish them off. Li Lingtian looked at the battle below and could not determine the victor for the time being. This place wasn't the Azure continent or the Tianhe region, but the demon race's territory, Yuju. If he wasted any more time, it would be more disadvantageous to him. After saying that, he circulated all the true essence in his body. Metal will of the great path, the sword roars to the heavens and earth. The will of the great path of metal was displayed, and there was a trace of confidence on his face. The aura of his entire body soared, and the sharp force of the metal element tore through the space. His sword will filled the space. He was like a sharp sword standing proudly between heaven and earth. The pressure of the Tianyu sword supreme saint weapon also appeared, causing the old man to reveal a trace of shock. Demonic sword. The old man dared not be careless when he saw Li Lingtian unleash his saint weapon. He had witnessed Li Lingtian killing Moha in the sea area previously, so he dared not be careless. He had brought the other two 9th-led heavens with the intention of joining forces to kill Li Lingtian. However, he did not expect that Li Lingtian would have 9th-led heavens by his side, which would tie down his men. This was something he had not expected. Even if he wanted to leave now, it was too late. A terrifying demonic qi appeared and immediately formed a terrifying demonic sword. The demonic sword then slashed down at Li Lingtian. The demonic sword tore the sky and earth apart as the space trembled. It ignored the space and pressed down on Li Lingtian. At the same time, Li Lingtian brandished the Tianyu sword in his hand and a sword radiance with sword momentum met the attack at an equally fast speed. Book reviews, monthly votes, recommendation votes, the more the better. When a certain number of falling flowers are added. Chapter 507, Xiaobei Realm, 1, a pitch-black demonic sword tore through the air. The sword light of the Tianyu sword carried a supreme sword aura. With a swing of the sword, the space trembled non-stop. Hiss. Crash. There was a slight sound in the air as the two terrifying sword lights finally collided. Updated on B0X0VL.com, the sound was as if space was torn apart. Following that, a crashing sound was heard, and the two sword lights disappeared. However, just as the two sword rays disappeared, Li Lingtian and the old man disappeared in a flash. The air where the two of them were standing was pierced by a strange aura, and the space was penetrated. Myriad swords returned to the origin. Li Lingtian dodged the attack and kept the Tianyu sword in his hand. The heavenly fault sword appeared in his hand. The two holy weapons were identical, but only Li Lingtian could differentiate them. The heavenly fault sword continued to spin in front of him. At the same time, a ball of light appeared and exploded. A world of swords was formed within 1,000 meters of Li Lingtian. The sharp swords spun and connected with each other. The sword silks and sword gleams formed a sword net. Li Lingtian guided them with one hand and 10,000 swords flew together. The earth and sky trembled. The other 2 battalions stopped as well to observe Li Lingshan's movements. Dark Demon Lai Ying. The old man was shocked when he saw Li Lingshan's sword formation. He had not seen Li Lingtian kill Mohar before he had cast such a sword formation. He had been paying attention to Li Lingshan's moves. He thought that he would be able to kill Li Lingtian if he could master Li Lingshan's moves. He never expected Li Lingtian to have so many heaven-grade divine powers. Immediately, the surging demonic chi from his body surged out and formed tens of thousands of demonic shadows. They rushed toward Li Lingtian in an attempt to corrupt his sword formation. CC. The sword formation was filled with countless demonic shadows. Wherever they passed, everything turned into nothingness. Even the powerful demonic shadows disappeared in front of the sword silks. Boom! With an explosion, the 10,000 swords struck the old man's body. The destructive sword silk sword net completely enveloped the old man. The evil demonic chi was constantly torn into pieces by the sword silks. The sword formation was also getting smaller and smaller, and the space for the old man to move was getting smaller and smaller. Sick. Li Lingshan's expression did not change when he saw the old man trapped by the sword array. He waved his hand and the heavenly fault sword that was hovering above the sword array struck down. A peerless saint artifact mercilessly crushed him. The saint artifact turned into a sword beam and rained down on the old man's body. Ah! With a scream, the old man emitted endless demonic chi and sword chi. The sword chi emitted from his body was penetrated by the sword chi and he fell to the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, the 10,000 swords mercilessly turned the space in front of them into nothingness. Even an almighty would be killed. Sick. The old man was killed. The 2 demon experts in the distance were also incomparably shocked. They did not expect their strongest companion to be killed in such a manner. While they were shocked, the myriad returning swords came over with a destructive aura. Long Da and the other 10 guards moved away from their opponents in a flash. However, the 10 martial emperor's guards had also executed their combined attack formation. Boom! Boom! With 2 shocking explosions, the myriad returning swords struck the 9 heavens devil clan. At the same time, the combined attack formation also struck down. The destructive attack caused the 9th heaven martial emperor devil race to vanish into thin air. Between heaven and earth, the demonic chi, sword chi, and force wreaked havoc. Li Lingtian guided with one hand and the myriad swords vanished. A ball of light appeared in his hand and the heavenly fault sword transformed into a stream of light that entered his glabella. Rumble! Rumble! In the distance, Shenyuan Qing was fighting with a 9th firmament martial emperor from the devil race. Their strength was almost the same, but when the devil race saw that their 2 companions were killed one after another, their fighting spirit disappeared. Now, they only wanted to escape. However, Shenyuan Qing was extremely excited when he saw Li Lingshan's domineering attitude. Even though Li Lingtian was the young master of the Shenyuan family, the powerhouses were still loyal to him. However, they still looked down on Li Lingtian. They never expected Li Lingtian to kill a 9th heaven martial emperor with just a casual strike. His strength was several times stronger than the others. Furthermore, he had only seen a few simple moves from Li Lingtian. There must be countless trump cards that he had yet to unleash. As their fighting spirit decreased, Shenyuan Qing also suppressed his attacks. Empyrean Demon Flame. Li Lingshan's face revealed a sinister expression. With a wave of his hand, a ball of flames appeared in his palm. Instantly, a strange aura appeared in the world. Endless demonic chi was constantly burning, and the flames became stronger and stronger. The smile on Li Lingshan's face widened when he saw how powerful the flames were. It would be best to use the internals moves against them. Empyrean Demon Flame. The Asmodeans had also noticed that the blazing flames in Li Lingshan's hands were different from the rest. They exclaimed as they thought of something. Just as he was exclaiming in shock, Shenyuan Qing's destructive attack came crashing down. The infernal demonic flame in Li Lingshan's hand vanished as well. When it reappeared, it was already on the infernal tribe. Catcher! Ah! With a crack, It was as if an item had been cut open. One of the demon's arms was missing. However, what made the demon suffer was not the disappearance of his arm, but the endless flames on his body. The flames directly destroyed his demonic chi, and his mind, meridians, and everything else were destroyed in an instant. As the scream fell, the demon turned into ashes. The flames spun in the air, absorbing and burning the endless demonic chi in the air. Following Li Lingshan's recruitment, blazing flames disappeared after returning to his hand. 3 powerful 9th-level martial emperor realm demons were killed just like that. Shenyuan Qing was shocked by Li Lingshan's methods. To be honest, Li Lingtian was the one who killed the 3 9th heaven martial monarch realm experts. They had merely held back 2 of the Asmodeans. Let's go to the cold demon city. Li Lingshan's body flashed as he flew into the distance. The 10 guards, Long Da and Shenyuan Qing did not enter the Divine Dragon Ring. After entering Yuju province, this was the world of demons. If he was not careful, he might be killed here. He might be able to deal with a 9th-level martial emperor. However, if there were a few more, or a martial saint, he would really be finished. Cold Demon City was the first city after entering Yuju for 30 million miles. It was also the closest city to humans. This was the territory of the demon race, but most of the people here were demon cultivators. In other words, only humans cultivated the demon race's cultivation techniques. Although the demon race did not have a good opinion of demon cultivators, they did not rule out demon cultivators. After all, more demonic cultivators could increase the strength of the demons. At least during a war, the demons could control the cultivation of the demonic cultivators. In the cold demon city, the number of demonic cultivators and demons was almost the same, but the strength here was not simple. It was even stronger than the East River City. Li Lingtian did not attract much attention as he was a human. After all, other than demonic cultivators and demons, there were also many humans who came here to trade. After entering the city, Li Lingtian found an inn to stay in. The inns here were also run by the devil cultivators and the devil clan. They welcomed Li Lingtian and the others with joy upon their arrival. After all, in the eyes of the devil cultivators, the humans who could come here were all extremely powerful existences. The humans were also very generous. The demons were jealous of the human race's resources and had always wanted to unify the divine martial continent. However, the demons had always been suppressed in the remote Yuju province. They all wanted to receive human experts. Although humans and demons were irreconcilable, that was a matter between the most powerful higher-ups. There was no hatred between the demons and humans below, only conflict of interests. Unless a great war broke out between the demons and the humans, who would want to fight? No matter when or where, the real war was decided by the ruling class at the top. For the sake of power and benefits, the people below were all in a fiery state. Be careful. It seems that in less than 5 days, the experts of the demon race will catch up to us. Li Lingtian told Long Da and the others after he entered the courtyard. At the same time, he summoned the other guards from the Divine Dragon Ring. 30 guards were stationed, including Shenyuan Qing, and Long Da. Li Lingtian could finally rest in peace. He had come here to lure the Asmodeans here and destroy the demon sealing God Array blueprint in front of countless Asmodeans. This subordinate will obey. Long Da and Shenyuan Qing replied respectfully. After Li Lingtian returned to his room, he entered the Divine Dragon Ring with his divine consciousness to check the cultivation progress of the demonic beasts. Needless to say, Xiaobai had been cultivating in there for nearly 2 years. Ever since the Lost Forest, Little White had been cultivating in the Divine Dragon Ring. It had been 2 years since then. In just 2 years, Little White's cultivation base had skyrocketed. Even Li Lingtian was shocked by its cultivation speed. Little White was a dragon and the princess of the dragon race. She was the only one who could cultivate a 9-colored divine dragon. In the past, she had never cultivated seriously, but when she did, her cultivation speed was naturally incomparable. Coupled with the dragon chi of the 3,000 worlds, her cultivation had now reached level 7. Li Lingtian was rendered speechless by this state. Whitey was already powerful, and its 4th rank was stronger than the other 5th ranks. Now that she was at level 7 of the 7th rank, her cultivation was equivalent to a human at the 7th level of the martial emperor realm. Coupled with the dragon race and her own monstrous strength, she could even crush a demonic beast at the peak of level 9 of the 7th rank. Even a 9th heaven martial monarch realm expert could only flee in front of her. Li Lingshan's face turned numb when he saw this. What's wrong? Do you still want to cultivate? Li Lingtian came before the 3000 worlds dragon energy and looked at Little White's peerless grace. At this moment, the higher Little White's cultivation base was, the more charming it was. It was no different from Ji Yi. Little White, Ji Yi, and Shenyuan Yingying all had the aura of a goddess. Brother, how long have I been cultivating? Li Lingshan's face darkened when he heard Xiaobei words. Could it be that he had forgotten the time during his cultivation? He immediately understood and laughed. It's only been 2 years. Go out, you little girl. Li Lingshan's face was full of smiles. It turned out that this little girl had lost track of time during her cultivation. Otherwise, this playful little girl would not have cultivated for 2 years straight. However, it was good to continue cultivating like this. He had reached such a realm in 2 years. If he cultivated for a period of time, it should not be a problem for him to reach Tier 7 or Tier 9. Chapter 508, Thinking Wrong. 1. Brother, why didn't you call me? I've been here for 2 years. Forget it. I'm going out to play for a while. Xiaobai was stunned when she heard Li Lingtian say that she had cultivated for 2 years. 2 years had passed just like that. For such a fun girl like her, she was naturally unwilling to cultivate. She regretted cultivating for such a long time all at once. Alright, wait a moment. I'll go out first. Updated on B0X, 0VL. Li Lingtian smiled as he withdrew his divine consciousness from the divine dragon ring. He then summoned Little White. After Little White came out, it was still elegant and otherworldly. The mysterious aura on its body became even stronger. Not only did Little White's cultivation improve, but the other demon beasts also advanced very quickly. It had been a long time since the silver-winged flying dragon had fought, and it had already reached level 3 of the 7th step. The jade-eyed beast was at Tier 6, level 9, while the multicolored beast was at Tier 6, level 7. Although their cultivation did not meet Li Lingshan's requirements, he was satisfied. After all, he was now a first heaven martial emperor expert with a powerful cultivation base. Under normal circumstances, he would not need to use a few demonic beasts. These demon beasts had all followed him here, and their relationship was very deep. Even if they could not become battle partners, they would still treat them as friends. In the past, they had risked their lives for him. Now that they were no longer of use, he would let them cultivate on their own and continue to grow stronger. Big brother Ling Tian, Shenyuan Yingying was shocked when she saw Whitey. She covered her mouth with her jade-like hand. This was because Little White looked exactly like Li Lingtian. Even her clothes and smile were identical. She was a female version of Li Lingtian. She had never seen such a thing before. Hehe, Yingying, you won't be able to tell the difference in the future. Don't make a mistake when the time comes. Tang Ziming and Shun Mai were amused by Shenyuan Yingying's reaction. They used to be just as surprised, but after getting to know Xiaobai, they weren't as surprised anymore. Her name is Xiaobai. She is Xiao Longnu of the Dragon Clan, my younger sister. Li Lingtian looked at Shenyuan Yingying's surprised expression and was extremely satisfied. There must be a time when you're surprised. Then, he introduced Whitey to Shenyuan Yingying. Whitey was also curious about Shenyuan Yingying. After all, Shenyuan Yingying's aura and temperament carried a mysterious charm. Only someone like Ji Yi could have this kind of temperament. She also had this kind of temperament. I have to be careful. Otherwise, I might mistake big sister Xiaobai for big brother Ling Tian. Shenyuan Yingying sized up Little White curiously. As she did so, she clicked her tongue in wonder. Little White and Li Lingtian were identical in every other aspect except for their genders. Their charm, smiles, clothes, and faces were all the same. The only difference was that Li Lingtian was a head taller than Xiaobai. His face was masculine while Xiao Bai's was gentle. Sister Yingying, have you seen enough? Little White felt a little awkward when she saw Shenyuan Yingying sizing her up. She did not expect that there would be such a consequence if she took Li Lingshan's appearance. Alright, I'll slowly size you up in the future and see if you're the same as big brother Ling Tian. Shenyuan Yingying stopped, but there was still curiosity in her eyes. Hey, you've seen my brother. You're too bold. Xiaobai was shocked and looked at Shenyuan Yingying curiously. She thought to herself, when did my brother find such a beautiful wife? Of course. What do you mean? You're thinking the wrong thing. What are you thinking? I've never seen it before. Shenyuan Yingying raised her head and revealed an expression that she should have. However, she felt that something was wrong in her heart. Then, she thought of something and quickly denied it. Her small face was flushed. You two little girls. Hehe, this is so fun. When Tang Ziming and Shun Maier saw Shenyuan Yingying's expression, they immediately understood what the two little girls meant. They did not expect Little White to have such thoughts, so they laughed. Shenyuan Yingying wanted to see if there was any difference between Little White and Li Lingtian, but Little White thought that if Shenyuan Yingying were to differentiate them based on their genders, the result would naturally be different since their intentions were different. You guys. Li Lingshan's face darkened as he glared at Xiaobai and Shenyuan Yingying. He sighed in his heart. Why was it that the yin was strong and the yang was weak? Why were the few peerless beauties like this? How could he endure this? Big brother Ling Tian, don't blame me. Big sister Xiao Bai was thinking the wrong thing. Shenyuan Yingying's face was red as she explained. However, the more she explained, the more shy she became. Alright, go back to sleep. Little White too. Go back to sleep. I want to rest. Li Lingtian did not want to argue with them anymore. If they were to withdraw, he did not know what else he would be embarrassed about. He originally thought that as a man, he didn't have to worry about losing face. In this aspect, men were naturally at an advantage. It was a kind of stimulation and temptation to say these words to a few little beauties. But now, he realized that he was the one who was passive in front of them. All right. Shenyuan Yingying ran out as if she was trying to escape and settled down in the room opposite Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian had set up countless restrictions and formations in the courtyard, as well as a powerful group of guards. Even a ninth firmament martial emperor powerhouse might not be able to break in. As long as he had the slightest reaction, he would be able to deal with everything. Brother, I'm going back to sleep too? Little White asked when he saw Shenyuan Yingying go back to sleep. Of course you have to go back to sleep. Are you going to watch us make out? Li Lingtian snapped as he flicked Little White's forehead. He, Shun Maier, and Tang Ziming were husband and wife, so it was normal for them to be intimate. Even though Little White was an incarnation of the dragon tribe, she was still the dragon tribe's little princess, Xiao Longnu, and a peerless beauty. What's the big deal? Didn't I see you two being intimate in the past? I've seen it many times. Xiaobai pouted and said aggrievedly. Li Lingtian felt helpless. Little White did not transform into a human before, but now, it had transformed into a peerless beauty. The transformation was completely different and the feeling was different. If Little White were to see their family now, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. Tang Ziming and Shun Maier would also feel uncomfortable. Go back to sleep. Li Lingshan's heart was burning when he saw Shun Maier and Tang Ziming's shy expressions. She quickly shouted at Xiaobai. This girl was really getting more and more disobedient as she grew up. So be it. Whitey snorted and made a face before running out. Big brother Ling Tian, I'll go back first. Tang Ziming said when she saw that there were only the three of them in the room. If Shun Maier was not here, she would not be willing to leave. However, with Shun Maier here, even if she wanted to stay and accompany Li Lingtian, she would feel embarrassed. Little sister Meng Meng, you compensate for your husband. I'll go back and rest. Shun Maier spoke up as well. Both of them missed Li Lingtian but were too embarrassed to fight him, so they could only let him stay. Forget it. You two can stay here. I don't want to run around at night. Li Lingtian grinned wickedly as he chuckled. He could already imagine the scene of Shun Mai and Tang Zimeng serving him together. Such a scene almost drove him crazy. The two of us. Big brother Ling Tian, you're so bad. The two girls exclaimed. They had never thought of such a thing. In the past, Shun Mai and Qing Ling served Li Lingtian together. Even though they were still shy, they could still accept it. It was because serving Li Lingtian together was more exciting. However, Tang Zimeng was now a different person. She felt the same as when she first served Li Lingtian with Qingling. Tang Zimeng was even worse. She knew that her sister and sister Yuyan served Li Lingtian together, and she also knew that Shun Mai and Qingling served Li Lingtian together. However, it was her turn. Although she loved Li Lingtian to death, she was still shy when they were alone. Now that Shun Mai was here, she was even more shy. Yes. Li Lingtian nodded as he looked at Shun Mai and Tang Zimeng with a faint smile on his face. The two of them blushed and did not dare to raise their heads. It was Li Lingtian who walked forward and put his arm around Tang Zimeng and Shun Mai's shoulders before they came to the bedside. All right then. Tang Zimeng seemed to have mustered up her courage as she looked up at Li Lingtian with a red face. She reached out to help him undress. Shun Mai was shocked. She did not expect Tang Zimeng to have such courage. She then helped Li Lingtian to undress. Both of them removed their outer garments before they quickly returned to bed and covered themselves with the blanket. Li Lingtian smiled and walked inside to sleep between the two women. The three of them did not speak. Li Lingtian could hear the two ladies' heartbeats and was amused. Gradually, the two ladies were relieved to see that Li Lingtian was not moving. She moved her delicate body gently and leaned against Li Lingtian. She hugged Li Lingshan's arm and pressed her proud chest tightly against Li Lingshan's body. The three of them did not make any movements. Gradually, Li Lingtian fell asleep as well. Although he wanted to have sex with the two of them, it was Tang Zimeng and Shun Mai's first time together. Naturally, he did not want to force them. It would not be too late to come back when they were used to being together. The night was silent. Although the two girls were shy, they couldn't stand the drowsiness and fell asleep. However, she felt very safe the entire night. Although they were both girls and were eager for that kind of thing, it was a blessing to sleep next to Li Lingtian. The next day, Shenyuan Yingying blushed when she saw Li Lingtian and the other two in the same room. It was obvious what the three of them were doing together. However, this girl didn't say anything today. She knew that if she opened her mouth, she would still be the one at a disadvantage. Li Lingtian and the others cultivated in peace in the inn while waiting for the arrival of the other demonic tribe powerhouses. Although this was a little dangerous, it was still the best method. As long as they caused a huge commotion and destroyed the demon sealing god array blueprint in front of all the powerful demons, the demons would be in a mess. Chapter 509, The 9 Demon Venerables. As the days passed, Li Lingtian and the others had been in Cold Demon City for 6 days. Although there was no commotion in the inn, Li Lingtian was certain that a powerhouse had arrived. However, he had no intention of making a move. Young master, there are already 7 9th-level Martial Emperor realm powerhouses here. Around the inn. It seems like they are waiting for someone. Long Da greeted Li Lingtian respectfully as he walked out of the room. Updated on B0X0VL.com, they looked at Li Lingtian with an unknown plan. 7 9th Firmament Martial Emperor powerhouses were still too much for their current abilities. Moreover, the other party had sent a super expert, yet they actually did not make a move. They were definitely waiting for an even more powerful fiend race. There was no news from the 9th Heaven Martial Emperor they had sent previously. They must have known that Li Lingtian was not an easy opponent. Although there were countless 9th Heaven Martial Emperors in the Infernal Tribe, the loss of one meant the loss of one. The important thing was that Li Lingtian had the demon sealing god array blueprint in his hands. He did not want any accidents to happen to this blueprint. Just wait, it should be here soon. Go back to the Divine Dragon Ring later. This place isn't suitable for you anymore. Li Lingtian took a look at Long Da, who was a Tier 7, Level 5 Martial Emperor. Even if he was powerful, he was useless against a Tier 9 Martial Emperor. Instead of being a burden outside, He might as well enter the divine dragon ring. If there was any danger, he could escape alone. Now, he had 3 9th-level martial Emperor realm guards by his side. Coupled with his own methods, it was still possible for him to deal with 4 9th-level martial emperors. However, this time, he did not plan to make a move. Instead, he left after destroying the demon sealing god array blueprint. The other party wanted to wait for a super expert. His heart also thumped. The 9 heavens did not dare to make a move, so the person they were waiting for should be in existence at the martial saint level. Even if he wasn't a martial saint, he was still in existence at the peak of the 9th heaven. It was also possible that it was a 9th-level martial emperor with terrifying strength. He was at the 1st-level martial emperor realm and could control mysterious skills and treasures. Since the devil race was powerful, it was naturally possible that it was the same. Young master, even if it's a 9th heaven martial monarch realm expert, I can still withstand it for a while. Long Da was shocked when he heard Li Lingshan's words. He knew that the opponent Li Lingtian had provoked was not someone he could help. As a subordinate, if his position in his master's heart could be ignored, it would be a crisis. I don't want to fight them. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he looked up at the sky with a frown. He quickly entered the room and in a flash, he arrived at Shenyuan Yingying and Little White's room. After everything was done, they returned to the courtyard again. Long Da and the others also revealed shocked expressions. The 30 guards had already formed 3 joint attack formations. Shenyuan Qing also looked at the sky solemnly, and his heart trembled. The atmosphere in the air was oppressive. Although there were no experts, this feeling made it almost impossible for people to breathe. The demonic aura in the sky became denser and denser, and the originally quiet space gradually became restless. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. 9 figures floated in the air strangely. 9 9th-level martial emperor realm demons emitted a dense and shocking demonic aura. Die! When the 9 9th-level martial emperors arrived, a cold voice sounded in the air. As soon as the voice fell, a destructive demonic chi pressure with the power to tear space came crashing down. Instantly, the space seemed to be about to explode. The 30 guards, Long Da, and Shenyuan Qing all felt the threat of death and did not have the slightest intention to resist. After the demonic chi pressure, a huge demonic palm slammed down like a small mountain, completely ignoring the countless demons below. Earth Dao intent, heaven flipping seal. Metal will of the great path, extremely divine. The will of the Dao of water, ice for 10,000 miles. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw such power. When the demons attacked, they did not have the slightest scruples. They were completely slaughtering. Even if they were of the same kind, they would also kill endlessly. Li Lingtian did not have the slightest bit of confidence in facing such a destructive demonic palm. He channeled all his true essence and unleashed 3 types of Dao wills almost simultaneously. Catcher! Catcher! Boom! Phut! The 3 Dao wills were shattered and Li Lingshan's body was struck hard. His body was also thrown out with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was even more shocked. He hadn't even seen the person, but he was already mercilessly crushed. This was the first time he had encountered such an attack. The martial monarch realm experts of the guards were also sent flying by the impact. Even Shenyuan Qing was severely injured. Human, you should know why I'm here. I'll give you 3 seconds to hand over the demon sealing god array blueprint, and I'll give you a quick death. In the air, the aura of destruction wreaked havoc, and the entire inn within a radius of 200 meters was reduced to ashes. Countless Asmodeans fell under the palm strike. Li Lingshan's body fell to the ground with a look of horror in his eyes. An old man in embroidered clothes appeared in the air. If it weren't for the faint demonic chi on his body, he wouldn't have been associated with an expert. Demon Venerable. 9 Demon Venerable. Li Lingtian cried out in surprise. The last time the Divine Wind Martial Saint mentioned the appearance of the 9 Demon Venerable, the latter was also injured. He did not expect the 9 Demon Venerable to appear now. Furthermore, the aura on his body had completely surpassed that of a Martial Supreme. Needless to say, this old man's cultivation had long recovered. He was like a martial saint. A martial saint was indeed a martial saint. A martial supreme could not compare to him at all. With his cultivation and strength, coupled with his will of the great path, it would not be a problem for him to protect himself, let alone attack others. However, he did not expect this demon venerable to mercilessly suppress his 3 Tao wills. If it were not for the true dragon body protection and the limitless feather coat, he would have died under this palm. Not bad, not bad. There's actually a human who remembers me. It's already impressive that you're able to withstand a palm strike from me. You can be proud of yourself. The 9 demon venerable was indeed him. He did not expect that his destructive attack would not destroy this little human in front of him. The palm strike just now could kill even a devil at the peak of the 9th heaven martial emperor realm, let alone a 1st heaven human. Rumors had it that this human was very powerful. A 1st heaven martial emperor had killed countless martial emperors of his demon race and even killed a 9th heaven martial emperor. If it was not for the demon sealing god array blueprint, he would not have ambushed a 1st heaven martial emperor human. It would be too embarrassing. He had never expected that the other party would still survive when he was a martial saint who had ambushed a martial supreme. Proud? Haha, the demon venerable of the devil race is nothing much. He failed to kill me, a 1st heaven martial emperor, even after a sneak attack. How embarrassing. You want the blueprint of the demon sealing god array? Alright, I'll give it to you. Li Lingtian stood up with blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. His face was ghastly pale. He could kill a 9th heaven martial monarch realm expert, but he was nothing more than an ant when facing this martial saint. He had seen martial saints before, and they were countless times stronger than this martial saint from the devil race. The 4 Shenyuan saints were super 9th heavenly layer martial saints. However, the 4 saints of Shenyuan had never revealed any aura, so he couldn't sense their power. This 9 demon venerable in front of him was definitely the strongest one he had ever seen. Under this attack, he did not even have the ability to resist at all. Come in. Li Lingtian walked forward step by step. At this moment, all the guards had gathered together and stood in front of Li Lingtian. However, Li Lingtian did not expect the guards to stop him. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the divine dragon ring was activated and Shenyuan Qing and the rest disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already inside the divine dragon ring. Dozens of guards are injured. Even if I use the combined attack formation, it's impossible for me to threaten the 9 demon venerables. Rather than sending myself to death, I might as well face it alone. The demon sealing god array blueprint appeared in his hand. He waved his hand, and the blueprint appeared in front of 9 demon venerable and the others. Hand it over, and I can give you a quick death. The 9 demon venerable's face was filled with excitement and greed as he saw the divine dragon ring in Li Lingshan's hand. It must be a space treasure since it could take away all the guards. Space treasure. Even if he was the 9 demon venerable of Yuju, a martial saint, he did not have a space treasure. He only used some slightly stronger storage bags. Swoosh. Li Lingshan's body flashed as a cruel smile appeared on his face. His entire body was already suspended in the air, on the same level as 9 demon venerable. After he flew up, the 9 ninth heaven martial emperor demons surrounded Li Lingtian. With that, it would be too late for Li Lingtian to escape. Do you want the blueprint? Li Lingtian used his tongue to lick the blood at the corner of his mouth. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face and he gave off a sinister vibe. His entire body's aura also erupted. Dragon energy, shocking dragon energy. However, there was also a shocking sword intent in this dragon chi. The space trembled in front of this strange aura. Lowly human. No, no, no. I'm gonna. Pick. Fight. Ben. Respect. Demon Venerable 9 said coldly. His entire body emitted demonic chi, and traces of death aura appeared in the air. A martial saint was furious. Everyone below the martial saint realm was an ant. As a powerful martial saint powerhouse, he was almost invincible. It was already a little embarrassing for him to deal with a first-level martial emperor. Moreover, he had brought 9 ninth-level martial emperor subordinates with him. His sneak attack was originally meant to kill the other party in one move. This way, he could also regain some face because he mercilessly crushed a martial artist. As long as he killed him in an instant, no one would be able to see his power. However, he did not expect that his sneak attack would still be blocked by this first-level martial Emperor realm human. In his opinion, this was already very embarrassing. As soon as the voice fell, the aura of the space also became strange, completely beyond the imagination of the martial artists. It was as if a demon god had descended into the world, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. P.S. There are 30 monthly votes, 200 reviews, and 200 recommendation votes today. Chapter 510, The Demon Lord's Rage. 1. The Demon Venerable's pressure caused the space to tremble. Li Lingshan's face began to contort as he endured the crushing pressure of destruction. However, there was a cruel look on his face and a bloodthirsty smile on his lips. The 9 heavenly stars. Li Lingtian endured the Demon Lord's pressure and activated his Ice Soul martial soul. His eyes were cold. Updated on B0X0VL.com, the 9 ninth level martial Emperor realm demons had sealed off Li Lingshan's escape route. In fact, they all knew that a first-level martial Emperor human would not be able to fight back against the Demon Supreme. However, at that moment, Li Lingshan's eyes flashed as he activated the 5 elements Tao will at the same time. 99 5-colored spiritual pearls appeared beside him. The 5-colored spiritual pearls formed a strange formation. The moment the 5-colored spiritual pearls appeared, the spiritual chi between heaven and earth rushed over. CC. All the spiritual chi within 100 miles was sucked dry and absorbed into the 5-colored spiritual pearls around Li Lingtian. With a soft shout, the 9 heaven stars was unleashed. Instantly, everything within 1,000 meters of Li Lingtian was sealed. An invisible light shield trapped the 9 ninth level martial Emperor realm demons and the Demon Supreme. The 9 demon venerables and the 9 ninth firmament martial Emperor realm demons were shocked when they saw Li Lingshan's heaven-defying almighty skill. This almighty skill was beyond their imagination. The appearance of the 9 skies star was too sudden. They did not expect Li Lingtian to retaliate. By the time they realized it, it was already too late. 9 demon venerable unleashed a strange demonic chi and wrapped himself up. Phut! The sound of blood spurting out rang out. The 9 ninth level martial Emperor realm demons spurted out blood, and their faces were filled with fear. Die! Li Lingshan's eyes were filled with madness as he circulated his 5 elements will to the extreme. With a single clench of his hand, the light shield of the 9 skies of stars exploded. The 9 ninth level martial Emperor realm demons and the 9 demon venerables disappeared as the light shield shattered. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. Forcefully unleashing the 9 skies of stars was undoubtedly courting death, but there was no turning back now. In the sky, 10 figures appeared. 9 of them were martial emperors from the demon clan and 1 was 9 demon venerables. 9 of the 10 figures gradually faded away and turned into dust. 9 demon venerable spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with anger. Space-time traceless. The smile on Li Lingshan's face grew wider as the stars in the 9 skies vanished. No matter how furious the 9 demon venerable was, he could not care less now. He looked at the 9 demon venerable coldly. Phut! When 9 demon venerable saw Li Lingshan's smile, a chill ran down his spine. This was the first time he felt threatened by a first firmament martial emperor. In his consciousness, this human had already left a shadow on him. Anger rose in him, but he could not muster up anything else. Another shocking wave of demonic chi came pressing down on Li Lingtian. At the same time, the appearance of the demonic chi caused 9 demon venerable to spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked at his abdomen with disbelief. A small bloody wound appeared on his abdomen. His entire body had been penetrated by a strange attack. Bang! The destructive demonic chi bombarded Li Lingshan's body and he was thrown into the air. Blueprints. Here you go. The moment Li Lingtian threw himself out, an exquisite flying knife appeared in his hand. The flying knife was glowing with a magnificent light and gave off a life-devouring aura. You dare! Human, You will die a horrible death. 9 Demon Venerable looked at Li Lingtian, who had been sent flying by his attack, with a silent expression. He had been ambushed and suffered 2 consecutive serious injuries. Both injuries had nearly taken his life. From the beginning to the end, he didn't know how the wound on his abdomen came about. No one could hurt his body as a martial saint of the demon race, but he had to suffer the damage of destruction. At that moment, her heart tightened when she saw the blueprint in Li Lingshan's hand. She felt that something bad was about to happen. However, he did not know what was about to happen. Finally, a ball of ice flame appeared in Li Lingshan's hand that was holding the blueprint. The ice flame quickly enveloped the blueprint. Upon seeing the ice flame, the 9 Demon Venerable knew what Li Lingtian was up to. Li Lingtian wanted to destroy the forbidden demon god formation blueprint so that the Asmodeans would lose their chance. It was too late to stop him. The icy frost flame in Li Lingshan's hand vanished and the blueprint was scattered in the air. Rumble. There was a thunderous sound in the air as a pair of crystalline wings appeared on Li Lingshan's shoulders. The wings were covered in electric arcs, and with a flap of the wings, Li Lingtian disappeared. Damn it! 9 Demon Venerable was furious when he saw Li Lingtian trying to escape. If Li Lingtian were to escape from him, he would certainly lose face in the divine martial continent. Furthermore, he was a martial saint. After ambushing a first firmament martial emperor, not only did he fail to kill Li Lingtian, he had even killed 9 of his subordinates. He had also suffered several consecutive serious injuries. After being beaten to such a state by a human first-level martial emperor, he really did not have the face to face anyone. Just as he was about to chase after Li Lingtian, he saw the blueprints on the other side. The blueprints were the most important. In his divine consciousness, Li Lingshan's figure was already 100 miles away. He was shocked to the core. Teleportation was not that exaggerated. With one hand and one body, a ball of demonic chi grabbed the blueprint with the ice flame in his hand. TSK. The moment the blueprint came into contact with the demonic chi, it emitted a soft sound. This soft sound was like thunder in 9 Demon Venerable's ears. He thought that this was not good, but it was already too late. Ice flames appeared on the blueprint. The ice flames collided with the demonic chi, and the blueprint quickly shattered into pieces when the ice flames collided with the demonic chi. Rumble. Boom. Phut. Detestable, extremely detestable. The blueprint was shattered into pieces in front of the countless demons in the cold demon city. The 9 Demon Venerable's eyes darkened and he almost fainted. He did not expect the blueprint to actually turn into pieces in his hands. How could he withstand such an impact? A few hundred years ago, half of the blueprint was taken away by the divine wind martial saint, but now, this half was destroyed in his hands. Furious demonic chi soared into the sky. The 9 Demon Venerable could not hold it in anymore. The demonic chi in his entire body bombarded the heaven and earth. The ground collapsed and space was torn apart. Countless demons disappeared in the face of destruction. Those slightly stronger demons hurriedly fled. In his rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already injured by the 9 Sky Stars scheme and Li Lingshan's traceless spacetime. Although he managed to dodge the attack by relying on his senses and was not killed, his abdomen was severely injured. Now that he was enraged, it affected his injuries and made them even more serious. He glared coldly at the direction Li Lingtian had fled in and was about to give chase in a flash. Lord 9 Demon Venerable, the Great Demon Venerable has given the order. A faint voice sounded in the air, causing 9 Demon Venerable to stop. He was forced to stop, and his injuries increased. His face was pale and ugly. Speak. The 9th Demon Venerable turned around and looked at the demonic shadow in the sky. The demonic shadow rolled over and arrived in front of 9 Demon Venerable. A series of subtle voices reached 9 Demon Venerable's ears. What? There's a strange sign in the Heaven Ascension Tower? Where are the others? 9 Demon Venerable exclaimed in shock. As a Demon Venerable, he had actually become so shocked. There was definitely nothing simple about it. On the ground in the distance, countless demons looked at the Demon Venerable in the sky with incomparable curiosity. I'll rush to the Heaven Ascension Tower and tell them to hurry. I'll kill this human first. 9 demon venerable's body flashed and disappeared in an instant. The demonic shadow in the sky also disappeared. Cold Demon City was left in a mess. All the demons, demonic cultivators, and humans were shocked. A human at the first heaven of the Martial Emperor realm had actually killed 9 ninth heaven Martial Emperor realm demons, injured the demon venerable, and destroyed the blueprint. He had escaped just like that. Such a terrifying method shocked everyone. Although that human was also severely injured, he was definitely a heaven-defying existence to be able to escape from 9 ninth level Martial Monarch realm experts and the Martial Saint Demon Venerable. Swoosh! Li Lingtian flapped his thunderclap wings continuously as the vital essence in his body was rapidly consumed. As it flashed, it used the devouring light to recover its true essence. This was the only way to support the consumption of the thunderclap wings. The injuries in his body were already so serious that they were unbearable to look at. He never expected a martial saint like Demon Venerable to come, nor did he expect a martial saint to be so terrifying. Thinking about how terrifying a martial saint was, he still had lingering fear. If he did not want to die, he would not dare to fight a martial saint like the Demon Venerable. Phut! He spat out a mouthful of blood, but he did not dare to stop because he had used his heaven-defying divine sense to sense that 9 Demon Venerable was following him closely about 2,000 miles behind. Although he could not catch up to him in a short period of time, it would be a piece of cake for the 9 Demon Saint to catch up to him as time passed. Fei Long, come out. Li Lingtian paused for a moment before he activated the Divine Dragon Ring the moment he teleported. The silver-winged flying dragon appeared in the air. The silver-winged flying dragon noticed the blood on Li Lingtian's lips and his face. It was obvious that Li Lingtian was severely injured and was being pursued by a powerhouse. Without any hesitation, he brought Li Lingtian through the air. Li Lingtian's divine consciousness was keeping an eye on the back, worried that the 9 Demon Venerable might use some strange secret skill. The silver-winged flying dragon continued to shuttle through the air, not aiming for a single target. Would Dao intent, all things revive. Li Lingtian sat on the back of the silver-winged flying dragon and allowed it to fly freely. He observed the situation behind him and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed the wood will of the way. Instantly, 100 miles of pine forest was formed behind him. The will of the earth, desert quicksand. Another will of the great path of earth was displayed. Immediately, a desert with a radius of 100 miles appeared. The fool in the desert emitted a faint aura. Rumble, rumble. After a short while, an explosion sounded behind him. The 9 Demon Venerable destroyed the pine forest in front of him and removed the obstruction in front of him. Even though the pine forest was not large, 9 Demon Venerable did not dare to be careless in case Li Lingtian sneaked up on him. He was already wary of this human. After passing through the pine forest, Li Lingtian was now 2,000 miles away from them. If you have recommendation votes, monthly votes, and book reviews, add more. 200 book reviews, 30 monthly votes, 100 recommendation votes. Chapter 511, Demon Suppression Secretly, 1, Rustle. 100-mile-wide sea of sand soared into the sky and bombarded 9 Demon Venerable like a sandstorm. In the sky, dust filled the sky. The dust isolated his divine sense, and his vision was dark. Detestable, extremely detestable. 9 Demon Venerable did not expect Li Lingtian to set up obstacles in front of him. These obstacles were hard to guard against. Updated on B0x0VL.com, these obstacles were the 5 elements Dao intent that Li Lingtian had forcefully displayed. No matter how powerful the 9 Demon Venerable was, he would definitely fall for it if he was not paying attention. Although he could not kill the 9 Demon Venerable, he could block it for a while and delay the 9 Demon Venerable's speed. This way, he would have more chances to escape. He felt a trace of regret in his heart. He shouldn't have come to Yuju to take the risk. This Demon Venerable's power was beyond his imagination. In his calculations, even if the Demon Venerable appeared, he could easily escape or use his guards to kill him. However, he did not expect the Demon Venerable's cultivation to be so terrifying. However, It was too late to regret now. Moreover, regret was not in his personality. It was just that he was afraid of 9 Demon Venerable's strength just now. He had underestimated the strength of a martial saint. Fei Long, what happened? Li Lingtian stood atop the silver-winged flying dragon and allowed it to fly freely. He did not even look ahead. Instead, he used the 5 elements Dao intent to create a strange barrier. As time passed, Li Lingtian gradually felt dizzy. His injuries were very serious, and he had continuously used various skills of the 5 elements Dao intent to restrict the 9 Demon Venerable's speed. However, the price he had paid was obvious. His Primeval essence was completely exhausted, and 9 Demon Venerable was still 2,000 miles away. However, a distance of 2,000 miles was only a moment's effort for a martial saint powerhouse. Now that he was about to make a move, Li Lingtian could sense that something was amiss as he and Fei Long had already entered the thick demonic qi. Young master, we have entered the demon suppression secrets. The silver-winged flying dragon was already at the 7th step, and it was already time for it to transform. However, the silver-winged flying dragon was not used to transforming. Moreover, to the demon race, it was only when it was in its true form that it was the strongest. He was now at level 3 rank 7, which was equivalent to the cultivation of a 3rd heaven martial emperor. With such cultivation and the advantage of being a sky king, his speed was shocking. Otherwise, 9 Demon Venerable would not have been able to catch up even after using countless secret techniques. Moreover, in terms of endurance, no one could compare to a silver-winged flying dragon. Otherwise, it would be an insult to the title of the King of the Sky. Demon Suppression Secret. Li Lingtian was shocked and thought to himself that this was not good. He did not have any spirit qi to use in this place. Even if he cast the devouring light, he would only be devouring demonic qi. The Demon Suppression Secrets was the most terrifying place in Yuju province. It was no different from the forbidden land of the demon clan. It was full of demonic qi, endless demonic beasts, and unknown dangers. Compared to the previous Devil Canyon, it was on a completely different level. In this place, not to mention martial kings and martial grandmasters, even martial emperors, martial supremes, and even martial sovereigns did not dare to come easily. Young master, in the Demon Suppression Secrets, this subordinate can't tell the direction. What should we do? Why don't we fly around? With my speed, that guy won't be able to catch up in a short time. The silver-winged flying dragon's eyes flashed with shock. After entering this place, its divine sense could not determine the direction. It was completely flying blindly. Naturally, it would not be foolish enough to return to flight, as that would automatically send itself to its death. No need. Just hang in there and fly straight in. It's safer here. If we go out, he'll find me directly. If it doesn't work, I'll just use my devil technique. Li Lingtian muttered to himself for a moment before he spoke to the silver-winged flying dragon. Although there was no spirit qi in this place, it was a place of death for human warriors. However, it was an exception for Li Lingtian as he controlled the Holy Demon Ring. He also used Holy Demon Qi and True Demon Qi in his body. Although he did not deliberately cultivate it, it just so happened that he had the strongest treasures and cultivation techniques of the demon race. If the demon race knew about this, it would be strange if they did not vomit blood. If he was outside, even if he encountered a martial artist, he would also be locked onto by 9 Demon Venerable's consciousness. However, if he came here, he would definitely encounter many demons, and they would all be experts of the demon race. If he had no other choice, he would change his aura to demonic qi. I understand. Then I will fly at full speed. Young master, you watch. After I shake that guy off, I will hide so that he won't find me. The silver-winged flying dragon was overjoyed when it heard that. It began to flee for its life, forgetting that Li Lingtian was also in control of the Nephilim race's true treasures and ultimate cultivation techniques. The Nephilim race could not have imagined such an exception. If he were to cast his demonic art here, 9 Demon Venerable would never expect Li Lingtian to possess it. By then, he would have to search for Li Lingtian everywhere. However, he understood that Li Lingtian could transform into a demon, but he could not hide his demonic qi. Instead of being a burden to Li Lingtian, It would be better to hide and let 9 demon venerable search for him. All right. Li Lingtian only uttered one word. His voice was extremely weak and he did not even have the strength to speak. The meridians in his body were constantly being damaged, and if he did not suppress his injuries, they would only worsen. After he finished speaking, he sat down powerlessly. His divine sense spread out behind him, staring at 9 demon venerable who was flying at high speed. In his divine sense, every time the 9 demon venerable flashed, he would cover a distance of dozens of miles. At this speed, 2000 would only need 20 seconds to catch up. Fortunately, he had the speed of the silver-winged flying dragon. Otherwise, even if he was not injured, he would have been killed by the 9 demon venerable. In a place like this, the 9 demon venerables were completely in control. With an inexhaustible supply of demonic qi, they did not care about the consumption of demonic qi at all. Instead, they were focused on pursuing Li Lingtian. Damn it! Is he still at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm? Hes so fast. I want to see how long you can last. There will always be a time when your true essence is exhausted. 9 demon venerable's divine consciousness was also locked onto Li Lingtian, who was in front of him. He was shocked as well. He did not expect that he would be left behind even after giving chase. However, he knew that Li Lingtian was severely injured. A first firmament martial emperor flying like this was definitely the end of a powerful attack. It would not be long before he could not hold on. Hey! Suppressing demons in the dark. Haha, you really don't want to take the path to heaven, but you barged into hell. 9 demon venerable's body flashed. He suddenly discovered the dense demonic qi in front of him and the terrain in front of him. His expression immediately became shocked and excited. He understood the hidden dangers of suppressing demons, but a human coming here was courting death. Moreover, the matter that he had to deal with happened to be here. He didn't expect it to be so convenient. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. Not good. What happened? Did he die? Just as they entered the demon suppression secrets, the expression on 9 demon venerable's face changed. In his consciousness, the human who was locked on to suddenly disappeared, escaping from the consciousness lock. Search the world. When 9 demon venerable realized that Li Lingtian was no longer under the surveillance of his divine consciousness, he was shocked. He quickly accelerated his flight and cast a forbidden spell. However, he did not find any trace of Li Lingtian either. His expression changed a few times before a shocking demonic qi soared into the sky. The demon clan's most mysterious tracking technique was unleashed. Instantly, a mysterious aura locked onto everything within a radius of 10,000 miles, and they quickly began to search. Phut! Within a few seconds, they had searched the area within 10,000 miles. However, they did not find any trace of Li Lingtian. Instead, they did discover the presence of a few humans. Realizing this, 9 demon venerable was startled. He quickly flew towards the few people with human auras. Damn it! It's fake. It's still fake. It's fake again, it's still fake. Ah. Suppressing demon let out a blood-curdling scream as 6 to 7 human martial emperor powerhouses were crushed to death. 9 demon venerable locked onto a few humans in his divine consciousness, but none of them were Li Lingtian. In his rage, he killed them all. There were countless humans and demons in the demon suppression sect. However, it was impossible for 9 demon venerable to kill all the humans. Even if he killed all the humans, he would not be able to find Li Lingtian. By the time he killed the humans, Li Lingtian would have left long ago. When he saw a first firmament martial emperor escaping right under his nose, 9 demon venerable was furious. He used his divine sense to the extreme and swept a glance at the humans in every demon suppression sect. Experts had very powerful divine senses, but within a certain range, they could clearly see the other party's appearance and cultivation technique. However, beyond a certain range, they could only determine the aura and could not see the other party's appearance. Even the 9 demon saint could only see the other party within 500 miles. He could only roughly tell the other party's aura and cultivation from 1,000 miles away. However, from 3,000 miles away, his divine sense could only see a trace of the other party's aura. He could not even see the other party's cultivation and race. Finding Li Lingtian in a place like this was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Phut! Li Lingtian, who had been targeted by the 9-demon venerable and had disappeared, was hiding in a bush as he spat out a mouthful of blood. A faint demonic aura was emitted from his body. He was now completely a demon. Although his appearance hadn't changed, his temperament and aura were all characteristics of the demon race. If the 9-demon venerable had not seen it in front of him, he would never believe that he was Li Lingtian. After all, Li Lingtian was now a demon among demons. He possessed the most powerful cultivation technique of the demon race, the most mysterious saint demon chi and true demon chi of the demon race, and the supreme treasure of the demon race. Li Lingtian did not dare to be too strong at this moment. His cultivation was only at the first heaven martial emperor realm and his demonic chi was as pure as a normal demon. If he was too conspicuous, the 9-demon venerables might notice him. 9-demon venerable definitely did not expect that his opponent would be within 10,000 miles of him, but he had no way to find him because there were not many humans within 10,000 miles. There were only countless demons, and he was one of them. Chapter 512, The True Saint Demon Scripture. What a terrifying martial saint. Li Lingtian thought to himself. His face was pale and his spirit was extremely weak. Now, he did not have any true essence in his body. He did not even have any demonic chi. Although he did not cultivate the saint demon's true understanding, his demonic chi could be used with his vital essence. The more vital essence he had, the more demonic chi he had. However, he had already exhausted his true essence just now. Moreover, he had also used the heaven-defying pill. In other words, he could not use the heaven-defying pill to recover his cultivation today. Updated on B0x0VL.com. Similarly, even if he could use it, he did not dare to use it. After all, the heaven-defying pill was used to recover true essence. If he recovered true essence, he would be discovered by the 9-demon venerable. At that time, he would be able to discover his secret. After discovering his secret, the consequences were unimaginable. Do I really have to cultivate the Saint Demon quintessence? I can't cultivate the Saint Demon quintessence. I already have the Holy Demon Ring, the Holy Demon quintessence, and the Heaven's Wand. What's wrong with cultivating a little? What if something happens after cultivating the true Saint Demon understanding? If I don't cultivate the Saint Demon quintessence, I won't be able to recover my cultivation and injuries. I'll also die here. In Li Lingtian's mind, two consciousnesses were struggling. One of them wanted to cultivate the Saint Demon's quintessential understanding while the other did not. Although he did not rule out the cultivation techniques of the demons, he did not want to take the initiative to cultivate them. At this moment, it was difficult for him to make a decision. All origins come from the same clan. The cultivation techniques of the demons and humans are the same. They are all for the sake of strengthening themselves. No matter what cultivation technique you use, it's all for the sake of killing. As long as you're strong, no one will dare to criticize you, because you're a powerhouse. Forget it. I've already grasped the Holy Demon Ring and everything about the demons. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. After much consideration, Li Lingtian finally decided to accept the cultivation of the Saint Demon quintessence. He already had the Saint Demon Chi and True Demon Chi in his body. Although it was very little, it was enough. He had used the Heaven Wand before. Even if he hadn't cultivated it before, he had the Devil Chi of the Devil race. Now that he was cultivating it, he could only control it and recover his injuries at the same time. After making his decision, Li Lingtian closed his eyes and began to comprehend the Holy Demon quintessence. He didn't have to worry about this place. There were huge bushes and shrubs everywhere. There were also magic beasts and demons. He hid in a bush and decided not to be discovered. No one would have thought that Li Lingtian, the powerful and heaven-defying martial arts genius and alchemy saint, would be hiding in a bush. The Holy Demon quintessence left Li Lingtian speechless as he did not need to comprehend it. It was as if he was born a demon or he had learned it long ago. The powerful cultivation methods inside shocked him. Even the heaven and earth reincarnation and the true dragon body protection couldn't compare to the Empyrean demon canon in terms of cultivation speed. It was no wonder that the devil race's cultivation speed was so fast. The Saint Devil's true understanding was even faster. Li Lingtian did not want to fret over his easy comprehension of the holy demon's quintessence. Instead, he attributed it to his own knowledge. After all, the cultivation method he cultivated was like a sacred book and his skills were heaven-tier superpowers. There were even almighty techniques like the 9 heaven stars and the 5 elements Tao intent. These were all heaven-defying existences. Furthermore, the eye of the divine soul allowed him to think faster. These were the key to understanding the saint demon's quintessence easily. As for whether it was true or not, Li Lingtian did not dwell on it. He briefly understood the matters of the demon race. The demon race was the same as humans, and their cultivation levels were the same. However, the demon race had a very strict hierarchy. In the divine martial continent, it was the world of humans, so the demon race did not have any names. However, those who reached the martial saint level were called demon venerables. Above demon venerables were the powerful demon emperors. Demon venerable, demon emperor, demon lord, demon emperor, demon ancestor, demon god, and the even more powerful great demon god. These titles were only used to address the experts of the demon race. They were not used to address their cultivation realms. Their cultivation realms were the same as humans. After understanding all this, Li Lingtian followed the gaze of the person who came in from the bushes and looked at the sky. It was already dark and he could cultivate now. The demon suppression secrets was the most mysterious and powerful place in Yuju province. It was also the most terrifying place. It was also regarded as a forbidden place by the demon race. However, this place didn't prohibit humans and demons from coming here. Countless demons and humans came here in search of medicinal herbs and demonic beasts. However, the experts who dared to come here were all martial emperors, martial venerables, and martial emperors. There were even powerful and heaven-defying martial saints. Although martial saints were rare, it was possible for them to appear in this place. In the past, there were not many humans and demons who came here, nor were there many experts. However, in the past few days, top-notch experts of the demons and humans had quietly entered. They could see martial emperor powerhouses and even martial saint powerhouses. Brother Mo Tian, the opening of the forbidden area this time should be related to the heaven-reaching demon tower, right? That's right. I've received reliable news that the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower has opened. Countless powerhouses have entered this place. There are even quite a number of human powerhouses who have come here. Although the two of us are at the 9th level martial monarch realm, we can't be careless. Of course. 9th firmament martial emperor realm is very powerful outside, but it's nothing in here. I heard that 9 demon venerables and 7 demon venerables are here too. Of course. This place belongs to the devil race. Since the humans have 2 martial saints, we naturally can't underestimate them. From time to time, there would be 1 or 2 demon or human powerhouses at the 8th or 9th level of the martial emperor realm in the demon suppression sect. They were all heading in the same direction, for the mysterious heavenly demon tower. As for what was inside the heaven-reaching demon tower, nobody knew. Even demons didn't know what was inside the heaven-reaching demon tower. Time passed day by day, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Li Lingtian opened his eyes with a calm expression on his face. His spirit had recovered. The divine soul eye appeared on his forehead. It was shaped like a 3-petaled blood-red lotus flower, making him look extremely demonic. In 10 days, he had already mastered the Saint Demon True Scripture, and the true demon chi in his body was extremely pure. Although he had mastered the Saint Demon True Understanding, he could not use the Saint Demon Chi. He could only use the true demon chi because the Saint Demon Chi was the most mysterious and powerful demonic chi of the demon race. It was even stronger than the true demon chi. True devil chi could only be cultivated by the bloodline of the royal family of the devil race. It was also a unique characteristic of the royal family. If he didn't have the holy demon ring, he wouldn't have known that the demon race still had the holy demon chi. Perhaps only the demon emperor knew about the holy demon chi. However, controlling true devil chi was also a heaven-defying existence. Any demonic chi had to submit in front of true devil chi. Although his cultivation base was at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm, his demonic chi was also at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm. Yes. With a soft shout, the demonic chi on his body disappeared. Except for the 3-petal lotus flower that appeared in the soul eye between his eyebrows, he looked ordinary. It was impossible to tell whether he was a demon or a human. However, her elegant temperament was even more attractive. She was unrestrained, elegant, and otherworldly. Tyrant demonic dragon kill. 9 yin heavenly devil finger. True demon god destroying palm. There was a faint smile on Li Lingshan's face. There were 9 skills in the holy demon quintessence. The first 3 were top-notch heaven-rank mystical powers. With his current cultivation base, he could only cultivate the first 3 moves. He could not see the rest of the moves at all. He had to cultivate and improve to know. Although the 3 heaven-grade divine powers were only heaven-grade divine powers in the Saint Demon True Record, they were indeed as powerful as taboos in the demon race. Swoosh. His body flashed as he flew forward at high speed. After so many days, Li Lingtian believed that the 9 demon venerable had left. Now, he had to find a way to leave. Otherwise, if he continued to stay in this demon suppression secret, he could only be a demon for the rest of his life. Li Lingtian did not have to worry about being attacked by the other demons after cultivating the Saint Demon's quintessence. In this place, the demons were naturally united. If he was alone, he would naturally be treated as prey. Boom! A stream of demonic chi soared into the sky and came crashing down on Li Lingtian. The demonic chi carried a destructive erosive force that pierced through space and headed straight for Li Lingshan's back. Ignorant. There was a faint sneer on Li Lingshan's face. He hated being ambushed the most, not to mention the opponent was a demon powerhouse. Without turning around, he slapped his palm behind him. Immediately, a shocking true devil chi turned into a palm print and ruthlessly smashed towards the sneak attack. Rumble. Phut. With a loud explosion, Li Lingtian turned around and stared coldly at a 7th Heaven Martial Emperor from the Infernal Tribe. The body of the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor from the Demon Clan swayed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with fear as he stared at Li Lingtian in disbelief. True devil chi. How is this possible? How can you have true devil chi? The 7th Heaven Martial Emperor looked at Li Lingtian in horror. At first, he thought that Li Lingtian was a human, a 1st Heaven Martial Emperor. However, he did not expect that not only did he not kill the other party with his sneak attack, but he was also beaten half to death by the other party's casual palm. Moreover, he discovered that this young man was a demon like him, and a demon who controlled the true demon chi. True devil chi was a type of devil chi that could only be cultivated by the royal family of the devil race. Only by cultivating the techniques of the royal family of the devil race could one cultivate true devil chi. In other words, this young man was a member of the royal family of the devil race. Royal family members only existed in the devil realm and the devil race. However, this was the divine martial continent of humans. How could there be members of the devil race's royal family here? Only a small number of martial emperors and demons knew about the chi of true demon, and this 7th Heaven Martial Emperor happened to be one of them. How do you want to die? Li Lingtian said coldly without any expression on his face. The 3 exquisite blood-red lotuses on his glabella flickered slightly, making him look extremely demonic. His aura was calm, but it brought a supreme pressure to the 7th level Martial Emperor realm demons. Please spare my life. I can be loyal to you and bring you to the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. I'm willing to go through fire and water for you. The 7th Heaven Martial Emperor's heart was ashen. The young man in front of him was too terrifying. Even if he resisted, he was simply looking for trouble in front of the true demon chi. True devil chi and ordinary devil chi were like true chi and true essence of humans. The two were on completely different levels. I recommend a classic fantasy work written by the 9th Master, the Celestial Devil. It's definitely a divine work and worth reading. In Marquis Jiang's residence, the fourth-generation descendant, Ning Xiaochuan, was killed in a single palm strike while fighting over a beautiful silver medal courtesan in a brothel. When he was sent to the cemetery to be buried, he was resurrected and climbed out of the coffin because of the arrival of a visitor from outer space. Fate changed. A drop of divine water could manifest a world of all races. With a wave of the demonic sword, it cut through the 3,000 prosperous universes. When the gods and devils reached the sky, they would become the supreme beings of the world for 3 days. Chapter 513, Fog Sea, 1, Heavenly Devil Tower. Li Lingshan's expression was calm as he stared coldly at the seventh heaven martial emperor. This place was a secret place to suppress demons, but he did not know what the Heavenly Demon Tower was. Could it be the most mysterious supreme devil tower in Yuju province? His heart thumped. These demons should be here for that heaven-reaching demon tower. Updated on B0X0VL.com. That's right. The Heaven Ascension Devil Tower has opened. It's said that the experts of the demon race, human race, and even the demon race are heading to the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. The human race and the demon race want to stop us demons from obtaining the treasures in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. That's why we demons entered the Demon Tower on a large scale. The seventh heaven martial emperor devil race did not suspect him. The young man in front of him must be a super expert of the devil race. He did not know about the Devil Tower and should be cultivating. His tone was extremely polite and he even set the internals and humans against each other. This way, Li Lingtian would not kill him. I see. You can leave now. Li Lingshan's face revealed an TC expression. With a tap of his hand, a strange finger force that ignored the distance between them pierced through the seventh heaven martial emperor's chest in an instant. Black blood flowed out of the bloody holes, and the wounds spread in front of the finger force. In the blink of an eye, the seventh heaven martial emperor from the demon clan turned into a stream of demonic chi and disappeared from the world. This was the power of the 9-yin heavenly demonic finger. Li Lingtian glanced at the storage pouch on the ground and grabbed it with one hand. A jade slip appeared in his hand, and his divine sense moved. His face revealed a satisfied expression. His body strangely disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 10 miles away. He did not expect it to be so easy to kill a seventh heaven martial emperor. However, he finally understood why the devil race was so powerful. He had dealt with the demons quite a few times, but it was very difficult to kill them each time. It turned out that the demon race's skills and cultivation were countless times more powerful than humans. The true demon god-destroying palm just now had severely injured a 7th-level martial emperor with a casual strike, and the 9-yin heavenly demon finger had rendered a 7th-level martial emperor powerless. There was dense demonic chi everywhere in the demon suppression sect. There was not a trace of spiritual chi. However, Li Lingtian was like a fish in water here. After flying for half a day, he finally found a relatively safe cave. After entering the cave, he used his spiritual sense and a few simple restrictions appeared. Demon Sealing Spiritual Array. Li Lingtian stopped as he cast the last spell. The appearance of this array formation could isolate the demonic chi outside, and only fresh air could enter. He wasn't worried about himself, but he had to think about Shun Mai Tang Zimeng, and Shenyuan Yingying. Little White was a dragon, so it could naturally resist the demonic chi. It was not afraid of the demonic chi. Big Brother Ling Tian. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the divine dragon ring was activated. Shenyuan Yingying and the other 3 appeared in front of Li Lingtian and greeted him happily when they saw him. During this period of time, Li Lingshan's divine consciousness did not enter the divine dragon ring and neither did they come out. Now that he was out, he was naturally extremely happy. Husband, didn't you encounter a demon expert? You've cultivated a devil race technique? Shun Mai was in a hurry when she entered the divine dragon ring. Li Lingtian must have encountered a powerful demon or else he would not be in such a hurry. Now that Li Lingtian was safe, he felt slightly relieved. However, he immediately noticed the changes on Li Lingshan's body. The 3-petal blood-red lotus flower on his glabella was still there, making him look extremely demonic. Yes, I met 9 ninth-level martial emperors and a demon supreme. Li Lingtian then recounted the events of that day, including the cultivation of the Saint Demon's quintessence. Since Shun Mai and the others were his women, there was nothing to hide. Besides, Shun Mai and the others had already known about him. However, he briefly mentioned some dangerous places so that they wouldn't worry. Demon Venerable, I didn't expect you to meet the Demon Venerable. Big Brother Ling Tian, do you think the Demon Venerable is still in the demon suppressing secrets? Big Brother, are we going to the Heavenly Devil Tower? Shenyuan Yingying, Xiao Bai, and Tang Ziming looked at Li Lingtian and asked curiously. Even though they knew how powerful the Demon Supreme was, they were not worried. Even if the Demon Supreme was powerful, he would not be able to do anything to Li Lingtian. Naturally, we have to go to the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. I've cultivated the Saint Demon's quintessence now. As long as I don't reveal my true appearance, even if 9 Demon Venerable is in front of me, he won't be able to recognize me. Li Lingtian nodded. Since he was already here, he would go and take a look. Moreover, it was not easy to get out of this demon suppression sect. Then let's rest here for a few days. You're tired. Shun Mai sized up the cave. It wasn't a small cave, and the few of them could live separately. After that, they began to tidy up the cave. The 4 girls each prepared their own residence. It was convenient for Little White and Shenyuan Yingying. They found a small cast cave and tidied it up. On the other hand, Shun Mai and Tang Ziming had to tidy themselves up properly. After all, they were not living alone. With Li Lingtian by their side, they had to be prepared. Soon, the 4 ladies were done tidying up. Li Lingtian arrived at the cave that Shun Mai and Tang Ziming had tidied up. He sat cross-legged on the blanket and began meditating. After all, he had been chased by the 9 demon venerables after escaping from the cold demon city and was seriously injured. After resting for a while and cultivating the Saint Demon quintessence, he did not rest at all. Now that he had found a slightly safer place, he naturally needed to rest first. Shun Mai and Tang Ziming were also meditating on the blanket. After 2 hours, Li Lingtian opened his eyes again. Big Brother Ling Tian, you should sleep first. Meng Meng and Sister Mai will accompany you. When Tang Ziming saw that Li Lingtian had finished his cultivation, she slowly stopped and gently removed his clothes before putting them aside. She removed her outer garment and leaned against Li Lingtian. Shun Mai did the same. She removed her light shirt and leaned on Li Lingtian's other side. The 3 of them lay on the blanket to rest. The 2 girls knew that Li Lingtian had been too tired during this period of time. He needed a good night's sleep to regain his energy. She did not pester Li Lingtian but hugged Li Lingtian's arms to sleep. The night was quiet, and the 3 of them slept soundly. Shun Mai and Tang Ziming were easily satisfied. They were happy as long as they were in Li Lingtian's arms. Li Lingtian and the rest spent the next few days in the cave. Although they could not cultivate, they could regulate their breathing. This was because they were in the demon suppression secrets. There was no spirit qi but only demonic qi. The fresh air in the cave was also provided by Li Lingtian's anti-devil spiritual array. Otherwise, there would not even be fresh air in the cave. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. CC. Roar, roar, roar. In the dark night of demon suppression, sounds of air being torn apart could be heard from time to time, as well as the roars of demonic beasts. Originally, there were very few experts who set foot in the demon suppression secrets. Now, countless demon and human experts had arrived. After Li Lingtian left the cave, he wore a relaxed expression. With a swipe of his hand, a silver mask covered half of his face, leaving only his eyes and mouth exposed. He looked elegant, and there was an additional sense of mystery compared to before. After all, under this mask, no one could see his true appearance. In addition, the aura on his body was strange. As long as he did not use any cultivation technique, no one would be able to tell whether he was a human or a demon. In fact, there was no difference between demons and humans. On the contrary, demon men were better looking than humans. It was just that some humans demonized demons. However, there were still countless demons who were no different from magical beasts, tall and mighty. Li Lingshan's body was no longer delicate and pretty, but more devilish. Nothing else had changed. The only thing that made him depressed was the wind lightning god slaying slash on his back. He could not refine this wind lightning god slaying slash, nor could he put it into his storage bag. Now, she could only carry it on her back. In fact, there were very few such decorations. Previously, Demon Venerable 9 did not notice the weapon on Li Lingshan's back. Even if he saw Li Lingtian now, he would not know that Li Lingtian was his enemy. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not know that after the 9 Demon Venerable was injured, he had entered the depths of the demon suppressing secrets and headed straight for the demonic tower. However, the situation was not looking good. After all, he was injured by Li Lingshan's 9 sky stars. It would not be easy for him to recover so quickly. Furthermore, he had been injured by traceless spacetime and his wound had not healed yet. For half a month, Li Lingtian held the jade slip in his hand as he flew in one direction. This jade slip was naturally obtained from the storage bag of the 7th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm expert he had killed. The jade slip contained the secret route to suppress the demons and could directly reach the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. After flying for half a month, they actually arrived at a sea of fog. There was no demonic chi or spiritual chi in this sea of fog. It was like a blank space, but Li Lingtian did not dare to be careless. The fog sea was not a sea area. It was just that the forest and the mountains were covered in thick fog, forming an endless fog sea. In such a place, it was easy to lose one's direction. Even if he had the route in the jade slip, it would not be so easy to find the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Moreover, in the fog sea, the hidden demonic beasts and experts could come out at any time to launch a sneak attack. He had planned to call Shun Mai and the others out, but it seemed impossible now. If they came out, he would have to use all his energy to protect them. Roar! At that moment, a loud roar shook the sky. Li Lingshan's eardrums were almost ruptured. The ground was shaking continuously. There were also 2 demon experts fighting there. It was obvious that 2 demon 8th-layered heaven experts were surrounding a powerful demonic beast. Li Lingshan's heart skipped a beat. His body flashed and his aura was submerged in the sea of fog. It was impossible to spot his movements without careful observation. Soon, they arrived at a place not far from the battle. Li Lingtian found a secluded place to hide. 7th rank, 9th grade, blood-eyed magical beast. Li Lingtian looked at the tall demonic beast in the distance and was horrified. A level 7 or 9 demonic beast was as powerful as a 9th-level martial emperor. It was even stronger than a 9th-level martial emperor. I recommend a fantasy masterpiece, Celestial Devil. The 9th manager's product is definitely a high-quality one. In Marquis Jiang's residence, the 4th-generation descendant, Ning Xiaochuan, was killed in a single palm strike while fighting over a beautiful silver medal courtesan in a brothel. When he was sent to the cemetery to be buried, he was resurrected and climbed out of the coffin because of the arrival of a visitor from outer space. Fate changed. A drop of divine water could manifest a world of all races. With a wave of the demonic sword, it cut through the 3,000 prosperous universes. When the gods and devils reached the sky, they would become the supreme beings of the world for 3 days. Chapter 514, True Demon God Destroying Palm, 1, Degree V7. The eyes of the blood-eyed demonic beast were the size of lanterns. Its eyes carried a light that could devour the soul of a powerful being. If a powerful being was not careful, they would sink into the blood-eyed demonic beast's eyes. Li Lingtian watched as the 2 8th Heaven Martial Emperor demons surrounded and attacked the blood-eyed demonic beast. He began to calculate in his heart. This blood-eyed demonic beast was of no use to him at all. TSK. Updated on B0X0VL.com. Just as Li Lingtian was about to leave quietly, his mind flickered and his body flashed. He could no longer hide himself. The blood-eyed demonic beast's eyes emitted a substantial light that bombarded the spot where Li Lingtian was hiding. Li Lingtian had the eye of the divine soul as well. Furthermore, it was many times more powerful than the blood-eyed demonic beast's blood eye. However, he did not expect the blood-eyed demonic beast to see through his hiding place. Li Lingtian managed to dodge the blood-eyed demonic beast's attack, but his figure was exposed. Naturally, the two level 8 martial emperor demons had noticed his presence. They did not expect a powerhouse to be hiding beside them all this time. They immediately thought that Li Lingtian was a hunter. You guys continue, I'm leaving. Li Lingtian did not want to continue pestering the two of them when he saw their reaction. He then turned to leave. Chimph, you want to leave? It's too late now. The slightly fat Mo said coldly. His voice was cold, and his eyes revealed a vicious expression. He had completely given up on the blood-eyed demonic beast. In a flash, he appeared in front of Li Lingtian and blocked his path. Boom! Roar! The blood-eyed demonic beast roared loudly and engaged in a fierce battle with the slimmer Mo. One of them was a level 7 or level 9 magical beast, while the other was a devil race at the 8th heaven of the martial monarch realm. Although there was a difference of one realm between the two, there would not be a clear winner for the time being. What's wrong? If I want to leave, you have to stop me. Do you want to die? Li Lingtian's expression darkened when he saw someone trying to block his way. He glared coldly at the slightly plump Asmodean. He actually gave up on a grade 9 magical beast to deal with him. Wasn't he looking at him as a pushover? You're courting death. The slightly plump Asmodean was not afraid when he heard Li Lingtian's words. On the contrary, he even dared to insult him. How could he tolerate such a thing? How could a 1st heaven martial emperor oppose an 8th heaven martial emperor? A punch was thrown out. The fist shadow was heavy with demonic chi, and the space was torn apart in front of this punch. The force of the fist headed straight for Li Lingtian, and the overwhelming pressure of the demonic chi pressed down on Li Lingtian. Experts were used to suppressing those who were weaker than them with pressure. Experts with lower cultivation were completely passive in front of the pressure of experts with higher cultivation. They could only use a little of their strength and could not even move their fingers. For example, an 8th heaven martial emperor who wanted to attack a 5th heaven martial emperor would be crushed by his pressure. Every realm was a different level. A level 8 martial artist could directly suppress a level 7 martial artist with pressure. In front of pressure, he could completely suppress the other party's aura and confidence. He could even use pressure to suppress the other party. The slightly plump Asmodean did not take Li Lingtian seriously when he saw that he was only a 1st heaven martial emperor. Otherwise, he would not have punched Li Lingtian with such ease. Furthermore, he had used his pressure behind his fist. You're courting death. Li Lingtian was slightly angered. Anyone who dared to underestimate him was courting death. He didn't make any unnecessary movements and also struck out with his palm. True demon god destroying palm. Li Lingtian shouted softly as he met the attack with his palm. The true devil chi enveloped his body, and his expression was cold. Space was eroded by the true devil chi, and wherever it passed, space was pierced through. The slightly fatter Asmodean was initially overjoyed when he saw Li Lingtian's casual palm strike. However, he suddenly realized that something was amiss because Li Lingtian's attack was unparalleled and destructive. Moreover, the purity of that demonic chi was tens of thousands of times higher than his. The two were completely different worlds. Bang! With a dull thud, the slightly plump Asmodean was flung away. By the time his body landed on the ground, Li Lingtian's true demon god-destroying palm had already destroyed the slightly plump Asmodean. The power of true devil chi was incomparable to any fiend race. In addition to the heaven-grade divine power on the Saint Demon Quintessence, its power was comparable to a taboo technique. Even if he was only a 1st heaven martial emperor, the chi of true demon and the powerful skills in the Saint Demon True Record were enough to wipe out the 8th heaven martial emperor devil race. Roar! True devil chi. The blood-eyed demonic beast in the distance could sense Li Lingtian's terror as well. Its eyes were filled with fear as it roared indignantly. Although it was a rank 7, rank 9, it could not have been killed so easily when it was fighting an 8th heaven martial monarch realm expert. The young man in front of him had easily killed a level 8 expert with a single palm strike. The slimmer Asmodean cried out in alarm. His eyes were filled with despair as he looked fearfully at Li Lingtian and his fallen companion on the ground. Die! Li Lingtian looked at the slimmer Asmodean and uttered one word coldly. True demon god destroying palm. Li Lingtian flipped his hand and the demonic chi in the air condensed. The demonic chi formed a huge palm print in an instant and the palm print blasted toward the slightly thinner Asmodean. The true demon god destroying palm was a top-notch heaven-grade divine power. Under this attack, the air trembled and the ground collapsed uneasily. In an instant, the pitch-black palm print pierced through 200 meters of space and arrived in front of the slightly thinner demon. Limitless demon Dao light. When the slightly thinner Mo saw such terrifying true devil chi and heaven-grade divine arts, they even had the heart to die. However, he was unwilling to give up. He circulated the demonic chi in his body and a beam of demonic chi shot toward Li Lingtian, hoping to block Li Lingtian's palm print. As long as he could block it, he would have a chance to escape. Rumble. With a shocking explosion, the huge palm print mercilessly crushed down, not giving the slightly thinner demon any chance at all. Even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to withstand the power of the true demon god perishing palm. The true demon god perishing palm was a skill on the Saint Demon True record. Ordinary trash heaven rank divine powers would naturally not be recorded. Such a heaven-grade divine power was definitely an existence similar to the forbidden art of the Saint Demon True understanding. Phut! Spitting out a mouthful of black blood, the slightly thinner Mo fell down, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. In front of the true devil chi and the true devil god-destroying palm, he could only accept it. Stop. If you want to leave, then be like them. Li Lingtian's expression did not change even after he had killed 2 level 8 martial emperor infernals. It was as if he had just eaten a meal. Since the internals cultivation method was so powerful, he had already cultivated it himself. Naturally, he could accept the power of the demonic cultivation method. After finishing off the 2 demons, he looked at the blood-eyed magical beast that was about to escape. With a cold shout, he looked at the blood-eyed demonic beast with a cold gaze. During this period of time, bring me to the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. Once we reach the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower, you can leave. After Li Lingtian kept the 2 infernal storage pouches, he walked toward the blood-eyed demonic beast step by step. The blood-eyed demonic beast's massive body was trembling non-stop. Fear could no longer be used to describe this seemingly weak human in front of him. It was a deep fear. The blood-eyed magical beast was also a magical beast of the 7th step and 9th rank. It was very intelligent, but it could not speak. However, it understood how terrifying the young man before it was. 2 level 8 demons were easily killed. He had no hope of reaching level 7 or level 9. Noticing Li Lingtian's arrival, he quickly nodded. In a flash, Li Lingtian leaped up and landed on the blood-eyed demonic beast's body. He then sat on it comfortably. Roar! The blood-eyed magical beast instinctively resisted. It was a magical beast of the 7th step and 9th rank. Within a radius of 2000 miles, it was like an overlord. It had never been afraid of anyone. Now that someone was riding on it, it was naturally an insult. Not convinced. If you continue to cause trouble for this lord will make you disappear forever. Li Lingtian said coldly from the blood-eyed demonic beast's body. His voice was as cold as hell. The blood-eyed demonic beast seemed to have entered an icy abyss, and its body began to tremble. He didn't dare to be unconvinced anymore. He only hoped that this powerful pervert would be released after reaching the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Roar! With a roar, the blood-eyed demonic beast did not resist this time. Instead it quickly dashed out. The blood-eyed demonic beast was the overlord of this place, so it naturally knew the direction of the heaven-reaching demonic tower. It was also extremely familiar with this place, so it naturally wouldn't get lost. Li Lingtian sat on the blood-eyed demonic beast with a faint smile on his face. However, no one could see his smile because he was wearing a mask. One could only see his eyes and the smile on the corner of his mouth. One could feel his calmness. With a 7th step 9th grade magical beast, ordinary low-level magical beasts and demons would simply retreat. Some of the experts were extremely curious when they saw that there was an expert on the back of the blood-eyed magical beast. They knew how terrifying the blood-eyed magical beast was. If it could use a blood-eyed magical beast of the 7th step and 9th rank as a mount, then it was not something they could provoke. After running for half a month, the blood-eyed demonic beast brought Li Lingtian out of the fog sea and into a forest that looked like a paradise. Li Lingtian had no idea how big the forest was. However, the blood-eyed demonic beast did not stop. It only occasionally hunted low-level demonic beasts for a feast. At other times, it would bring Li Lingtian through the forest. Roar. After another 3 days, the blood-eyed magical beast stopped and growled. It raised its head and looked into the distance, its eyes filled with fear and dread. It was obvious that there was a terrifying existence in front of it that even it did not dare to go forward with its strength of level 7 and level 9. Have we arrived? Li Lingtian asked when he saw the blood-eyed demonic beast stop. This place was no different from a human's residence. Moreover, the spiritual chi here was rich. Roar. Roar. The blood-eyed demonic beast looked at the sun in the sky and growled twice, continuously gesturing. Li Lingtian left the blood-eyed demonic beast and watched the beast's gestures. 2 days ahead and well reached the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. When Li Lingtian thought of the blood-eyed demonic beast's gestures, he took out the jade slip with a look of understanding on his face. Roar. The blood-eyed demonic beast was stunned. It didn't expect the human in front of it to know its gestures so easily. It was instantly shocked. Although it could not speak, it possessed a high level of intelligence. It was worried that Li Lingtian would not understand its gestures. However, he did not expect this young man to understand it so easily. No wonder he was so powerful. This chapter was for updates. It also asked for monthly votes and recommendation votes. More importantly, it asked for book reviews. In the future, Falling Flowers would add updates based on the additional book reviews, monthly votes, and recommendation votes. Chapter 515, A Strange Feeling, 1, You Go Back. Li Lingtian did not make things difficult for the blood-eyed demonic beast. It had worked hard to bring him here during this period of time, even if it did not contribute much. Since it was something that even the blood-eyed magical beast of the 7th step and 9th rank was afraid of, it would not be of much help even if it went alone. It would be easier for him to go alone. This is a reward for your good fortune. Updated on B0x0VL.com. After pondering for a moment, he took out a jade bottle and flicked out a pill. The Great Cyclic Pellet was a 7th-tier Great Cyclic Pellet. Although it was a medicinal pill for humans, it was also useful for demonic beasts. After all, he was refining a 7th-tier Great Cyclic Pellet, not some trash medicinal pill. Roar. The blood-eyed demonic beast grabbed the pill excitedly. Naturally, it did not think that Li Lingtian wanted to harm it. The young man before it was extremely terrifying and it would be a piece of cake for him to kill it. With a low growl, he turned around and ran away. Li Lingtian also looked into the distance. A 2-day journey was equivalent to a distance of tens of millions of miles. This distance was nothing to his cultivation base. Anyway, he had been here for so long, so he was not in a hurry to spend the next 2 days. He would stay here for 2 days, which was a good time to rest. He would leave after he was fully rested. His figure flashed and he began to look for caves nearby. In such a dangerous place, only caves were safer. This was also an instinctive habit of humans. After half an hour, they finally found a good cave. The cave was on a cliff. The cave on the precipice was 100 meters above the ground. Li Lingtian entered the cave in a flash. The entire cave was a stone cave. It was relatively dry inside and was suitable for cultivation and rest. He activated the divine dragon ring with his soul consciousness, and Shun Mai and the others appeared in front of him. The spiritual energy here is so dense. Husband, have we left the demon suppression secrets? Shun Mai asked as soon as she came out of the cave. The spiritual energy in this cave was quite dense, even comparable to the forbidden area of the Shenyuan family. The demon suppression secrets were filled with demonic qi. If there was spiritual qi, it meant that they had already left the demon suppression secrets. No, we have already reached the deepest part of the demon suppression secrets. We will reach the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower in 2 days. Li Lingtian explained the situation of the place before he went to the cave entrance to set up a formation and restriction spell. In just a moment, the cave entrance was blocked. An illusion array had hidden the cave. As long as one did not look carefully, it was impossible to find a cave in this place. Big brother Lingtian, you should rest first. Well, clean up. On the other hand, Shenyuan Yingying was well behaved. Li Lingtian was stunned by her behavior and felt a little uncomfortable. Since when was this girl so well behaved? However, he did not say anything. After all, it was a good thing that Shenyuan Yingying was obedient. It was already a blessing for him that she did not cause trouble for him. Yeah, you should rest first. It's definitely very dangerous to go into the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. There won't be any chance to rest inside. Tang Zimeng pulled Li Lingtian to a rock and sat down. Following that, she followed Shun Mai and the rest to tidy up the cave. It was normal for a warrior to survive in the wild. It was also very easy to tidy up the cave. Soon, the cave was completely new. There were colorful cloth strips everywhere, dividing the cave into a few small rooms. In fact, it was just a disguise. With the cultivation of a martial artist, he could naturally see through this cloth with his divine sense. However, the girls were not afraid of him going to take a look. Besides, Li Lingtian would not go anyway. Instead, he added 2 formations to Shenyuan Yingying and Little White's room. This way, he couldn't use his spiritual awareness to spy on them. Li Lingtian and the others stayed in the cave for a total of 7 days. The group was extremely happy during these 7 days. Although Shenyuan Yingying and Little White could not get too close to Li Lingtian, they were still very intimate. In such a dangerous place, they could only cultivate in the Divine Dragon Ring. After adapting to the outside world for a few days, Li Lingtian returned to the Divine Dragon Ring and headed to the Demonic Tower. Although he did not leave the cave during these few days, he could see a few experts rushing in the direction of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. In his divine consciousness, he discovered that the few powerhouses were all at the 8th or 9th level of the Martial Emperor realm. This was not surprising. After all, those who dared to come to this place must be super powerhouses. Silk. A soft sound was heard as Li Lingtian tore apart the cave's restriction and quickly left the cave. However, he had set up the cave before he left. After all, this cave was not far from the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Perhaps he could come here to rest when the time came. His body flashed and he was suspended in the air. His body shot into the distance like a sharp arrow. As a martial grandmaster, he could fly in the MAS of First Heaven Martial Emperor. He was no different from a bird. He could fly freely in the air. Even standing in the air was a piece of cake. After all, a Martial Emperor powerhouse's true origin was powerful. It was extremely easy for him to float in the air. Hey! A day later, Li Lingtian's face was filled with surprise. Ever since he entered Yuju, he had felt a kind of attraction. Although it was not clear, he had a little feeling in his heart. He thought it was because he had cultivated the true saint-demon understanding. However, after passing through the fog sea, this kind of attraction would appear from time to time. Now he was only a day away from the heaven-reaching demon tower. This feeling was getting stronger and stronger, as if someone or something was summoning him. This feeling was definitely not due to cultivating the true saint-demon record. However, he didn't understand the reason and couldn't say it at all. What exactly happened? Li Lingtian looked confused, but he did not resist the summons at all. Sighing, his figure flashed and he no longer cared about it. Since it was summoning, at least it was beneficial to him. He also wanted to see what was summoning him. The sound disappeared, and the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower was still as silent as before. The sound disappeared in the silence, as if it had never appeared. P.S. Requires recommendation votes and reviews, see the number of update. Chapter 516, Heavenly Devil Tower. Chapter 516, Heavenly Devil Tower continue. Li Lingtian exhaled a breath of cold air as his face revealed a shocked expression. He looked at a huge building 10,000 miles away. It was a pitch-black tower-shaped building. The existence of this huge building could be seen from 10,000 miles away. A shocking power was emitted from the Black Tower. The area within 10,000 miles was enveloped by this power. Updated on B0X0VEL.com Heavenly Devil Tower. Li Lingtian exclaimed as he looked at the Black Tower that towered into the clouds. From a distance, it could be seen that this heavenly demon tower was 100 miles in circumference. It was unknown how tall it was, but it towered into the clouds. The outside was tower-shaped, but there were no windows, giving people a terrifying feeling. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the air, traces of dense demonic chi floated, but this demonic chi never left the 10,000 miles radius. It was circulating within the 10,000 miles radius. Li Lingshan's heart trembled as he looked at the demonic tower. It was a visual and mental shock. It was unknown who had built this demonic tower. It actually had such a powerful pressure. Just this building alone was not something that humans could build. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort sounded. Li Lingtian did not even need to look to see that a powerhouse had arrived. It was a ninth firmament martial emperor human powerhouse. When they saw him at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm, they were naturally extremely disdainful. His figure flashed as he quickly flew towards the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. A distance of 5,000 kilometers was originally only half an hour for a martial emperor powerhouse. If he used teleportation, it would only take a moment. However, Li Lingshan's expression changed drastically after he entered the world of demonic chi. That was because in this demonic chi world, within 10,000 miles of the demonic tower, there was endless pressure. Even with his martial emperor cultivation, it was extremely difficult for him to fly. Furthermore, the deeper they went, the stronger the pressure became. Li Lingtian landed within 5,000 miles. Devil pressure. Li Lingtian let out a low gasp as he circulated his demonic chi and his body flashed. Although he could not fly, he was able to run close to the ground. Although his speed was slower than flying, it was countless times faster than walking. Li Lingshan's face was pale and powerless when he was 1,000 miles away from the demonic tower. With his first firmament martial emperor cultivation base, he could no longer withstand the pressure of the demonic might here. Moreover, there were a few super experts not far in front of him. Although they were both martial monarch realm experts, they were still at the 8th or 9th firmament of the martial monarch realm. It was extremely difficult for them to walk. Only a middle-aged man was walking freely under the pressure of the demonic might, as if he was taking a stroll. Martial Saint. Li Lingtian exclaimed in his heart. He did not expect to see another warrior sage powerhouse. Fortunately, this warrior sage powerhouse was human. True devil chi. Li Lingtian conjured a hand seal with one hand and strengthened the demonic chi around him. He assimilated the boundless demonic might and formed his own power to resist the pressure of the demonic might. After using the true demon chi, his body was much more relaxed. However, compared to a martial saint powerhouse, it was still not enough. Moreover, he could not show off too much at this time to avoid being noticed. Phut! An 8th-level martial emperor devil spat out a mouthful of blood under the pressure of the devil power. Facing the pressure of the devil might, every expert's face turned pale. Those who could not withstand the pressure of the devil might could only be ruthlessly crushed. After the expert who was suppressed by the demonic might spat out a mouthful of blood, his body began to transform. In the end, he could not withstand the pressure of the demonic might and was crushed to death. Li Lingtian was shocked. A level 8 martial emperor was crushed to death by the demonic might. The demonic might was indeed powerful. Along the way, Li Lingtian was already 5 kilometers away from the demonic tower. His strength had been elevated to its peak. Moreover, he saw many experts die along the way. They were all directly crushed to death by the demonic might. Phut! After using true devil chi 3 times in a row to strengthen it, he finally passed through the area of heavy pressure. Caught off guard, Li Lingtian escaped from the area of heavy pressure and came to a pressure-free space. Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He also arrived at the bottom of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower and stopped 500 meters away from the Demon Tower. After getting closer, The size of the demonic tower could not be seen at all. It was like entering a mountain and not being able to see the true face of the mountain. After Li Lingtian had passed through the pressure of the demonic might, many powerhouses noticed Li Lingtian's presence and were shocked. He did not expect that a young man at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm could actually pass through the pressure of the demonic might. There were a total of 21 people present. There were 11 supreme powerhouses at the peak of the 9th heaven martial emperor realm and one person whom Li Lingtian knew, 9 demon venerable. There were 9 human powerhouses. 8 of them were at the peak of the 9th firmament martial emperor realm and one of them was a martial saint powerhouse. He was also the middle-aged man whom Li Lingtian had seen earlier. Everyone present was at the peak of 9th heaven martial emperor realm and there were 2 martial saints among them. However, Li Lingtian was a first heaven martial emperor. Moreover, no one could see clearly whether this silver-masked youth was a human or a demon. More importantly, the place where this silver-masked youth stood was very strange. It was neither on the side of the demons nor the side of the humans. Instead, it stood alone. Immediately, it formed a three-legged situation. However, this three-legged confrontation was a little strange. On one side, the humans were not as powerful as the demons. On the other side, there was a first heaven martial emperor whose power could be ignored. On the other side were powerful demon powerhouses. Li Lingtian groaned inwardly because anyone here had the ability to kill him. Most of the other 8th or 9th firmament martial emperors had fallen under the pressure of the demonic might. Those who could come here were all peak powerhouses. On the other hand, he was at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm. Moreover, he was at the ordinary first heaven of the martial emperor realm. He had not reached the peak. Yunhao, are there only these 2 of you? The 9 demon venerable looked at the human tribe's strength with a mocking expression. He had been infuriated by Li Lingtian recently. Although he knew that the human tribe's powerhouses might come again, he decided to vent his anger first. I've long heard of the 9 demon venerable's great name. 400 years ago, I fought the divine wind battle with the 10 great martial saints. I didn't expect that it would appear again. I'm still famous. A while ago, the 9 demon venerable's reputation was like the sun at noon. He actually fought with a human junior. I admire the 9 demon venerable's strength. Martial Saint Yunhao, a hermit expert of the Azure continent, had also come here to stop the devil experts from obtaining the treasures of the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. However, before he came back, he heard about the incident in the cold demon city. It was a shock. A human at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm was surrounded and killed by 9 demon venerable and 9 ninth heaven martial emperor realm demons. 9 martial emperors were instantly killed by that human at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm, and even 9 demon venerable was injured. After destroying the demon sealing god array blueprint, 9 demon venerable chased after that first heaven martial emperor and there was no news of him after that. However, what happened that day had shocked countless experts of the Serenity Plains and the Azure continent. The people from both sides did not come for long. When they saw that 9 demon venerable had arrived, Martial Saint Yunhao was curious. Was that martial emperor killed by 9 demon venerable, or did he escape? When he heard 9 demon venerable mocking the human race, he was instantly furious. He thought of 9 demon venerable's matter and said it loudly. He looked like he was flattering him, but in 9 demon venerable's ears, it was like a loud slap to his face. What Martial Saint Yunhao said was something he was ashamed of. He had been beaten half to death 0 years ago, and this time, he had just come out and was injured by a martial monarch realm expert. He had even killed 9 of his subordinates. Just thinking about it was infuriating. If I catch him, I'll definitely extract his soul and refine it. Why don't we have a big battle now so that we don't have to waste our time? 9 demon venerable's face was filled with rage. The shocking demonic chi around his body soared into the sky. It instantly matched the demonic chi around the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, causing his cultivation to become even stronger. At this moment, he had the right time, the right place, and the right people. It was the best time to kill Yunhao. The other 9th-level martial Emperor realm powerhouses of the devil race also unleashed their demonic chi. A battle was about to break out. For a moment, the entire atmosphere was extremely strange and oppressive. The human experts also circulated their true essence, and the pressure continued to collide out, causing the air to tremble. Ha ha, I see. I didn't expect that little fellow to be so good. He was actually able to escape from the hands of the famous 9-demon venerable. This is his glory, haha. Marshal Saint Yunyao's expression changed. If they really fought, the human race would definitely die here. Even if he could escape, he would be seriously injured. However, when he thought about the arrival of the human race's powerhouses, he was not afraid at all. The battle between Martial Emperor and Martial Saint was not something that could be decided in a short period of time. It was naturally not a problem to stall for time. Judging from 9-demon venerable's words, he could tell that the first heaven Martial Emperor had escaped. It was not easy for him to escape from the furious 9-demon venerable while being seriously injured. God-refining demon array. 9-demon venerable was extremely furious. He could not hold it in any longer. In terms of intelligence, demons had never been a match for humans. The main reason was that demons were easily angered and lost their rationality in anger. He did not expect to be mocked by the other party again. With a wave of his hand, 11 9th-level Martial Emperor realm demons flashed and formed a formation. Although the experts were not together, it was still very easy for them to use a simple joint formation. Demon-slaying heavenly god formation. Yunyo saw that the other party was about to attack and did not dare to be careless. He also understood that the other party wanted to take advantage of the weakness of the human race to kill the human race. He did not dare to be careless. He also had the people around him cast the array formation. This way, even if they were not the other party's match, they could at least buy some time. In an instant, 2 huge formations were formed. A powerful and shocking pressure formed a halo, and the halo quickly became stronger in the air. Yun Hao and 9-demon venerable also floated up, looking at each other coldly. They completely ignored Li Lingtian, who was below. A first firmament martial emperor must have used some kind of treasure to be able to enter. So what if he could enter? He would just be courting death. Moreover, both sides were focused on each other, so it was normal for them to ignore Li Lingtian. Chapter 517, Intimidation, 1. Chapter 517, Intimidation, 1, Humph. A cold snort sounded from the 2 formation clusters. The sound was extremely disharmonious. The originally oppressive atmosphere was instantly broken. Everyone looked at the person who made the sound, their faces filled with confusion. It was Li Lingtian who snorted. His eyes were cold as he stared at the human and infernal tribes formation. No one could see the expression on his face as he was wearing a mask. Updated on B0X0VL, you're courting death. 9-demon venerable was slightly angry. Originally, the aura of the demons had already reached its limit, and a great battle was about to break out. However, he did not expect that this balance would be instantly broken by a cold snort. Although he was curious about the silver-masked powerhouse in front of him, he did not take a first-level martial emperor seriously. With a wave of his hand, a huge wave of black devil chi blasted toward Li Lingtian. The space trembled, and a powerful destructive pressure followed. This was the usual move of the strong against the weak. Marshal Saint Yunhao and the others were also confused, but they were more delighted. However, whether it was the first heaven or the 9th heaven, those who could pass through the pressure of the demonic might and come to the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower were not simple. At the very least, this first heaven youth was not an enemy for the time being. Because the demons attacking him could, firstly, exhaust the strength of the demons. Secondly, they wanted to see the ability of this silver-masked youth. Thirdly, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. If he was not a friend, he would not immediately become an opponent. Humph. Li Lingtian snorted again with disdain. As he watched the terrifying Black Devil's aura approach, Li Lingtian flipped his hand and struck out with his palm. Marshal Saint Yunhao and the others were stunned by this palm strike. This was because the silver-masked young man had also unleashed his demonic chi. The terrifying demonic chi formed a palm print that slapped towards the black demonic chi. Boom! With a dull thud, the black demon chi was dispersed by Li Lingtian's casual true demon godslaying palm. The terrifying true demon chi was directed at the 9 demon venerables. Seeing his attack being defeated, 9 demon venerable was extremely shocked. Although he did not use his full strength, with the power of the pressure, this attack would even injure a 5th heaven martial emperor. He had never expected that not only would the other party receive it, but he would also break his attack first. The destructive attack was now smashing towards him. A light shield appeared and covered his entire body. Deng deng deng. The black light shield trembled, and 9 demon venerable could not help but take 3 steps back. His expression was extremely ugly. Although he had only taken 3 steps back, it was no different from failure. He had attacked first, and the other party had only counterattacked. It had also been a casual attack, but he had been defeated with a casual palm. How could he not be shocked? He was not the only one. Marshal Saint Yun Hao and the others, as well as the 9th level Martial Emperor realm of the demon race, were all shocked. Sha! They all exhaled a breath of cold air. They did not expect a 1st level Martial Emperor, Tian Tian, to be as insignificant as an ant in front of them. He had actually defeated the 9 demon venerable so easily. Behave yourself. Li Lingtian said coldly. After striking out with his palm, he did not show any intention of attacking. Instead, he placed his hands behind his back and the god-destroying Tempest Slash was already in Long Da's hands. Long Da was hiding in the distance so he did not need Li Lingtian at all. It seemed like an easy attack, but he knew that he was not a match for this 9 demon venerable. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. He knew he should stop while he was ahead. The other party did not dare to make a move rashly and suppressed the other party with one move. The expression on Marshal Saint Yunyao's face changed several times. Although Li Lingtian and the 9 demon venerables seemed to be at odds, Li Lingtian had unleashed his demonic technique. Without a doubt, Li Lingtian was a formidable opponent as well. After all, he was a powerful demon. Humph! 9 demon venerable was startled. He wanted to attack, but his expression changed drastically. He had just discovered that the demonic chi that this silver-masked young man was using was extremely pure. It was a terrifying true demonic chi. True devil chi. Even he did not dare to act rashly. If he was not careful, he would be destroyed in front of true devil chi. The true devil chi was undoubtedly a supreme existence in the devil race. It was like the demonic power of a small demonic beast against the dragon chi of a dragon. The true devil chi was something only members of the royal family of the devil race could possess. The mysterious young man in front of them had a mysterious identity and was unfathomable. For a moment, they did not dare to act rashly. At the very least, this young man in front of him was a demon expert. He could not have internal strife now. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the 11 ninth heaven martial emperor demons dispersed. At this moment, it was impossible for him to kill Marshal Saint Yun Hao and the other humans. After all, he had just done something stupid. He should not have provoked this 1st heaven martial emperor. He was also extremely depressed in his heart. In just over a month, he had encountered 2 such experts. He had suffered a loss. Could it be that the world had really gone crazy? He also felt unlucky for himself. He had encountered the 1st heaven twice. The first time, he was injured and lost face. This time, he suffered a loss and lost face. 9 demon venerable is really amazing, haha. Marshal Saint Yun Hao saw that the demon race's formation had been removed and ordered the human experts behind him to remove the formation as well. She revealed a playful smile as she looked at 9 demon venerable's bitter face. Although he did not say it out loud, everyone knew that the 9 demon venerable had been defeated by a 1st heaven martial emperor twice. It was really depressing and pitiful for the 9 demon venerable. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not care about the dogfight. Although the human tribe needed to unite at this time, he did not have the need to do so. There were no good people in the human tribe either. When it came to killing and snatching treasures, Humans were even more shameful than the internals. He closed his eyes slightly and rested in front of the 20 or so super experts. This made everyone furious, but they didn't dare to show it. Li Lingtian could sense the summoning from the demonic tower, but it would only open after a certain period of time. It was obvious that it was not the time to do so, and it would take some time. Swoosh. The sound of air being torn apart rang out as a human Ninth Heaven Martial Emperor arrived at the bottom of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. After observing the situation before him, he stood behind Marshal Saint Yunhao and looked at Li Lingtian curiously. However, he did not say anything. Swoosh. Another sound was heard. Marshal Saint Yunhao, who was smiling, had a change in expression. It was a Ninth Heaven Martial Emperor from the demon race. Previously, the human race had gained a Ninth Heaven Martial Emperor, which had shortened the gap between them and the demons. However, now that the demons had one more, the gap was back to the beginning. As time passed, the demonic qi emitted by the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower became denser and denser. The purity of this demonic qi almost made 9 Demon Venerable exclaim in surprise, because this demonic qi was almost the same as true demonic qi. Although it could not compare to true demonic qi, it was not much weaker. It seemed that the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower was about to open. Marshal Saint Yun Hao and 9 Demon Venerable looked expectant as they looked into the distance. They were obviously waiting for their experts to arrive. The more experts they had, the more confident they would be. "Ninth brother, you're really fast." A loud and clear voice rang out. The voice was like thunder rolling over. As soon as the voice was heard, a tall old man descended in front of the demonic tower. The old man was covered in terrifying demonic qi, and he carried an explosive Li Lingtian with him. He gave off a domineering aura that was unmatched. 7 Demon Venerable Yang Feng. Marshal Saint Yun Hao's calm expression changed when he saw the old man. He didn't expect that his people wouldn't come, but a demon venerable. If the other party attacked now, all of his people would die. Even he wouldn't be able to escape. The 9 Ninth Heaven Martial Emperors behind him were also extremely shocked. They did not need to think to know what it meant for the other party to have an additional Martial Saint powerhouse. "Yunhao, let's settle the score from 100 years ago." The 7 Demon Venerables Yang Feng looked at Marshal Saint Yunhao coldly. The demonic energy in his body soared into the sky, and he looked like he was about to launch an attack. However, his eyes were fixed on the silver-masked youth who was standing alone. This youth was neither on the demon race's side nor the human race's side. It was really hard to tell if he was an enemy or a friend. "Seventh brother, don't do anything now. We have important matters to attend to." 9 Demon Venerable was stunned when he saw 7 Demon Venerable Yang Feng looking at Li Lingtian. If they were outside, he would not have stopped them. He would have been more than happy for Yang Feng to teach this young man a lesson. However, they had more important matters to attend to now. If this young man was too powerful and became their opponent, the gains would not make up for the losses. "Ninth brother, what's wrong?" When the 7 Demon Venerables heard the 9 Demon Venerables' words, they were stunned. According to their cultivation, the 9 Demon Venerables would not dare to provoke him even if they were beaten to death. The two of them were both demons, but their strength was far apart. The 9 Demon Venerables were only at the first sky of the Martial Saint realm, but the 7 Demon Venerables were at the great circle of the first sky of the Martial Saint realm. They were only one step away from the second sky of the Martial Saint realm. Although their realms were the same, their abilities were not on the same level. Now, 9 Demon Venerable was obviously reminding him not to touch this young man. He was even more curious. What was a young First Heaven Martial Emperor? Was there something scary about him? Following that, the two of them kept moving their mouths, but there was no sound at all. It was obvious that they were transmitting their voices. Although the experts present couldn't hear them, they understood what they were talking about. They were most likely talking about the silver-masked young man. "Haha, looks like him not late." At this moment, a loud laughter was heard. At the same time, a figure strangely landed not far from Marshal Saint Yunhao. Li Lingtian was shocked. He did not know what secret technique this powerhouse had used to ignore the pressure and arrive in an instant. Brother Ming Luo, long time no see. Marshal Saint Yunhao greeted the middle-aged man in front of him with a happy expression on his face. His side had one more Marshal Saint, but he could now compete with the other party in terms of Marshal Saint. Similarly, Marshal Saint Ming Luo was also at the peak of the first Heaven Marshal Saint realm. She was not much different from the 7 demon venerables. I came from Xianju, much further than you, but fortunately am not late. Marshal Saint Ming Luo chuckled as she sized up the situation before her. She had an idea of what was going on, but she was extremely curious when she saw Li Lingtian. He turned to Marshal Saint Yunhao with a questioning look. Chapter 518, Demonic Towers Opening. Chapter 518, Demonic Towers Opening. Li Lingtian's presence was feared by both the Asmodean and human powerhouses. Although both sides had 2 Marshal Saints and a few 9th Heaven Marshal Emperors, Li Lingtian's strength was not to be underestimated. It was better to have a friend than an enemy. Even if they weren't friends, they didn't want to be a threat at this time. Both sides were hoping that Li Lingtian would stand on their side. That way, their chances of winning would be much higher. Marshal Saint Yunhao and Marshal Saint Ming Luo used secret voice sending as they looked at Li Lingtian from time to time before looking into the distance as if they were waiting for their companions. Haha, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. A loud laughter rang out and reached Li Lingtian and the others' ears from afar. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the 7 demon venerables were shocked when they heard the laughter. The expressions on their faces kept changing, and no one knew what they were thinking. Li Lingtian noticed the change in their expressions and wondered who it was that could make the infernal and human martial saints so fearful. Sky Demon Monarch, long time no see. Marshal Saint Ming Luo reacted the fastest. She greeted him loudly and her expression was calm. Just like an old friend whom he had not seen for a long time, Li Lingtian's smile was thick. Li Lingtian looked at Marshal Saint Ming Luo and was astonished. What kind of person was this 1000 demon king? Even someone like Marshal Saint Ming Luo had to fawn over him. Sky Demon King, I didn't expect you to come. You seem to be very free. The 7 demon venerables' expressions were also very calm. Their tone was neither fawning nor resisting. They greeted him indifferently. Swoosh. A loud sound was heard as a hole was torn open in the demonic might's pressure. A burly man appeared before Li Lingtian and the others. It was then that Li Lingtian finally saw the figure that both the Asmodeans and the humans were afraid of. It was a 3-meter-tall burly man who was filled with explosive power. He looked to be in his 40s and held a huge hammer in his hand. The hammer emitted a shocking demonic power pressure. Saint Artifact, high-quality Saint Artifact. Li Lingtian exclaimed in his heart. This superior saint weapon was nothing much to begin with. He had a few supreme saint weapons and even divine weapons. However, the saint artifact in front of him was indeed a true saint artifact of the demon race. It was a treasure forged by the demon race, just like the dragon race's roaring dragon battle halberd. With the explosive power, his body, and the iron hammer, the burly man was like a god of war. His cultivation had also reached the peak first sky of the martial saint realm. Ming Luo, 7 demon venerables, the 2 of you didn't fight this time. Hey! The first thing the Heaven Demon King said was that he was curious about the 2 experts not fighting. In his eyes, the 7 demon venerables and Marshal Saint Ming Luo of the human race should be fighting each other the moment they met. It had been like this in the past, but it was in such a perfect place. It would be strange if they didn't fight. His gaze swept across the crowd and shifted from the demon martial saint to the human martial saint before finally landing on Li Lingtian. He was shocked when he saw Li Lingtian's silver mask and elegant figure. Even he couldn't tell if the masked youth was human or demon. Furthermore, the youth occupied a special seat, which immediately piqued his curiosity. Could it be that in the heavenly demon king's heart, both of us are injured? The 7 demon venerables said loudly. Although their tone was calm, they were somewhat dissatisfied. The arrival of the Heaven Demon King had indeed exceeded their expectations. Humans and demons were more or less on the same side. They were also opponents of the demons. Now that the heavenly demon monarch had appeared, even if he couldn't help the humans, he wouldn't become a comrade of the demons. Interesting, interesting. This time, it's really interesting. The heavenly demon king ignored the 7 demon venerables and stared at Li Lingtian before looking at the internals and humans. He then burst into laughter. However, Li Lingtian did not move at all. He stood there like a statue. This time, I'm here to play too. How can I miss out on such a good thing? The atmosphere in the sky was strange. The weather that was originally in June instantly turned gloomy. The cold aura made the martial emperor powerhouses tremble involuntarily. The 7 demon venerables and 9 demon venerables of the demon race, martial Saint Ming Luo of the human race, and heavenly demon monarch of the demon race were all shocked. Their expressions changed continuously. He looked into the distance with a puzzled look. He saw a grey aura rolling over from afar. As the aura arrived, a dark cloud appeared. In the blink of an eye, the dark cloud turned into 2 figures. Initially, Li Lingtian was only shocked and fearful of the few martial saint powerhouses. However, when he saw the newcomers, his heart could not help but tremble. Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor, the few martial saints exclaimed. Everyone's voice was more or less filled with fear. It was obvious that they were afraid of these 2 figures. Li Lingtian was equally afraid because the 2 figures were one person. They looked like 2 people, but they were actually one person. The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperors looked exactly the same. Their eyes and auras were exactly the same. They were completely replicas. That's right. There are still people who can recognize me. Should I feel honored? The Yin-Yang Ghost Theache's voice rang out, but it was impossible to tell which person it came from. Even Li Lingshan's powerful divine consciousness could not tell which of the Yin-Yang Ghost Theache's 2 figures was the real one. After disappearing for a few hundred years, you're still alive. Heaven Demon Monarch looked at Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch coldly. He could tell that there was hatred between the 2 of them. However, in the current situation, no one wanted to make a move at this place because it was not wise for anyone to make a move. As long as they were injured, they would be killed by the other martial saints. The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor controls the mysterious and powerful nether chi. Li Lingshan's mind spun quickly as he searched for all the information on the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. Although the information was not complete, he had gained some basic understanding of the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. The nether chi, immortal chi, true devil chi, and true dragon chi were known as the most powerful auras in the world. They were the most mysterious existences of every race. If a real war broke out, the Demon Clan and Monster Clan wouldn't be able to gain any advantage with the same cultivation base and strength. After all, the cultivation method of the Dark Clan's experts was too strange. Even your heavenly demon king isn't dead. If I die like this, wouldn't it be a big joke? The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor chuckled. His voice was cold and he didn't seem to be laughing at all. The 2 figures crossed each other, and the aura of the entire space suddenly became suppressed. The temperature between heaven and earth plummeted, and everyone felt as if they had entered a world of glacier. The peak of the first sky of the martial saint realm actually had such an aura. Moreover, the auras of the 2 figures were exactly the same, and their movements were the same. More than a dozen 9th-level martial emperor realm powerhouses cast their protective shields in this cold air and circulated their cultivation techniques to prevent themselves from being injured by the cold air. There were only a few martial saint powerhouses who had a calm expression on their faces. There was no movement from their bodies. They were not affected by the aura. The same was true for Li Lingtian, who was wearing a silver mask. Everyone turned to look at Li Lingtian. He was like a statue, completely oblivious to what was happening outside. Even in the face of the cold air, it did not move at all. It completely ignored the cold air. At that moment, the humans stood on one side, the internals on the other, the heavenly monster king and the yin-yang ghost monarch on one side, and Li Lingtian in the center. Those who were unaware of the situation would think that all the powerhouses were trying to kill Li Lingtian. Moreover, Li Lingtian, who was in the middle, had the lowest cultivation base in this place but was also the most mysterious one. "Are you done?" Li Lingtian said coldly. The change in his expression behind the mask was not visible. Instantly, Everyone was shocked. They did not expect this first-level martial emperor young man to be so arrogant. The lowest cultivation base of the people standing here was at the peak of the 9th level of the martial emperor realm. There were also a few super martial saint powerhouses. He was only at the first level of the martial emperor realm, yet he dared to speak like this. Humph! The yin-yang ghost monarch and the heavenly demon king snorted at the same time. The pressure of a martial saint surged and their expressions were cold as they glared at Li Lingtian. No matter how domineering a first heaven martial emperor was, he was still a first heaven martial emperor. Even if he increased his realm and became a first heaven martial saint, there was still a huge gap between him and them. In such a realm gap, no one could escape the rules of the realm. Even a first heaven martial emperor dared to be so arrogant. Did he not know how powerful a martial saint was? In an instant, the two super martial saints unleashed their terrifying pressure. The faces of the 12 ninth heaven martial emperors from the devil race and the 9 ninth heaven martial emperors from the human race turned pale. The power of a martial saint was indeed terrifying. These two abnormal experts were much stronger than the 7 demon venerables and martial saint Ming Luo. Especially the yin-yang ghost emperor, whose body emitted an ethereal pressure that filled the entire space. Wisps of cold air corroded the bodies of all the experts. No one noticed the change in Li Lingtian's expression. However, Li Lingtian had unleashed a strange aura. The appearance of this aura caused the cold yin qi and demonic power to swirl continuously. Boom! In the sky, at this moment, an explosion sounded. Shocking demonic qi swooped down from the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, enveloping the entire world. Heaven Demon King and Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch were shocked as they restrained their auras. Everyone looked at the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. This demonic might was as terrifying as his body. It pressed down fiercely as if it wanted to crush everything in the world into pieces. However, at this moment, an arc of light appeared in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. As the arc of light appeared, a pitch-black door slowly opened. The Heaven Ascension Demon Tower opened, and demonic pressure appeared in front of the door, like an invisible barrier blocking the door. Chapter 519, Identity Exposed. Chapter 519, Identity Exposed. Boom! With a loud explosion, the earth-shattering demonic might finally descended and ruthlessly pressed onto the ground. The ground trembled. The faces of the dozen ninth heaven martial emperor powerhouses turned pale as they spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Lingtian's expression was equally ugly. There was also a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but he was much better off than the other martial emperor powerhouses. In front of the devil might, although he could resist, he had to use the true devil chi or even the supreme treasures of the devil race. He did not want to use it in front of these few powerhouses. After all, any one of the 6 martial saint powerhouses present could crush him to death. If he used a powerful treasure and was targeted by a few experts, he would be courting death. Silence. There was not a single sound below the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. They all looked at the pitch-black door in front of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower in a daze, not knowing what was inside. The 9 demon venerables, 7 demon venerables, and the 12 ninth heaven martial emperor demons walked toward the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Martial Saint Ming Luo glanced at Martial Saint Yun Hao. The two of them exchanged a look and followed along with the 9 martial emperors. They were here to stop the devil race from getting the treasure, so they naturally wouldn't let the devil race take the lead. Heavenly Demon King pondered for a moment before following Martial Saint Ming Luo. After all, they were cooperating with the humans this time, and their common enemy was the demons. Naturally, they did not want the treasures of the demons to fall into the hands of the demons. Otherwise, the entire divine martial continent's humans and demons would be trampled by the demons. Phut! The 12 ninth firmament martial emperor realm demons cast a mysterious array formation and prepared to pass through the demonic might with their light shields. However, they were mercilessly crushed by the demonic might. The expressions of the 12 demons were extremely ugly. Ming Luo, aren't you going to make a move? Martial Saint Ming Luo. 9 demon venerable shouted as he looked at Martial Saint Ming Luo with extreme displeasure. Their people had broken through this demonic might, while the human experts were watching from the side. They were naturally unhappy. "Ha, Your Excellency 9 Demon Venerable, you must be stupid. It doesn't matter if we go in or not. It's better if we don't go in. If you want to go in, think of a way yourself. Don't tell me that we humans are going to help you demons activate the array formation so that you can obtain treasures to deal with us humans. Are you stupid, or do you think we are fools?" Marshal Saint Ming Luo laughed loudly. The other party's martial emperor was injured. If they were to fight the devil race now, the devil race might not necessarily win. Moreover, the human powerhouses were only trying to stop the demons from obtaining the treasures. They had no intention of fighting over the treasures. If demons couldn't even enter the gate of this heaven-reaching demon tower, it would be in line with the wishes of humans. Of course, they wouldn't help to open the formation of the heaven-reaching demon tower. If the fiend race really had the ability to activate this array formation, they would also have to pay a price. At that time, it would be easier to deal with them. Good, very good. Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch, Heaven Demon King, don't you want the treasures inside? If possible, we can discuss how to divide the treasures we obtain. How about it? The 9 Demon Venerable was stunned by Marshal Saint Ming Luo's words and was furious. However, the other party was right. The other party was here to stop the devil race from obtaining the treasure. If he asked them to activate the array, wouldn't it be boring if he did it himself? However, he didn't do anything at this moment. Instead, he shifted his focus to the Heaven Demon Monarch and the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch. Originally, these two people were the most dangerous, but there was no other way now. If he could exhaust them a little, it would be a good thing. 9 Demon Venerable, do it yourself. The demon race and the monster race are irreconcilable enemies. Even if it's for the sake of treasures, I won't help you activate the array. Heavenly Demon Monarch was straightforward and rejected him directly. He stood beside the humans. It was obvious that the two races had joined forces. "Since you're all sitting and waiting, do you think him a fool?" The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor said sinisterly. Although he didn't dare to say that he could defeat everyone here, no one here could threaten him. He was an old monster that had been around for hundreds of years. He naturally wouldn't do anything that was thankless. "Very good, I can't count on you guys." The 7 Demon Venerables spoke. He had long understood that it was impossible for the demons to call these people to activate the array formation to resist the demonic might. After saying that, his body flashed and flew forward. At the same time, 9 Demon Venerable also flew forward. The two of them arrived in front of the demonic might with extremely serious expressions. Hey! Everyone smiled when they saw the 2 Demon Venerables personally activate the array. They naturally understood that the demons had a way to open the array formation. If they wanted their help, it would only consume their cultivation. However, just as the powerhouses thought that the 2 Demon Venerables were about to activate the demonic might formation, the 7 Demon Venerables turned around and glared at Li Lingtian coldly. In this place, they did not dare to provoke anyone. At the very least, he could not provoke him before he obtained the treasure. However, he would not put this first-level martial emperor young man in his eyes. No matter how powerful he was still a first heaven martial emperor. It was impossible for him to cause any trouble in front of a martial saint. "Sir, could it be that you also want to watch the show and let the queen take advantage of it?" The 7 Demon Venerables said indifferently. His tone was calm, but there was a domineering feeling. Instantly, everyone looked curiously at the silver-masked young powerhouse, Li Lingtian. He was a first firmament martial emperor who had appeared in this place. They couldn't tell which camp the masked youth belonged to. Heaven Demon Monarch and Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch didn't know at all. Even the 7 Demon Venerables and Marshal Saint Ming Luo could only be informed by their own people. "Did I say I wanted to watch the show? You're the ones who are messing around." Li Lingtian's voice came from behind the mask, but his expression could not be seen. However, after Li Lingtian finished speaking, he walked toward the pitch-black door step by step. He walked past the demon race martial emperors on both sides and his figure was naturally elegant. He did not care that he had offended the 7 demon venerables at all. His answer stunned all the experts present. Could it be that this young man had some way to activate the array? They had not expected this young man to agree so easily. It had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. The 7 demon venerables were stunned and did not even have the chance to get angry. It was a disgrace to be called a fool by a first-level martial emperor. However, now that Li Lingtian had made his move, there was no way he could stand up to Li Lingtian if he were to get angry. He could only bear with it. His heart was filled with agony, as if he had been punched by his opponent and could not retaliate. Li Lingtian had been observing the demonic might all this while. The demonic might was blocking the pitch-black door. In other words, the door was a decoy and the real key was the demonic might. As long as he broke through the demonic might, he would be able to enter. As for what was inside the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, he no longer cared. What he cared about was that the summoning was getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, after the black door opened, the pull of the summoning almost made him fly away without caring about anything. Fortunately, the appearance of the demonic might slightly isolated the pull. However, although it had decreased a little, the attraction was still very strong. He had to go in. He was only 10 meters away from the demonic might of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. However, at this distance, the terrifying demonic might was already tearing him apart. If he took another step forward, he did not dare to imagine what the outcome would be. The ignorant are truly fearless. I want to see what kind of ability he has. First-level Martial Emperor Realm. The Heavenly Monster King, the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor, and the others looked at Li Lingtian with disdain as he stood before the demonic might. If he acted tough, he would be struck by lightning. A First Heaven Martial Monarch Realm expert was really courting death. However, if someone came forward to die, they would not stop them. The experts who came here were all enemies. It was better if one died. But then, everyone was stunned. They subconsciously rubbed their eyes, unable to believe that everything in front of them was real. It was as if it was an illusion. Li Lingtian pointed with one hand and a pitch-black halo appeared. The halo carried a mysterious aura but no one could tell what it was. After the halo appeared, Li Lingtian walked toward the Devil's Might step by step. The halo hovered above Li Lingtian's head. The demonic might in front of him had completely evaded it and vanished automatically. It appeared that Li Lingtian was advancing step by step, but in the blink of an eye, his figure had already disappeared into the pitch-black door. In other words, Li Lingtian had entered the demonic tower. Everyone present was stunned by the scene. He did not expect this young man to have such a mysterious ability. He completely ignored the devil might and directly walked in. This was too heaven-defying. How strange. Who is this person? He's wearing a mask. He shouldn't look like someone who saw him. Looks like someone here knows him. The few martial saints started to discuss. Although they did not talk to anyone else, they expressed their opinions and surprised to themselves. Hey, could it be him? 9 Demon Venerable and Martial Saint Yun Hao's hearts shook as they thought of a person. The actions of the two people quickly overlapped in their hearts. The two powerful existences finally became one person. 9th brother, do you know him? The 7 Demon Venerables looked at the 9 Demon Venerables and asked. This young man could easily enter the demonic might and ignore it. He was definitely not simple. Li Lingtian. It's that bastard Li Lingtian. 9 Demon Venerable was certain that the silver-masked young man was Li Lingtian. Otherwise, there would not be such a coincidence in this world that he was ambushed twice by a First Firmament Martial Emperor. He was a dignified Martial Saint powerhouse, but he had been ambushed twice by a first-level Martial Emperor in just over a month. It was already a miracle to have such a heaven-defying figure. If another one were to appear, he would be speechless. Other than Li Lingtian, he could not think of anyone else who was this silver-masked youth. The thought of Li Lingtian infuriated him. The blueprint was destroyed and he was injured. Chapter 520. Entering the Heavenly Demon Tower. Chapter 520. Entering the Heavenly Demon Tower. It really is him. Your Excellency 9 Demon Venerable, you guys are really interesting. I didn't expect to meet an opponent in this place. Marshal Saint Yunhao burst into laughter after he finished speaking. If this person was really Li Lingtian, the human tribe would have one more powerhouse. No matter what was going on with the demonic qi that Li Lingtian had just unleashed, it was fine as long as Li Lingtian was a human. It was also very normal for human experts to cultivate demonic techniques. The strong were respected. Who cared what cultivation technique they cultivated? As long as they could kill their opponents, they were powerful cultivation techniques. Moreover, Li Lingtian's reputation was so great that even the average warrior sage powerhouse could not compare to him. Marshal Saint Yunhao was delighted to see 9 Demon Venerable's expression. He had been defeated by a First Heaven Martial Emperor twice, and it was the same person. Yunhao, are we going to fight now? At this moment, 9 Demon Venerable was burning whoever he met. As he spoke, he glared at Marshal Saint Yunhao. Alright, we can have a big battle now so that we don't have to go in and fight for any treasures. We're not interested in competing with you for any treasures. It seems that this devil might restriction will close in at most 2 hours. This is even better. Let's do it. Marshal Saint Ming Luo smiled. He had naturally heard of Li Lingtian. No matter how powerful the experts of the demon race were, they would not dare to make a move at this time. He would not give up on something that could benefit him. If he could not fight, it would be good to anger the other party. At the same time, when they spoke, they intentionally or unintentionally looked at the changes in the demonic aura. Although the demonic aura was weakening, they understood that as long as the demonic aura disappeared, this pitch-black door would close. As soon as he finished speaking, the shocking genuine vitality in his body circulated. A powerful aura was displayed, and the space shook. This was the power of the peak first sky of the Martial Saint realm. Marshal Saint Yunhao also unleashed his aura. The other 9 martial sovereigns also formed the demon-slaying sky formation. They were all old foxes. It would be a waste not to do such a thing. In any case, the other party did not dare to make a move. Haha, this is fun. Sky Demon King laughed loudly. This was the first time the demon race had encountered such a thing. The demon race was extremely powerful. Furthermore, they had an even greater advantage in their territory. Unfortunately, the entire fiend race was no longer human. They were completely passive and could not step down. Humph. 9 Demon Venerable calmed down. He knew that he was too impulsive. After a cold snort, he turned his head away and completely ignored Marshal Saint Ming Luo. Marshal Saint Ming Luo didn't have any intention of making a move, but this time, she had the upper hand. Do it. 9 Demon Venerable looked at the 12 9th level Martial Emperor demons and shouted. After he finished speaking, he circulated the demonic qi in his body and prepared to activate the array to resist the demonic might. If they waited any longer and the demonic might disappeared, they would never be able to enter the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower again. However, he was not worried that Li Lingtian would take the lead. Li Lingtian was a human. Even if he cultivated demonic qi to conceal his identity, he was still an ant when he encountered a truly powerful demon. Li Lingtian's ability aside, it would not be easy to find a treasure even if he wanted to. Even if he found it, he would not be able to get it. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. More than 10 shocking demonic qi appeared in the air. The 9 Demon Venerables formed the array core. The 7 Demon Venerables waved their hands, and a pitch-black compass appeared in their hands. The compass continuously emitted demonic qi. However, this demonic qi, together with the demonic qi of more than 10 experts, immediately formed a shocking demonic might. Even if this demonic might was not as powerful as the previous demonic might, there was not much difference between the two. As time passed by, the demonic might on the compass continued to strengthen. However, the 9th Heaven Martial Emperor Demon Clan's complexion did not look so good. The devil qi was being sucked away continuously, and the 12 martial emperors from the devil clan were on the verge of death. Catcher! The demonic might on the compass shook. Following the activation of the 7 Demon Venerable spells, the demonic might met the demonic might of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Immediately, there was a soft sound, and a tiny hole appeared in the demonic might on the opposite side. Rustle, rustle. Cece, Cece. The gap was getting bigger and bigger. The 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables moved forward step by step. They naturally did not want to be taken by others. 10 meters away from the demonic aura, the two of them looked at each other and nodded. Their bodies strangely disappeared, and at the same time, the hole in the demonic aura could be quickly closed. However, the moment the wound closed, all the experts present disappeared. Although it only took him 3 seconds to completely enter the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, it was more than enough time for a powerhouse at the 9th level of the Martial Emperor realm and above. After Li Lingtian entered the demonic tower, his face was filled with astonishment. Although the demonic qi was dense inside, it was completely a paradise. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed. Green grass and greenery were everywhere, and mountains rose one after another. The demonic qi was fixed and could not be scattered. Moreover, the air inside was extremely fresh. If it were not for the existence of demonic qi, no one would be able to treat this place as a heavenly demon tower. He didn't have the mood to appreciate all of this because when he entered the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower, the attraction was even stronger. Li Lingtian flew quickly based on his instincts. After flying around and sizing up the place, he gained a certain understanding of the demonic tower. It was a completely independent space and not a tower at all. He didn't know how big it was, but since the feeling was very strong, he would follow it. Even if the path was different, the direction wouldn't be wrong. For the entire day, Li Lingtian flew in the direction he sensed. He finally encountered a powerful demonic beast. However, even a powerful demonic beast would tremble in front of his true demonic qi. By the time the demonic beasts had finished trembling, Li Lingtian had already flown away or killed them. Demons and magical beasts were like ants in front of the Saint Demon Qi and the Heavenly Devil Staff. Finally, Li Lingtian found a cave that was suitable for resting. After entering the cave, he quickly cast a restriction to block the cave. He could rest in there so that he could feel more at ease. Moreover, he didn't want to rush to the front this time because even if he was at the front, the devil race and a few super martial saints behind him would arrive in a short time. If he obtained the treasure, he would definitely be the target of death. Li Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief after he was done. Although they were not tired after flying for a day, they were worried about the martial saint experts behind them and the demonic beasts here. The powerful demonic beasts were sometimes not much weaker than martial saints. Li Lingtian encountered a Tier 8 magical beast that day. However, this magical beast was a fire-type one. Fire-type magical beasts were useless against Li Lingtian. He had the flaming sacred body and the sacred devil flame. Naturally, he would not be afraid of fire-type magical beasts. Now, he understood a benefit, and that was the power of the 5 elements. When he encountered demonic beasts and demonic beasts with attributes, he would have a heaven-defying advantage. Even if he couldn't restrain the 5-element martial souls and demonic beasts, they wouldn't be able to take advantage of him. He had the will of the 5 elements, so he could fight against any kind of attribute martial soul. Moreover, the other party had to be restrained by his other martial souls. For example, if the opponent was of the water element, Li Lingtian would use the same water element. However, if he found an opportunity, the fire element would definitely take care of the water element. Big Brother Ling Tian. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the divine dragon ring was activated. Shenyuan Yingying and the others came out and stood beside Li Lingtian in an adorable manner. Let's take a rest first. This place is the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. There are a few martial saint powerhouses and 9th-level martial emperor powerhouses who have also entered. Therefore, let's take a rest first and see what happens. Li Lingtian briefly explained the situation before he meditated and rested at the side. As for other matters, he naturally did not care about them. Shun Mai and Tang Zimeng would handle them. Shenyuan Yingying, Shun Mai Tang Zimeng, and Little White watched Li Lingtian leave. They could see that Li Lingtian was a little tired, so they did not disturb him at all and spoke softly. The cave was soon tidied up. The cave that Li Lingtian chose was a safe and spacious place. It didn't matter if he was alone. He just needed to find a cave to rest as long as it was safe. However, he had a few peerless beauties beside him. All of them were delicate. Naturally, he couldn't be casual. Husband, go to bed and rest for a while before you cultivate. After waiting for half an hour, Shun Maya calculated the time. By now, Li Lingtian should have completed one major circulation. Otherwise, he would not have disturbed her so easily. As expected, Li Lingtian opened his eyes as she spoke. With a faint smile in his eyes, he stood up and hugged Shun Maya. Brother, are there any difficulties this time? Even though Little White knew that Li Lingtian needed to rest, she was already close to Li Lingtian. Naturally, she did not mind. She casually followed Tang Ziming and Shun Maya into the room, followed by Shenyuan Yingying. Originally, the cave was large enough to accommodate 7 to 8 rooms. However, they had all run to the room that Shun Maya and Tang Ziming had prepared because Li Lingtian was there. Besides, it wasn't night time and they didn't need to sleep. There was nothing wrong with being together. Yes, it's really difficult this time. I can only run for my life if it's just the 9 demon venerable alone. Moreover, there are a few martial saints who are much stronger than the 9 demon venerable. Any one of them can easily crush me. However, as long as I'm willing, it won't be easy for them to deal with me. I'm just going to see what kind of treasure there is and what the thing that is attracting me is. Li Lingtian said with a smile. At first, his expression was bitter, but later on, his expression became relaxed and he even smiled. Martial saint powerhouses were heaven-defying existences. He could not deal with them. However, in this place, as long as they did not obtain any treasures, the other party would not easily make a move. He naturally did not know that the 9 demon venerable had already recognized him. If the 9 demon venerable were to meet him, he would really want to tear him apart. Chapter 521, Situation 1. Chapter 521, Situation 1. There are a few martial saints here. Brother Ling Tian, you have to be careful. Tang Ziming and the others heard Li Lingshan's words. If it was a martial saint powerhouse, Li Lingtian could still escape and even fight a battle. However, no matter how powerful Li Lingtian was, he would not be able to escape if he were to encounter 2 martial saint powerhouses. Of course. I hope we don't meet them. At the very least, we can't meet 2 martial saints at the same time. Li Lingshan's expression was relaxed. Even if he were to encounter a martial saint powerhouse, as long as he did not act recklessly, the other party would not attack him easily. After all, they did not want to fight in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower in case they were accidentally killed. Although the few martial saints were powerful, they knew that Li Lingtian was not to be trifled with. However, there was one exception. That would be the 9 demon venerable. The 9 demon venerable was infuriated by Li Lingshan's plot. He wished he could tear Li Lingtian apart the moment he saw him. Oh right, brother, you said that there's something inside that's summoning you. What does it feel like? Xiao Bai looked at Li Lingtian seriously. She and Li Lingtian were connected by heart and soul and had formed a friendly contract. There were basically no secrets between the two of them. However, this time, she could not sense the same summoning as Li Lingtian. She was extremely curious. I've experienced this feeling before. It was on Hidden Dragon Island that I met Saint Lord Juyang's soul. No matter how far away it is, I can sense it as long as I reach that place. It's a feeling of being connected by flesh and blood, or a feeling that can only be felt by loved ones. It's the same this time. Li Lingtian spoke in a serious tone. If he did not have such a summoning, he would not have entered the demonic tower in front of a few martial saint powerhouses. He wanted to know what he knew about the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. He didn't want to have any regrets. Reincarnation was like losing one's memory. It was a memory that one did not want to lose. Without memories, even if the person you loved was in front of you, you wouldn't remember them. This would hurt many people and make many beautiful memories disappear. To humans, losing one's memory was a form of pain. After reincarnation, even a mighty figure could not retain all his memories. At most, he could only know a trace of his memories, and it was the incomplete kind. If these things were in his previous life, or even this life, he would not believe them at all. However, he had experienced these magical and unrealistic things. Reincarnation, rebirth, transmigration, everything. Naturally, he also believed that the summoning in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower was very important to him. It was important for him to go to any expert. However, Li Lingtian naturally did not explain the matter of reincarnation. He only said that the Saint Lord of Nine Yang's soul had strengthened his soul, which was how he became stronger. Otherwise, Tang Zimeng and the others would be unfamiliar with him. More importantly, they would be worried about their parents. Only then would they accept it. Big Brother Ling Tian is the same person as the Nine Yang Saint Lord, and has also the reincarnation of the Nine Yang Saint Lord. That kind of summoning is naturally very normal. But this time, it definitely won't be a reincarnation. It should be a very important person in the past. Shenyuan Yingying was extremely curious about Li Lingshan's situation. With her intelligence, she quickly analyzed the situation and made sense. The few of them nodded. Although it was dangerous, it was worth it to take the risk once. Following that, the group rested in peace while Li Lingtian meditated at the entrance of the cave and paid attention to any movements outside. He was able to enter first because of his powerful Saint Devil Chi and a powerful technique of the demon race. No one in the demon race knew about this secret technique. It could ignore all the restrictions and formations of the demons, as well as all the pressure of the demons. This was one of the most powerful functions of the Holy Ring. However, Li Lingtian could only control a little bit of it at the moment. However, he understood that the demons would definitely have a way to open the demonic power restriction in front of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Initially, the 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables had intended to activate the restriction. However, they were making things difficult for Li Lingtian when they discovered his presence. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be able to enter so easily. If he came here, the demons and experts behind him would definitely rush over. It would be great if the place he was going to was not the same place as them. In that case, there would be no conflict. However, he was disappointed. He had been meditating at the entrance of the cave for less than 2 hours when he heard a faint sound of air being torn apart. Swoosh, swoosh. Several air-piercing sounds could be heard 3,000 miles away. Although they were 3,000 miles away, Li Lingshan's divine consciousness was as powerful as a martial saint powerhouse. Even a first firmament martial saint powerhouse could not compare to him in terms of divine consciousness. With a powerful divine sense, one could sense an existence 3,000 miles away. He couldn't tell what kind of aura it was. He didn't know if it was from the demon clan, human clan, monster clan, or the dark clan. However, in general, the other people's destination was the same as his. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen a direction in the vast demon tower. Sure. Li Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief as the expression on his face changed. He began to calculate in his heart. The other party only had a group of experts coming. They were either humans or demons. The other experts didn't come over, probably because they didn't know the direction. Only the demons would have a better understanding of what was going on inside and know where the target was. Husband, what did you find? Shunmaya noticed the change in Li Lingshan's expression and knew that he had discovered something. Furthermore, the discovery would affect him greatly. I just discovered a group of experts flying over 3,000 miles away. This time, there are 10 humans, 12 demons, 1 monster, and 1 dark clan. The ones I found should be the experts of the demon race. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where the real target is. Li Lingtian nodded and explained everything that had happened outside. He did not need to analyze the situation to figure out the other party's identity. Then Big Brother Lingtian, which side do you think has the greatest chance of winning this time? Tang Zimeng pondered for a moment and asked. If one person couldn't think of something, perhaps more people would think of it and analyze some things. That way, it would be easier to deal with. They were all intelligent people. Even though their cultivation base was not as high as Li Lingshan's, their intelligence was not far behind Li Lingshan's. It's hard to say. The 9 demon venerables of the devil race are at the first sky of the martial saint realm, while the 7 demon venerables are at the peak of the first sky. The 2 martial saints of the human race are the same as the demons. They are just missing 3 9th level martial emperors. However, it looks like the heavenly demon monarch is on the human race's side. There's also the yin-yang ghost emperor. Everyone is afraid of him. He's standing alone. It seems like he wants to fight for the treasure. However, such a matter cannot be as simple as it seems. The realm of a martial saint not only depends on cultivation and strength, but also requires planning. On the surface, the heavenly demon king is on the side of the humans. However, if there are any tricks up his sleeves, nothing is certain. Take me for example. They don't know if I'm a demon or a human. However, the demons will most likely treat me as a demon. If the humans treat me as a demon, they will naturally be enemies. No one can find the changes inside. Unless it's someone with a conspiracy, no one knows who the real enemy is. Often, there will be traitors. Li Lingtian analyzed the situation once again. Even with his intelligence, he could not determine who was stronger. After all, there was not much difference between the few forces. In front of a martial saint powerhouse, a martial emperor was not a threat at all. He had directly ignored a martial emperor. In his previous life, there were many people who appeared to be comrades, but they were spies and spies. When the time came, they would turn around and attack, changing the situation. He didn't dare to come to a conclusion now. He could only wait and see. He wouldn't get involved. Brother is right. The strength of these forces are almost the same. Even if the yin-yang ghost emperor is powerful, it is impossible to win. Moreover, there are other people eyeing them covetously. If a real battle breaks out, the human's partner, the heavenly demon monarch, might side with the yin-yang ghost monarch or even the demons. Little White nodded. Having been with Li Lingtian for a long time, it naturally had some experience. Its words were clear and logical. Husband, do you have any influence among the forces? Shunmaya thought of something as she looked at Li Lingtian. What did the other factions think of Li Lingtian? Did they see him as a martial emperor or a potential opponent? It should be said that as long as I don't fight for the treasure, they won't provoke me easily. After all, 9 Demon Venerable was knocked back by me with 1 palm strike. I'm worried about Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch and Heaven Demon King. Although they noticed that something was wrong, they don't know my strength. When the time comes, I really have to take action to intimidate them. It's best if my identity isn't exposed. Otherwise, the 9 Demon Venerables will definitely attack me without caring about anything. At that time, there will be a problem. Li Lingtian spoke slowly as he recounted everything that happened in front of the demonic tower in detail. In front of the sky-reaching devil tower, he wanted to attract the attention of the few super martial saints so that they wouldn't dare to attack. This way, he would be less threatening. Otherwise, with his temperament and scheming, he would not easily expose his strength. If that's the case, then we'll be slightly better off. Big brother Ling Tian can decide for himself. Even if he encounters a treasure, he can give it up. As long as we know of their existence, we will find a super treasure. Once they leave the heaven-connecting devil tower, we will think of a way to deal with them. One person can't deal with them. If we work together, it will naturally be much easier. Shenyuan Yingying was relieved. If the matter could not be resolved in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, it could be easily resolved outside with the strength of the Shenyuan clan. They could secretly send a few protectors. Chapter 522, The Second Level of the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. Chapter 522, The Second Level of the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. It's unknown if there are any treasures in the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower this time. I don't care what treasure it is. I just want to know a little bit about it. Although I don't object to the treasures of the demon race, I won't risk my life to fight for them. I'm really not interested. Li Lingshan's face cracked into a smile. He was not interested in the infernal tribe's treasures at all. He already had the supreme treasure of the demon race in his hands, so he naturally wouldn't want any other treasures. Moreover, He didn't like the treasures of the demon race either. Otherwise, he would have cultivated the Holy Demon Ring and the Holy Demon Quintessence long ago. Besides, he had not only the Demon Clan's treasures, but also the Dark Clan's supreme treasures. He currently had 3 rings in his hand. One was the Divine Dragon Ring, one was the Holy Demon Ring, and the last was the Underworld Ring. These 3 space treasures were the supreme treasures of the Dragon Clan, Devil Clan, and Dark Clan. Naturally, no one knew about it until now. Otherwise, all the experts of the Divine Martial Continent would have come to hunt him down. Yes, husband is right to think like this. We don't lack any treasures. My husband also has saint artifacts and divine artifacts, so we naturally don't need the devil race's treasures. Shunmaya smiled sweetly as she felt much more comforted. Li Lingshan's wealth was incomparable to anyone else's. Naturally, he did not need to search for the infernal tribe's treasures. That would be insatiable greed. We'll go out after they pass. Even if we don't fight for any treasures, we can still find some medicinal herbs along the way. It's said that the medicinal herbs in Yuju are very precious. They can be used to refine some pills that are suitable for humans to improve their cultivation. Shenyuan Yingying pouted. She had been cultivating in the Divine Dragon Ring every day and was getting a little frustrated. However, she did not dare to suggest going out to play. After all, the martial saints and martial emperors here were too powerful. If she were to come out, she might encounter a super powerhouse and become a burden to Li Lingtian. That's not bad. Let's wait for a while. When it's a little safer here, we'll go. Li Lingtian nodded. Even though it was dangerous to stay in the demonic tower, it was safer to call out his guards to keep watch within 1,000 miles. Even if there were other super experts, he would still have time to call Shunmai and the others into the Divine Dragon Ring. He also understood Shenyuan Yingying's words. Some of the medicinal herbs in the forbidden area of the devil race could not be found outside because these medicinal herbs could only be cultivated by devil chi. Although demonic chi was a resource for the fiend race's cultivation, the medicinal herbs that grew in demonic chi were very precious. No matter what kind of medicinal herbs, as long as they were refined by an alchemist, they could become high-quality medicinal pills. Even if the medicinal herbs were poisonous, not only would the refined medicinal pills not be poisonous, but they would also become extremely powerful medicinal effects that could increase a martial artist's cultivation. Then let's cultivate first. After Little White and Shenyuan Yingying were done talking, they quickly left. After all, this was where Li Lingtian, Shunmai and Tang Zimeng were resting. The 3 of them were naturally in love. They were girls who had never experienced anything before. Even though they were used to being with Li Lingtian, they were still embarrassed. As she watched Little White and Shenyuan Yingying leave, a faint smile appeared on Shunmai's face. She looked at Li Lingtian with her seductive eyes as she snuggled into his embrace. Tang Zimeng was the same. The 3 of them were used to it and did not feel embarrassed at all. It was natural for them to be shy. Looking at the 2 peerless beauties in his arms, Li Lingtian could not hold it in any longer. His hands began to move around the 2 ladies. After a night of making love, Tang Zimeng and Shunmai were brought to the clouds countless times. Finally, they fell asleep in satisfaction. Naturally, Li Lingshan's physique was not a problem. For the 2 beauties, although they were tired after a few rounds, they recovered quickly. 3 days had passed. Within these 3 days, Li Lingtian had discovered 3 groups of powerhouses passing by the cave entrance. Counting them, the 4 batches before and after happened to be those super experts outside the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. In other words, their goal might be the same as his. Since the powerhouses in front had left, Li Lingtian was almost done resting. He led Shunmai and the others out of the cave. At the same time, he called out Shenyuan Qing's group of 23 guards. All the guards spread out and monitored the area within a radius of 5,000 miles. This range had already exceeded the range of a first or second firmament martial saint's divine consciousness. As long as the guards did not cause any trouble, they would send a message to any powerhouses they encountered. In this way, no one would be able to launch a sneak attack on Li Lingtian. The 30 guards were monitoring the area within 5,000 miles. Shenyuan Qing and the other two ninth-level martial emperors formed a triangular formation within 100 miles of Li Lingtian and the others. In this way, Li Lingtian and the others could move forward. With such a large formation, if the aura encountered an expert, it would be completely useless. This was because those who entered were all ninth firmament martial monarch realm existences and a few martial saint powerhouses. Moreover, the ninth firmament martial emperor realm would not be separated. They would be with the martial saint. Wherever the ninth firmament martial emperor realm appeared, the martial saint realm would also appear. With the arrival of a martial saint, 30 guards were useless. The formation was only a defense for Li Lingtian. At the very least, it could alert Li Lingtian and the others to the presence of powerhouses. As long as Li Lingtian was able to obtain a hint of information, he would be able to react accordingly. Moreover, Shenyuan Qjianji and the other two were all at the ninth level of the martial emperor realm. Even if they could not resist a martial saint powerhouse, they could at least restrain a martial saint for a few seconds. A few seconds would not be of much use to an ordinary martial artist, but to a powerhouse, a few seconds would be enough to kill their opponent countless times. Li Lingtian led Shenyuan Yingying and the rest as they flew at a moderate pace. They collected all the good herbs they came across. In the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, it had not been opened for countless years. The medicinal herbs inside were also extremely precious. There were even medicinal herbs that were 100,000 years old. He was extremely happy with these medicinal herbs. To a powerful and heaven-defying saint alchemist, medicinal herbs were their favorite things. Big brother Ling Tian, what medicinal ingredient do you think this is? Husband, do you think this is a 50,000-year-old purple jade grass? Big brother, there's black dragon fruit here. Big brother Ling Tian, can this devil fruit be eaten? The heaven-reaching demonic tower was extremely vast. Li Lingtian could hear laughter and laughter from time to time. He did not treat this place as a dangerous place but a paradise. Li Lingtian had also collected the precious herbs but he kept them in the holy ring. In order to prevent any changes from happening in the herb garden of the divine dragon ring, it was obviously unwise to put herbs with rich spiritual qi and herbs with rich demonic qi together. 4 days passed in a flash. Li Lingtian had been following the direction of the attraction force for 4 days. On this day, Li Lingtian and the others arrived before a huge array altar. All the guards had surrounded the array altar. Young master, this array altar has already been activated. I believe they have already entered the second level. A martial emperor guard came before Li Lingtian and bowed respectfully. Yes, let me take a look. Li Lingtian walked toward the array altar step by step until he was in front of it. After sizing it up, the array altar was only 10 meters in radius. The array runes and array formations on it had already been activated, and there was a faint aura on it. Clearly, someone had entered not long ago. Watch carefully. I'll give it a try. With a wave of his hand, Li Lingtian cast a spell. Immediately, the array runes flashed and the array altar was activated once again. The array altar was emitting waves of demonic qi. However, the demonic QJ was not corrosive at all. Instead, it had a supportive effect. Li Lingtian was relieved to see such a situation. Come in. Li Lingtian shouted at Shenyuan Yingying and the rest. He activated the divine dragon ring and summoned Shenyuan Yingying and the rest into it. Following that, he called all the guards in. After everything was done, he entered the center of the array altar in a flash. The array altar swayed and Li Lingtian entered the spacetime tunnel. In less than 3 seconds, Li Lingtian reappeared in an empty world. However, the demonic qi here was much denser than the one he had seen before. Heaven Ascension Devil Tower, second level. After Li Lingtian appeared, he saw a huge array altar in front of him. At the edge of the array altar was a huge stone tablet with 6 glaring blood-red words written on it. The first thing they did when they appeared was to look around or to see if there was any danger around them. Fortunately, they did not encounter any experts after coming out. Those experts should have already driven them away. There was no use in leaving this place behind. Swoosh. With a flash, he quickly left the array altar and flew away. Li Lingtian only took a detour after he was 100 miles away from the array altar. He then flew toward the direction of the summoning induction. After confirming that there was no danger, Li Lingtian called out the 30 guards once again. Shenyuan Qing and the other two appeared before Li Lingtian. Without Li Lingshan's order, all the guards dispersed and formed an encirclement. Tang Ziming and the others also came out after they surrounded the area within 5,000 miles. Let's hurry along while searching for medicinal herbs. This is the second floor of the heaven-reaching Devil Tower. The devil chi inside is much denser than the first floor, and the medicinal herbs should be much better. However, you have to be careful. If your Zhen Yuan is exhausted, you have to return to the Divine Dragon Ring to avoid being corroded by the devil chi. Li Lingtian said to Shun Mai and the other two girls. They could not afford to be careless in this place. If they were not careful, they would be safe again. All right. The few of them nodded. They all knew that this place was not a good place. Following that, the group of people began to search for medicinal herbs on a large scale, just like they did on the first level. Li Lingtian sensed the direction of the summons so that he would not lose his way. He slowed down his search for the herbs so that he would not run into the warrior sage powerhouse in front of him. Moreover, destroying the array altar was very taxing. He could not be bothered to participate in such matters. Chapter 523, Magic Bead, 1. Chapter 523, Magic Bead, 1. The third level of the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. The fourth level of the Heavenly Devil Tower. This is already the 95th level of the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. Li Lingtian looked at the huge stone tablet and said calmly. After some time, Li Lingtian led all the guards forward and finally arrived at the 95th floor of the demonic tower. The higher up the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, the smaller the area. When he was down there, the heaven-reaching Demon Tower seemed endless. However, when he was up there, he could fly all over the heaven-reaching Demon Tower in less than 2 hours. However, the higher he went, the denser the demonic chi became. The sky-reaching demonic tower was surrounded by mysterious black rocks. Even Li Lingshan's most powerful holy demon aura could not shake the black rocks. He also knew that the black rock was the wall of the Devil Tower. If he, a martial emperor, could destroy the heaven-reaching Devil Tower, it would no longer be a forbidden area of the devil race. Young master, if we follow them now, we will definitely have to face the other experts. Shenyuan Qing stood beside Li Lingtian and bowed respectfully. The other guards could not survive in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower for a long time. They could only last for 10 minutes at most before their true essence was exhausted. Only Shenyuan Qing and the other 2 Ninth Heaven Martial Emperors could last longer. Shun Mai and the others had entered the Divine Dragon Ring long ago. Otherwise, they would not have been able to survive in the face of this devilish chi with their martial royal realm cultivation base. It's fine. They just entered. It's impossible for them to meet each other. Besides, I don't want to consume my true essence or get injured without seeing any treasures. Li Lingtian analyzed the situation seriously. He was now on the 95th floor and he had no idea how many floors there were in the demonic tower. Some of the powerhouses who entered were all at the 9th level of the martial emperor realm. There were even a few martial saint powerhouses. The strength on his side was the lowest and could almost be ignored. However, he understood that these experts would not easily make a move unless they encountered a treasure. This subordinate understands. Shenyuan Qing nodded. Li Lingshan's analysis was not bad. He was aware of it, but he did not have Li Lingshan's courage. Following that, Li Lingshan's group of 4 flew at high speed and headed toward the general area. However, not long after they flew, an earth-shattering explosion sounded, and the entire ground trembled. Boom! The ground shook continuously as Li Lingshan's face revealed a look of shock. Such a commotion was definitely a battle between martial saints. To be able to fight in this place, they should have encountered some super treasure. Realizing this, he quickly hid his aura. Those who dared to fight in this place should be martial saints. There were only 6 martial saints here. Could it be a war between the demons and humans? You guys enter the divine dragon ring first. Li Lingtian instructed Shenyuan Qing beside him that it was safer for him to move alone. At the very least, he would not be easily discovered by the other party. Without any hesitation, Shenyuan Qing and the other two nodded in agreement. They were well aware of Li Lingshan's capabilities, and it would be a bad thing if the three of them were to remain outside. The divine dragon ring was opened. Shenyuan Qing and the other two disappeared and entered the divine dragon ring. After he was done, Li Lingshan's body moved slowly. It was as if his entire body had merged into the air and he did not move at all. If you want to obtain this magic bead, then it will depend on your abilities. 9 Demon Venerable looked at a light barrier not far away. There were 3 fist-sized pitch-black pearls that were enveloped by the light barrier. Although he could not tell what grade they were, he could recognize that they were mysterious and powerful demonic pearls. Obtaining a magic bead could increase one's cultivation by a large margin. However, the opponent in front of him was incomparably powerful. It was not that easy to obtain at all. You're right. It won't be easy to get the magic bead. I don't need the magic bead, but I can destroy it. Marshal Saint Ming Luo's face revealed a fearful expression. The other party's 2 demon venerables were together, but he was the only one here. There was not even a single martial emperor powerhouse. On the other side, there was the yin-yang ghost emperor. However, they were here to prevent the demon race from obtaining the treasures. Naturally, they could not let the demon race obtain these 3 demon pearls. Otherwise, the demon race would have 3 heaven-defying super experts. After he finished speaking, he circulated the true origin in his body to the extreme. The true origin unleashed by a peak first sky martial saint directly tore the space apart. The true essence in his hand formed a ball of light. Anyone could see that as long as this ball of light was used, it would definitely destroy the world. You dare! The expressions on the 7 demon venerables' faces kept changing. They had 3 ninth firmament martial emperors and 2 martial saints. It was a good opportunity to kill the human race's martial saint powerhouses. However, the demon pearl was beside them. They could not take it away now. It was because it would not be easy to break through the light barrier. Killing Marshal Saint Ming Luo now was absolutely easy, but it was not so easy to preserve the demonic bead. Why wouldn't I dare? Ha. Marshal Saint Ming Luo's face was filled with madness. It was impossible to wait for Marshal Saint Yun Hao to arrive. Every time they passed by the array altar, they would be teleported randomly. It was impossible for them to be together. They could only rely on luck to be together. However, Marshal Saint Yun Hao and the other martial sovereigns didn't meet each other this time. He didn't know when they would arrive. If this continued, if the other party made a move, he would definitely die. Instead of that, it would be better to destroy this demonic bead. Swoosh! The ball of light in his hand became even more powerful. With a wave of his hand, the ball of light bombarded the light barrier in the distance. You're courting death. The 7 demon venerables cursed angrily. They unleashed all the demonic chi in their bodies and sent a ball of demonic chi towards the ball of light. They had to use demonic chi to block the ball of light, or else the demonic bead would be destroyed. At the same time, 9 demon venerables' fist shadow that was filled with demonic chi attacked Marshal Saint Ming Luo fiercely. The other 3 9th-level Martial Emperor Realm Demons also attacked Marshal Saint Ming Luo. Boom! Phut! With a shocking explosion, the ball of light and the demonic chi collided. The demonic chi disappeared, and the ball of light fiercely bombarded the light barrier. However, at this time, the ball of light was already at the end of its attack. The light shield trembled but did not shatter. However, Marshal Saint Ming Luo's body was hit by 4 destructive attacks. She was thrown out and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had an unwilling expression on his face. He did not expect the 9 demon venerables to attack him instead of blocking his ball of light. The 9 demon venerables were first heaven martial saints, and he was also a first heaven martial saint. Although he was at the peak of the great perfection, he could not withstand an attack from the 9 demon venerables. Die! The 9 demon venerable and the 7 demon venerable heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the light shield was intact. However, the 9 demon venerable was also shocked when he saw that Marshal Saint Ming Luo had survived his attack. His full-strength punch carried demonic chi, but the other party did not use any defense and was not killed. How could he not be shocked? He threw another punch at Marshal Saint Ming Luo. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill Marshal Saint Ming Luo. Even if he couldn't kill Marshal Saint Ming Luo, the human race wouldn't be able to affect the devil race. Marshal Saint Ming Luo was shocked. She couldn't even raise her true essence. It was impossible for her to resist. When 9 demon venerable and the others saw Marshal Saint Ming Luo's appearance, they revealed a strange smile. After killing Marshal Saint Ming Luo, they would have one less competitor. Just as the destructive fist shadow was about to hit Marshal Saint Ming Luo, a strange force came and collided with the fist shadow. Bang! There was no explosion as expected, only a strange muffled sound. The destructive and domineering fist shadow actually quickly disintegrated in front of that aura. Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor, are you going to go against the demons? The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor, who had been silent all this while, had appeared in front of Marshal Saint Ming Luo and blocked the 9 demon venerables' attack with one move. When 9 demon venerable saw this, his face immediately turned furious. Marshal Saint Ming Luo was also puzzled because he didn't have any interactions with the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. The human race and the dark race didn't have any relationship. He was puzzled because the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor saved him. Hee, I can do whatever I want. If you kill him now, I'll be next. The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor had an evil smile on his face as he looked at the 9 demon venerable with a sinister gaze. From afar, Li Lingtian witnessed the scene and was extremely curious. However, his gaze fell on the light shield. Under the light shield was a strange array altar that looked like an altar. The array altar was 2 meters in diameter. In the center was a 10-meter wide light shield. The light shield was light black, but it was extremely sturdy. Moreover, it carried a mysterious aura. Li Lingtian was shocked by the aura. It was similar to the holy demon's qi. Although it was not as pure as the holy demon's qi, it was not much different. 3 pitch-black pearls were suspended in the light barrier, and waves of powerful demonic qi were emitted from them. Moreover, the aura of the light barrier was also coming from the demonic pearls. Magic bead? Could it be a magic bead? Li Lingtian was shocked. The Saint Demon's true record recorded that the demon pearl was the most mysterious pearl among the demon pearls. No one knew the exact power of this pearl, but it had one benefit, which was that it could directly increase the cultivation of the demon tribe. Li Lingtian was moved when he saw the magic orb. It would be a good thing if he could get his hands on it. However, he quickly shifted his gaze to the few experts in front of him. As long as you don't get involved in our matters, I definitely won't have any bad intentions towards you. At that time, I will remember your favor. How about it? The 7 demon venerables looked at the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor with extremely ugly expressions. This was the time to kill Marshal Saint Ming Luo, but now that the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor had stepped out, it was indeed not a good thing. The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor was so powerful that even he didn't have the slightest confidence in winning. If the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor kept going against the devil race, it wouldn't be so easy to get the demonic orb. Chapter 524, Divine Heaven. The 9-yin heavenly demonic finger was completely invisible and soundless, completely ignoring the existence of space. However, an expert like the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor could sense the threat and dodge by force. By the time Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor sensed it, it was already too late, because the 9-yin heavenly demon finger had already arrived in front of him. Ha ha. Sir Ming Luo, you were too careless. Li Lingtian completely ignored the 3 Marshal Saint powerhouses as he walked toward Marshal Saint Ming Luo step by step with the divine heaven-splitting shield in hand. He looked coldly at the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch in the distance. A tiny bloody hole had appeared on the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch's chest, and blood kept flowing out of the bloody hole. There was also a mysterious Yin Devil Qi around the hole, causing the wound to never heal. So it's Sir Ling Tian. I've embarrassed myself in front of Sir Ling Tian. Marshal Saint Ming Luo's expression was one of extreme pain. However, when she saw Li Lingtian, she smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter. Do you trust me, Ming Luo? Li Lingtian approached Marshal Saint Ming Luo with a faint smile on his face. He looked at the yin-yang ghost emperor in the distance and was extremely shocked. The 9-yin heavenly demon finger was indeed powerful and abnormal. Not to mention the attack power, just this effect was enough to shock him. It could even penetrate the body of a martial saint expert. Moreover, this 9-yin heavenly demon finger was still corroding the yin-yang ghost emperor's vital essence and blood essence. Of course, I have no reason not to believe you. It's a pity that I don't have the strength to fight back anymore. Marshal Saint Ming Luo still had a bitter smile on his face. His expression was twisted as he endured the erosion of the yin-yang qi. His current situation was exactly the same as the yin-yang ghost emperor. That's fine. Li Lingtian handed the divine heaven-splitting shield to Marshal Saint Ming Luo before he looked at the 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables with a wry smile. The 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables revealed a gaze that seemed as if they wanted to eat someone alive. What could be more infuriating than having his plans ruined? In 9 demon venerable's heart, he wanted to kill Li Lingtian as soon as possible. Swoosh. Upon realizing this, Li Lingtian quickly grabbed with one hand and his body flashed before disappearing mysteriously. Marshal Saint Ming Luo also disappeared from the ground, leaving behind a weak aura in the air. The aura disappeared and diluted with the air. Damn it. The 9 demon venerable was enraged. He was about to kill Li Lingtian, but he did not expect Li Lingtian to leave just like that. He did not even have the time to react. Old Jew, don't chase after him. He will come back. When the 7 demon venerables saw that 9 demon venerable was about to chase after them, they immediately stopped him. Even though Li Lingtian had ruined their plans, they had to get down to business before they were lured away by Li Lingtian. That's right. If he doesn't come back, there's no need to recruit allies. 9 demon venerable thought for a moment and understood what the 7 demon venerables meant. As long as he returned, he would be able to kill Li Lingtian. After all, it was uncertain whether Marshal Saint Ming Luo would survive or not. Furthermore, the yin-yang ghost monarch was injured by him. At that time, the yin-yang ghost emperor would naturally stand on their side and not cooperate temporarily. Phut. Don't worry, that old ghost Ming Luo won't have a chance to live. Even a martial god would suffer a great loss if he was injured by my yin-yang qi. He's only a first sky martial saint. He doesn't have the ability to come into contact with yin-yang qi unless he's an almighty expert of my clan. The yin-yang ghost monarch had been meditating on the ground to resist the 9 yin demonic qi. By the time he finished his cultivation, Li Lingtian had already left. Li Lingtian's departure made him feel relieved. Now that he stood up, his expression was still extremely ugly. The wound on his chest was still there, and there was no way to recover at all. Blood kept flowing out. However, there was a confident look in his eyes. In front of his yin-yang qi, the injured martial artists would definitely be in danger. Sir, your injuries? 9 demon venerable looked at yin-yang ghost emperor's wound, his face filled with shock. This was because the wound on the yin-yang ghost emperor's chest contained a mysterious and terrifying yin devil qi. The yin devil qi was mysterious and terrifying, and few Asmodeans knew about it. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be able to control such a mysterious Asmodean almighty. The situation of the yin-yang ghost emperor shocked the 7 demon venerables as well. Such a thing was completely beyond his imagination. She was extremely curious about Li Lingtian's identity. A human powerhouse had cultivated the devil tribe's cultivation method, and it was the most mysterious devil qi of the devil tribe. Chapter 525. 9 Yin Heavenly Demon Finger. Chapter 525. 9 Yin Heavenly Demon Finger. I wonder what kind of attack this is. It's actually invisible and soundless. This is the first time I've encountered such an attack. If it wasn't for my many years of sensing, I would have been finished. The yin-yang ghost emperor's heart trembled when he thought of that finger force. A young man at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm had actually used such a domineering finger force that ignored the physique and reaction of a martial saint powerhouse. Could it be the legendary 9-yin heavenly devil finger? The 7 demon venerables pondered for a moment, and their expressions changed drastically. They immediately thought of the legendary 9-yin heavenly demon finger in the demon canon. Only such an overbearing finger force could injure a first heaven martial emperor. Moreover, this aura was yin demon chi. 9-yin heavenly demon finger, the 9 demon venerable exclaimed. When he heard the words of the 7 demon venerables, he instantly felt a chill. This 9-yin heavenly demon finger was an existence that was like a forbidden technique of the demon race. This 9-yin heavenly demon finger was not lost, but it was a technique that no one had ever seen before. It was a powerful technique that only appeared in legends. It was definitely one of the most powerful techniques among the demons. Thinking of this, he felt afraid. If he were to suffer this attack, even if he was a demon and cultivated demonic techniques, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Is it really that terrifying? Not good. Phut. The yin-yang ghost monarch was also confused when he saw the 2 demon venerables' expressions change. Although he was injured and the yin demon QJ was constantly corroding his true yuan and blood essence, it was not as terrifying as the 2 demon venerables said. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a bad feeling and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed drastically, and the yin devil chi in his body started to stir. As long as there was true yuan, the yin devil chi would attack. Even with his first sky of the martial saint realm cultivation base, he couldn't get rid of the yin demon chi that had entered his body. Sir, you should heal your injuries first. Hehe, let's take out this magic bead first. The 7 demon venerables were elated when they saw the yin-yang ghost emperor. The yin-yang ghost emperor was originally the biggest threat this time, but they did not expect it to turn out like this. Moreover, martial Saint Ming Luo seemed to be immortal. 2 of the most powerful threats were gone. It seemed like the heavens wanted the devil race to become stronger. After saying that, his body flashed and arrived in front of the light barrier. He carefully examined the magic bead inside the light barrier. Humph! The yin-yang ghost emperor saw the 7 demon venerables gloating and snorted coldly. He then sat down to rest and used his true yuan to suppress the yin demon chi. Their temporary cooperation had not only failed to obtain the divine heaven-splitting shield, but it had also sent him into it. Li Lingtian flew quickly with martial Saint Ming Luo and finally arrived at a hidden valley. He placed martial Saint Ming Luo in the valley and continued to cast a powerful defense array. In the end, he cast a few hidden illusionary formations outside the defensive formation. After doing everything, he felt a little more at ease. Then, 30 guards appeared in front of him, including Shenyuan Qing and the other 2. Martial Saint Ming Luo was shocked to see so many martial emperors around Li Lingtian. Thank you for saving me, Sir Lingtian. Martial Saint Ming Luo came to her senses and thanked Li Lingtian. Even though she had been tricked and saved, she was ambushed. However, he was not worried at the moment. After all, Li Lingtian was a human being. Naturally, he knew about Li Lingtian's situation. He would not be as despicable as the yin-yang ghost emperor. You don't have to be so polite, Ming Luo. We're both humans, so I naturally won't stand by and watch. Li Lingtian waved his hand. Naturally, he would not save martial Saint Ming Luo so casually. However, in this place, he would not be able to stand on his own if he did not have an ally. Sir Lingtian's identity has been exposed. I'm afraid he'll be in danger. My body has been corroded by the yin-yang qi. It's impossible to remove the yin-yang qi. Martial Saint Ming Luo naturally understood that Li Lingtian had saved him to gain an ally. This ally could be an honorable one, unlike the yin-yang ghost emperor's sinister and despicable ways. However, he understood his own injuries now. It was impossible for him to recover from the attack of the yin-yang qi when he was unprepared. This is not difficult for me. It's just that you have to endure some hardships. Otherwise, I can't do anything about it. Li Lingshan's face was filled with confidence as he waved his hands. Immediately, the heaven and earth reincarnation technique circulated, and the will of the 5 elements appeared. The 5 elements of heaven and earth were balanced, forming an independent world. I see. Marshal Saint Ming Luo was taken aback by Li Lingshan's confidence. However, when she saw Li Lingshan's cultivation technique and the 5 elements Tao intent, she immediately understood. The yin-yang qi was nothing. In front of the 5 elements' perfection, the entire heaven and earth reincarnation was within it. However, he did not dare to be careless. Seeing Li Lingshan's serious expression, he quickly focused his energy to protect himself in case he lost control of his mind. The yin-yang qi was one of the auras that a warrior was most afraid of. Even he, who was at the peak of the first sky of the martial saint realm, could not do anything about the erosion of the yin-yang qi. Now that Li Lingtian had a solution for him, it was naturally something that could only be found by luck. Ah, ah! Miserable screams sounded and Marshal Saint Ming Luo was on the verge of collapse. If he did not trust Li Lingshan's character, he would have thought that Li Lingtian was torturing him. Li Lingtian formed an independent world after unleashing the 5 elements Tao intent. He then unleashed his ice and fire martial souls, and the 2 ultimate martial souls entered Marshal Saint Ming Luo's body. The extreme attributes continuously formed ice and fire qi, quickly entangling with the yin and yang qi. Although the yin-yang qi was powerful, it couldn't be compared to the ice and fire martial spirits. Furthermore, the yin-yang energy was only a small attack unleashed by the yin-yang ghost emperor. Without its master, it was no match for Li Lingshan's frost flame energy. The 4 ultimate destructive auras stirred in Marshal Saint Ming Luo's dantian and meridians, almost making him give up. The pain was similar to Li Lingshan's body tempering in the 3000 worlds dragon energy. Phut! After a full 10 minutes, Marshal Saint Ming Luo was on the verge of breaking down. At that moment, Li Lingtian made a grabbing motion with one hand and retrieved the ice and fire energy. The 5 elements of heaven and earth also vanished. Marshal Saint Ming Luo spat out a mouthful of blood. Although her expression was unsightly, she looked a little better. Thank you for your help, Sir Lingtian. Marshal Saint Ming Luo was extremely weak, but she still thanked him. He would definitely remember the kindness of saving her life. However, Li Lingtian did not say a word. He merely waved his hand and turned to leave. He walked into the valley before he sat cross-legged to cultivate. After all, casting such an almighty skill would consume energy very quickly. Li Lingtian spent the next few days cultivating in the valley to restore his mental state to its peak. This was also to wait for Marshal Saint Ming Luo to recover. Only when Marshal Saint Ming Luo recovered would the 2 of them be able to resist the Asmodean's attack. Putting aside the Heaven Demon Monarch, just the demons and the 7 demon venerables were not so easy to deal with. If Marshal Saint Yun Hao hadn't died, the 3 of them would have been able to deal with the 3 martial saints of the Dark Clan and Demon Clan. If it was in the beginning, he would not have planned to fight with these martial saints for the treasures. However, when he followed this guide, he discovered a problem. The place he was going to was where a few powerful martial saints went. At that time, there would definitely be a fight. Instead of being alone, it was better to pull 2 allies. Moreover, this place was already at the 95th level, and the attraction was getting stronger and stronger. This intense feeling was just like the last time he met Nine Yang Saint Lord. In other words, the place he wanted to go to was on these 2 levels. 4 days later, Li Lingtian stood up and went before Marshal Saint Ming Luo. Sir Lingtian's medicinal pills are indeed powerful. Marshal Saint Ming Luo opened her eyes and stood up with an excited expression. A peerless great cyclic pellet had not only healed his injuries, but his cultivation had also recovered. What was more terrifying was that Marshal Saint Ming Luo's cultivation had made a huge breakthrough. She was only 1 step away from the 2nd heaven. If he had enough time, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the 2nd heaven martial saint realm. It was a peerless great rejuvenation pill given to him by Li Lingtian. Otherwise, he would not have recovered so quickly. It turned out that after Li Lingtian dealt with Marshal Saint Ming Luo's yin-yang qi, he gave her a supreme grade great rejuvenation pill. With such a heaven-defying great recovery pill, it was natural for his cultivation to completely recover and increase. This is all Ming Luo's good fortune. I don't dare to use such a great recovery pill easily. Hey. Is there any problem with you now, Ming Luo? Let's go, lest you run into them alone. Li Lingtian smiled and did not take it to heart. However, he found it funny in his heart. He had helped Marshal Saint Ming Luo refine the yin-yang qi, and his cultivation had also improved. He had actually reached the peak of the first heaven of the Martial Emperor realm. More importantly, this yin-yang qi had been refined by the ice and fire martial souls. Now, the ice and fire martial souls were even more powerful. Whether it was ice or fire, they were all enhanced. The third heaven of the ice-fire 9 heavens had actually reached perfection. If he had the strange fire and ice, he would be able to reach the 4th heaven. Alright, let's go. Marshal Saint Ming Luo didn't say anything. She was worried about Marshal Saint Yun Hao. Although he knew that Li Lingtian wanted to obtain the infernal tribe's treasure, he did not resist at all. After all, Li Lingtian was a human and there was no harm in a human cultivating the infernal arts. In the divine martial continent, the strong were respected. No matter what kind of cultivation technique one used, they would be able to kill their opponents. However, they didn't want to leave such treasures and cultivation techniques to the devil race. After all, the devil race and the human race were natural enemies. If the devil race obtained such treasures and cultivation techniques, it would be the same as exterminating the existence of the human race. If the human race obtained such treasures and cultivation techniques, it would only strengthen themselves. Li Lingtian released his divine mindfulness and activated the divine dragon ring to store the 30 guards inside. Even Shenyuan Qing was called in. After all, a 9th-level martial emperor was useless in this place. If they were to really fight, he and Marshal Saint Ming Luo would join forces. Under their attacks, the other martial emperor powerhouses would be like ants. Although Marshal Saint Ming Luo was curious, she didn't ask anything. After all, these were the secrets of martial artists. The divine martial continent's greatest taboo was to inquire about other people's secrets. P.S. Rushing the rankings for recommendations and monthly votes. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,